There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Honorable members, order. Honorable members, in the interest of safety for all present in the chamber, please keep your masks on and sit in your designated area. Thank you. The secretary will read the order of the day.
Debate on vote number 1, the Presidency Appropriation Bill.
I now call upon the Honorable, the President, to open the debate.
Speaker of the National Assembly, Deputy President of the Republic, David Dabede Mabuza, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, and honorable members, and fellow South Africans.
Order, Chair.
Yes. Point of order. Honorable members, order. Order from all sides, order. Yes, what's your point of order?
Oh, thanks, Chair. My order is on. Thanks, Speaker. My order is on. Today we can't find ourselves in.
What are you saying? Get closer to the mic.
Chair.
Order, honorable members, please. You may be seated, Mr. President. Yes, honorable member.
Oh, thank you, Chair. My order is on the. Oh, thank you, Speaker. My order is on the President. He is currently suffering from acquired intellectual intelligence.
Take your seat. That is not a point of order. Take your seat. That is not a point of Honorable Mafumba. Honorable Mafumba. That is not a point of order. Take your seat.
Speaker, I haven't finished. You are saying I must take my seat.
No, but the one who's calling an order is insulting us as the ANC. You cannot insult the President. If you've got something to say, let him say what you want to say in a respectful manner.
Sit, honorable member. There's no point of order.
No, but that buffoon must sit down.
You are the one who's suffering from whatever that is against the President. The President is not suffering from anything. We're also calling an order on you.
Take your seat.
Can that Popeye sit down?
Hey, you must give me, Speaker, you must give me.
You are not given anything, you've already insulted us. You are not given anything, you've already insulted the President. What is he suffering from?
Speaker, you make a ruling when I've already addressed you.
You don't need to be given a ruling, you are unruly.
You are making a ruling on
Honorable Nakute, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The program of Parliament is very clear. Today we are dealing with vote 1, the budget vote on the Presidency. The program was adopted by the programming committee this morning. So nothing has changed and we will not allow anything to be done other than the budget vote on the Presidency. I thank you.
I thank you, Honorable Tlakute. Mr. President, you may proceed with your budget speech.
Order, Chair. Chair, order is allowed. All order is allowed.
Honorable Mafumba, what
No,
is
it's Matumba, not Mafumba.
Honorable Matumba, what is the point of order?
Matumba dzula pasi aringa ḓo fhedzela tshifhinga nga iwe Matumba dzula pasi songo vhathumwa man.
Honorable Matumba,
My order is clear. Let me raise my order. My order is clear.
Tama hansi Matumba. Matumba tama hansi. When Matumba wadelela wena, what do you mean when you say the president is suffering from what? Who are you to determine how the president is?
On the platform, on the virtual platform, stop it, please, honorable members. Yes, Honorable Matumba.
I raised my hand, Honorable Speaker.
Continue, Honorable Matumba.
Speaker,
yes.
My order is on the risk of this parliament. I'm saying if president is to address us, he will infect us with acquired intellectual intelligence deficiency syndrome. So as such, he must sit down and not address us.
Now, Honorable Matumba, take your seat.
Order, Speaker.
Thank you very much.
I've raised my hand.
Order, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I'm rising on the rule of point of order that we have already took a decision around this matter. So I request that your decision be respected and then we continue.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Malema.
I don't think we are going to run this parliament like that because you don't give a speaker an opportunity to express himself and then give you the points within which he's rising on. He gets interrupted and then you allow that. Can you allow the speaker to make his point and make a ruling?
Point,
no, even
You are
this
not
one
the
says you
speaker.
make a ruling. It doesn't
must be removed.
on
Malema.
which point?
Honorable Machueni Rosina, please, will you please mute your microphones? Please, honorable members, those who have not been given the opportunity to take the floor, will you please mute your mics, honorable members?
We want to call order, Speaker.
Can we be recognized on the visual platform?
Yes, we've raised
Honorable members,
When I'm not feeling
Speaker.
honorable member, will you please take a seat?
No, Speaker, we've raised our hands on the platform. Honorable Malema just rises and you recognize him. You don't recognize us and we have raised our hands on the platform.
Honorable
Speaker, there is a
members,
person on the floor.
honorable member, I am sorry, Honorable Matumba had his hand up in the chamber here. I am now recognizing Honorable Piri. Sit down, Honorable Matumba, please.
But I'm still on the floor, Chair.
You're not on the floor.
I'm still on the floor. Chair, we can't have a person.
Honorable Speaker.
We can't have a person who's not loyal to his own country to address the very same country.
Sit down.
Yes, sit down, can you sit down, please?
He can't be in a position.
Who are you?
Members,
You can't
Who are you,
address
Matumba?
people you are not loyal to. It can't be possible.
What do you know about loyalty?
Can you rule on that? Can a
Honorable
man who
members,
is not loyal to
What do you know about
Honorable Speaker, Matumba is high, must be taken off the
not loyal
platform.
to the
We
country?
can't have people who have smoked on the platform. We don't know what that person has smoked.
That
We
is
don't speak in parliament. That person must be taken off the platform.
please mute
Yeah, but
the members
we
on
must
the
test these
virtual
people. They
platform.
can't come high
Speaker,
here.
that is my order. You can't have
No,
a
Honorable
man who
Matumba,
is not
Please
loyal to his
mute those who are on the
to
virtual
address such
platform.
country. A man who
Honorable
can even
Pando,
take money to the bank. A
you
man
have
who
the floor.
fire his own employees.
Speaker, we are muted here. We don't hear anything. Eh?
Mara Julius Ikete man rimsche matso and we are recognized here.
No, but we're muted.
Hey man, we are muted. That's what we're saying.
Can we
Yeah,
be
we want to
recognized
be
on
heard.
the visual
That's what
platform?
we're
We
saying.
cannot.
Stop being stupid. We are muted. Speaker, we are muted. We can't hear nothing. I don't know those things.
Speaker, we are completely out of the house. We can't hear anything and we are muted for speak.
Yeah, can ICT people assist us also? We can't hear
Yeah,
anything.
for Parliament here, can we be allowed to speak here? We're muted here.
In fact, they must go back and start from scratch because we can't hear anything.
Yeah, we never had anything, Speaker. Can you protect us?
They can't hear you.
If I see an opportunity to learn Malema, I want to be back to the city.
They can't even hear you.
Can you recognize us on the
President
visual platform,
Malema, stop
Speaker?
just speaking.
No, who's from IT? Who's from IT on the platform? It's them who must assist us.
Because the EFF is just few people. They do as they wish in the house. We must all come back to the house.
Within which to sort out the problem, so that those who are on the virtual platform are able to follow the proceedings.
This is not your house. This is not your house. You'll speak anyhow at your house. This is not your house. We are all equal here, whether another one came late or another one came earlier. We are all equal. That you should know.
ICT, are we okay now?
You can do that to the rest of the ANC people who would not have marks. You can't instruct me. Who are you to instruct me anyway?
Put on your mask first. Put on your mask.
I'm told the system is still being tested, honorable members. Patience, please.
Put up the mask. Put up the mask.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members, we now proceed with the debate. And I want to caution all members, please, if you have not been, even if you've raised your hands, If you have not been given an opportunity to speak, please wait until you are given that opportunity. And this applies to everybody, including those who are on the virtual platform. Honorable members, I do have people here who are checking how many hands we have on the virtual platform. May I now allow Mr. President to continue with his vote.
I was on the floor. I was on the floor and I was rudely interrupted. And what followed after, I couldn't hear because we're muted on the platform. We are members. We are members of this parliament. We must also be taken into confidence on what transpired when we were muted.
Honorable Malema, may I plead with you, honorable member, who is a leader of a political party, that you do not just barge in, you raise your hand and you draw my attention to you, and then we give you the opportunity to speak. Don't just shout from the virtual platform. It is incorrect.
Honorable Speaker, I was on a platform.
For the sake of the decorum of the House, I plead with you. I plead with you.
Please recognize.
Now I recognize you.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable
Malema.
Honorable Matumba stood up on a point of order. He was rudely interrupted, and I will ask that he be given an opportunity to present his point of order, and then you make a ruling. Because at the point when you were making a ruling, we were muted and were not able to follow the proceedings, and that's where I come from. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malema. Thank you. Honorable Khatebe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm raising on Rule 92.8, which says that once the Speaker has made a ruling on a matter, it is done. I request that you did give the other member the chance to raise his point of order, and he did raise it. You made a ruling. So let us respect your ruling. If they have got an objection to a ruling, they know where they have to go to.
Thank you, Honorable Khatebe. We now proceed, Honorable Member.
Point of order.
Yes, Honorable Mafanya.
What was the ruling?
Honorable Mafanya.
What was the ruling on Mr. Yeah, on what? On what was the ruling?
Honorable Mafanya, remove your mask and then you can speak. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
I actually read my ruling.
Thank you.
I actually said, Honorable Member, I'm using Rule 92, right? And I went on, I read that rule, and I went on to say, there isn't a transgression here. There was a programming committee this morning which finalized the program. It was presented to all chief whips, and this matter has been standing on the agenda or program of Parliament. So today we are dealing with the budget of the President, and I've invited the President to take the floor and address the Parliament. Honorable Mafanya, will you please now that I've clarified the matter to you, please take your seat.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Point of order, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mafanya.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Mafanya.
I want to put it on record that the President, a charge has been opened against the President.
No, Honorable. Right.
No, it's not a point of order.
Thank you very much. Now, Honorable Mafanya.
There's a case of criminality that has been opened against the President.
I've asked you to desist
and here today,
from this unbecoming behavior.
Who is to face
I've
the
asked
law
you
to address us.
Yes, Honorable Gungubele. But I don't want to be delayed because the Honorable Member is not ready to take his seat. And
thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I thought if one were to remember what Honorable Pando said, I think it is logical. If somebody keep being irrelevant and the second one repeat the same irrelevance, we request the Speaker with precision to actually give those people the penalty they deserve. I cannot explain what is it, because that member is repeating an issue on which you have made a ruling. I think would request with your indulgence. not
Thank
to
you very
allow-
much, Honorable
Order,
Gungubele.
Speaker.
Honorable Gungubele. Honorable Gungubele. I want to follow every step to the latter, so that when I finally have to throw people out, no one will say I did not give them the opportunity to speak. Now, Honorable Yabona Matunya, you please, please, Honorable Mafanya. Honorable Mafanya, do you still have a point of order?
I'm here.
Do you still, if you don't, thank you very much. I now invite the president to take the floor.
Madam Speaker.
I'm not allowing anyone of you. Mr. President, please take the floor.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Order, Madam Speaker.
On a point of order.
Order, Madam Speaker.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Honorable Ntangwini, point of order. Point of order.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, we can't be addressed by a money launderer and a criminal.
No, Honorable.
We can't be addressed.
Please, Honorable Member.
We can't be addressed by a person that.
Honorable Member.
The president is accused of serious crimes.
Honorable.
We can't be addressed by a person like this. This is an honorable house. We can't be addressed by a person with such huge accusations behind him.
Now I warn you. I warn you. I said to you, withdraw that statement.
Honorable Speaker, but we can't be addressed by a person with having such serious accusations behind him. How do you allow that?
Point of order,
you are
Chair.
supposed to protect this house. You are supposed to protect us and protect this house.
I have warned you. Will you please desist from this behavior? Now, Honorable Ntangwini, I've requested you to withdraw.
Honorable Speaker, on the visual platform, the Deputy President of the EFF want to speak. And you are not
On a point of
noting him.
order.
Because you are not noting him. You are
On a point of order,
order
Speaker.
for the longest
Withdraw
time.
that statement.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Yes, point of order.
Point of order is that there's not going to be any withdrawal for referring to Cyril Ramaphosa as a money launderer. That is a fact which has not been disapproved. So there is no withdrawal that is going to take place because he's accused of serious crimes and we cannot be intimidated by you, by anyone. We've got a right here in Parliament to raise an issue of a president who is accused of serious crimes. So we can never just withdraw things that are true. What are we if we're just going to be made to withdraw things that are true?
Please mute Honorable Shivambu. Please mute Honorable Shivambu. Honorable Ntangwini, I've requested you to withdraw the statement you made. And you are refusing. I've requested you twice to withdraw, and you are refusing to withdraw
a political statement.
Now, I am warning you now, Honorable Member.
Chair, she can't withdraw a political statement. We are here, we are politicians, and we must make political statements.
Now,
so it's a political statement that president is a money launderer.
You are refusing
he laundered
to withdraw.
16 million in his
Will you
farm.
please leave the chamber?
It's a money launderer.
Will you please leave
President
the
is
chamber?
here. Let him answer for
Point of
himself.
order.
President,
Point of order.
did you launder money? Let him answer. He's
That
here,
which
seated.
you have said.
President Cyril Ramaphosa,
Okay,
did you launder 16 million in your farm?
Speaker, can you recognize us? Who has a half on the different platform? Like your name is also mentioned on the mother of God, this child. Why are you speaking there in Parliament? If the president is not
please leave the
Repeat it
chamber.
outside.
We're not going anywhere. What if you why do you say you must just leave?
Must
We're
leave.
not going anywhere.
Must leave. Must be taking chances. No one is going to leave the house.
We are going to
We're not going anywhere.
no one is going anywhere.
Ramaphosa must leave the podium. Ramaphosa must leave.
The dialogue of judges against you. Why are you speaking there? You are but you're also speaking there. The president is going to address the parliament.
A person implicated must be protected by parliament.
VPS.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker,
Please remove
for recognizing me. Arise.
Honorable Sergeant at Arms, I requested Honorable Ntangwini and Honorable Matumba to leave the house, and they are refusing. Remove them. Remove them from the house.
Madam Speaker, you didn't speak to us. Madam Speaker, I'm still addressing her. I didn't hear her. She must say it to us. She must say it to us, then we can leave. But no, I didn't hear her. I didn't hear that. Speaker, members of EFF on the platform are muted.
On a point of order. On a point of order, Speaker. On a point of order.
We have raised our hands on the platform, Speaker. Can you be recognized, please?
Speaker, on a point of order.
I was not given a chance
Thank
to
you,
speak.
Honorable
Not be recognized, just get out. Will you please give me an opportunity to get these members out first?
No, it doesn't work like that. Honorable Speaker, it doesn't work.
You are rejecting the wrong people.
The name of Floyd Kibame has been mentioned on the matter of that this child. Why is he in parliament? Why is he speaking? Why is it
Speaker, you
that
can't address members as a group. You are going to have to address them one by one.
And
then tell them what they've done.
there are many
You must tell Ramaphosa to leave the prison, not members of parliament. Tell Ramaphosa.
Honorable Ntangwini, no, honorable members, honorable Ntangwini,
Mr. Buffalo must leave the house. Mr. Buffalo.
Ramaphosa must also leave the house. Speaker, on a point of you yourself must leave the house. You don't even have order. You must leave the house.
Come on, give us the camera.
All of them. How are you?
Speaker, you can't remove members as a group.
On you.
Speaker, you have to explain to each and every member what you have said.
Comply
You can't
with the
even explain.
directives of the chair.
We want the members of parliament to be beaten.
This conduct
Your
is
hands are
now
dirty like
directly
Balega.
impinging the ability of the house.
You are the one whose hands are
Those people you are leashing tax on members of parliament.
Suspected thief cannot
Tax on members of parliament.
Your name is out there. They say you're involved.
Small voice,
Speaker, on a point of order. But you can't make an act clean. Speaker, can you recognize me? Speaker, can you recognize me?
On a point of order.
Speaker, the deputy president is calling
Can you
a
recognize me,
point of
please?
order,
I have given you an instruction.
Sponsors have no right to touch our members. They have no right to touch our members.
Natasha, murder those idiots.
They have no right.
Not if you have unleashed tax on the Protection of a money launderer.
Never touch our members.
You are murderers, you full of CLF.
OCB, we are removing the wrong people. Speaker, you are removing the wrong people. You are supposed to remove the kidnapper.
Hey, when I'm
Take them out quickly. We want to proceed with the house.
Remove them.
You will never
We're acting on behalf of the
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on a point of order.
Yes, Honorable Titiza, on a point of order.
Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, honorable members, really the sound is not good. You can hardly hear one another. Just sort it out.
Speaker,
You made a ruling that Honorable Tlangwini must leave the house. As she resisted, she actually made a statement which is unparliamentary. She said, we cannot be addressed by criminal. And
yes, we can be addressed by criminal. There is a criminal. What's the problem? Ramaphosa is a criminal. Hey, little criminal.
Mostly the ANC people. Tired of your criminality. The big one.
Thank you, Honorable.
They are absolutely fed up with your criminality.
Unfortunately, I did not hear that. And therefore, I will have to go back to Hansa and come here and give a ruling. Honorable Chabalala.
On a point of order,
Speaker, I'll also rise on that order that can we have a control over the virtual platform? Those are not recognized to speak in the virtual platform clearly because it is distracting the house, can be muted.
Mrs. Casey, please.
You would have that's what I'm talking about, Speaker. On this issue.
Cosmetics.
Speaker, can you please recognize me?
I appeal to you, Speaker, not to just.
Speaker, can you please recognize me?
I really want to make an appeal.
Our hands are up, Speaker.
But equally, I want to make an appeal to all of everybody in the chamber. Honorable members, it doesn't help us when because it's even the people can't hear my instruction. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Honorable Speaker, it is unacceptable for you to call security on members.
You are not special.
But I'm recognized. What do you mean? The Speaker said, Honorable Malema. Speaker, you cannot call a security on Honorable Member Matumba because you have not followed the same procedure you folled on Honorable Tlangwini. You cannot treat them as a group.
Julius, listen on the speaker. Both of them and both of them out now. He provides an instruction from
Can
me.
the president come and address the nation, please?
Not once, not twice, thrice. And I have now issued a directive that he should leave the house. Now, honorable members, I will now mute anyone who conducts himself, herself, in a manner which is unbecoming. I will now mute your
but our hands are up,
Speaker. My hand is up.
Honorable member, Mr. President.
Our hands are up.
Speaker, my hand is up.
Honorable Malema, you have raised your point and I've responded to you.
order, Speaker.
No, Honorable Speaker, it's not me. I don't know why you are calling my name. I didn't say anything.
My hand is up. Can you
I
recognize
don't know
me?
why you are calling my name. I didn't say anything.
Mafanya, honorable member.
Two comrades that we have just told to go out,
Yes,
not represent themselves.
yes,
We have a constituency
yes,
that we have to look after.
yes.
Number two, our mandate.
This is not a point of
Yes,
order, honorable
our
member.
mandate is to have clean government.
Please tell me what your point of order is.
Let her finish, Speaker. Don't panic.
Criminality against the president.
Lalela.
What is your point of order?
You are very impatient.
Which rule is this?
But listen, you are out of order.
On a point of
Go to
order,
the
Chair.
comment and ask which rule is this.
No,
Thank you very
Speaker.
much, Chair.
Speaker.
I'm rising on Rule 92, read in line with Rule 66. Any member who rises here, Chair, Madam Speaker, any member who rises here must quote a rule that he wants to present. The common sense that we are presented with here cannot go on. Can you please make a ruling anyone who disrupts the house order them to go out such that the president can proceed?
On a point of order, Speaker.
Honorable Ngola. From the virtual platform.
Thank you
Honorable
very
Ngola.
much, Honorable Speaker. Chair, there's been a lot of members here who were out of order, such that they deliberately misled this House. The member that was taken out was given time to echo their order, and you ruled on that. So I don't know why should we continue doing this chaos. I wanted to raise that, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ngola. Honorable Piri.
On a point of order, Speaker.
But why are you only recognizing ANC MPs?
We've been
here?
trying
My
to
hand has
raise on
been
a point
up
of
for a
order.
long
You are
time,
ignoring
Speaker.
us,
You're
Speaker.
not recognizing me.
Honorable Piri, I now recognize you.
Can I be
What
recognized,
about
Speaker?
me? Nami futhi recognize.
Honorable Piri, I now recognize you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to speak in Venda, mixing with Sotho, as they are all official languages. Speaker, I want to start by appreciating yourself in taking out Ndengwa, Bomatumba. You have done well. I applaud yourself to deal with Matumba.
What point is that? What point of order is that? What kind of point of order is that?
Singing is not a point of order. Stop being a cheerleader, whatever, man. Yes, yes.
Take your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, what point of order is
I
that?
proceed to recognize Honorable Litsia.
Thank you very
Speaker,
much.
you're only recognizing ANC speakers and you're out of order. I've been raising a point
you
of
must
order
raise your
here. You are
hand.
recognizing in sequence ANC members. What is
You
that?
must raise your hand.
I've been
Sit
raising
down,
my hand.
please.
You're
Honorable
out of order. Speaker.
Honorable Shivambu.
No, it's myself, Speaker. You have not.
Now there's a zombie floating here in our screens. No, you're not recognized there.
No, I'm
Honorable
recognized.
Shivambu.
On a point
You are
of order.
recognized.
Speaker, I did not wave my hand.
But I have you on the list here.
No.
Thank you.
Yes, you recognized me and Honorable Tambo spoke.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Honorable,
it's myself.
Honorable Makubele. Honorable
No,
Makubele.
Honorable Speaker.
But Speaker, you're recognizing ANC speakers in
Honorable
sequence. You're
Makubele,
ignoring the EFF. Why?
No, what is doing?
Thank you, Speaker.
What is the problem with that? How am I
Honorable Litsia.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I was saying there are members who are raising their hands on the platform, and you are not recognizing us when we raise them to a point where some members, Speaker, get agitated and speak before. So please rectify that part. My point of order, Speaker, was that members of Honorable Malema and Honorable Shivambu just rise without being recognized, and you recognize them. Can we please show consistency in recognizing those who are raising their hands? That
Chief, you've got nothing to say when I'm
can
sitting
the
down.
table assist you when that happens so that we don't agitate members and assist these ones
the
But
youth
what
league
is the point of order?
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Letsie.
Did you say, what did you say there?
Shivambu,
He didn't say anything.
followed
Thank
by
you very much.
Honorable Makubela.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. During the interventions here, there is one member here of the ANC who said that were murderers. They are mistaking us for their president who killed workers in Marokana. We don't kill
Withdraw
people in
that,
the
Honorable
AFF. We don't kill
Order.
people in the AFF.
Order,
It
Honorable
is your
Shivambu.
president who kills people.
Honorable
You in the
Shivambu.
ANC every day. Every time. You are not killers in the AFF. I'm calling a point of order. To say that you must make the member who said that to withdraw that statement. Can you please make that person who said that to withdraw and the message is very clear today that we cannot be addressed by a money launderer. We cannot be addressed by a criminal. We cannot be addressed by a money launderer, a kidnapper.
We cannot be addressed by
VPS.
Who are you? Who are you?
VBS, Shivambo. Shivambo, you are
We cannot be addressed by a Piri.
We are now throwing you out of the system. Will you please
But
do
you
that?
can't throw me out for telling the
why?
truth.
What is
I'm
the
telling
guy-
the truth. Throwing
What
one
is
over.
What is the guy?
You throw people out in the system without
Nearly just like that.
Speaker, on a point of order, Speaker.
Will you please
Speaker.
make sure you remove from
Speaker, on a point of
Honorable
order.
Makubele?
Thank you, Honorable
Speaker, on a point of order.
Honorable Makubele?
Honorable
Thank you,
Shivambo.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, on a point of order.
There is no point of order, Honorable Malema. I'm not
The
allowing
issue
you
of
to speak.
Honorable Shivambo was ruled
You've
on
been
by the
speaking.
court.
I'm not allowing you.
The
Honorable
issue of Honorable Shivambo was ruled on
Honorable
by the
members,
court.
will you
That
please
we can
mute
call Cyril Ramaphosa a
the people on the
murderer.
system?
We are not in
There is a court ruling on that. Please, Honorable Speaker,
I said, will you please mute the people on the platform? On the virtual platform.
Why? What did we do?
But you can't mute all of us. We want to speak
you,
here. We have
Honorable
raised our hands. Yes.
I'm rising on a point of procedure. The chief whips in the programming committee adopted this program. The item for today that is about the budget vote on the presidency. The constitution of this country protects all of us. Sitting here, we are 14 parties. We cannot allow, Honorable Speaker, to be held at ransom by one party. Can we be protected as the 13 parties? We didn't go anywhere to caucus that we want to disrupt the House. We are here to execute our mandate as members of the ANC, of Parliament. All of us, all 13 parties, can we be protected? The one party that doesn't want to be part of the proceedings must be thrown out. Thank you very much,
Honorable Member, Deputy Chief Whip. Now, Honorable Members, Speaker, may I address you? I have an order, Speaker. I'm now addressing you. Will you wait? The principle that the privilege of freedom of speech may be limited. What's wrong with you? I am addressing you. I am addressing you. No, don't scream across. Honorable Member. Honorable Mafela Tafeni. Honorable Tafeni. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Member, order. Order, Honorable Member. Honorable Zulu, please. The principle of the privilege of freedom of speech may be limited only by the rules was confirmed in the Democratic Alliance versus the Speaker of the National Assembly and others. ZACC 8, where the Constitutional Court found that the privilege of freedom of speech can never go as far as to give members a license to disrupt the proceedings of Parliament, that it may be hamstrung and incapacitated from conducting its business. Close quote. According to the court, this would detract from the very reason for the existence of Parliament. Honorable members, this which I have just read, I'm addressing what is happening right now in this chamber. And I am saying to you, will you please stop raising points of order which have no sense?
Order,
yes, speak.
Enkosi Speaker.
Thank you.
Speaker, as basi uthanda uMzantsi Afrika, singabemi boMzantsi Afrika, ndicinga bafana ba umuntu noko xa kusaphandwa ngaye akanalungelo lokuba
Honorable member, sit down. Sit down. Honorable member, sit down. Honorable Papo, followed by Honorable Jangi. Sit down, Honorable member.
Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Papo.
Same member made a ruling on that matter. The same member is actually repeating what you threw those two other members out of the house for. Secondly, membership Wambo on the virtual platform opened the mic and started addressing and made unparliamentary statements on that platform.
It's not an order.
Correctly removed him from the platform. My plea is that defiance of the ruling you have made empowers you to remove any member on the virtual platform and in the house, because you can't have a situation where a ruling of a speaker is defied in the house, is defied on a virtual platform. Actually, it's even easier on the virtual platform to remove defiant members there. I'm appealing to the table and yourself to monitor that space, remove any member who defies the ruling you have made, that the only matter we're addressing today is the vote of the president.
Thank
Please,
you.
Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Papo. Honorable Janki, followed by Honorable Squatcher. Honorable Janki.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I've had my hand up for 40 minutes. You are not recognizing the House. You are treating this House as if it's only physical. You said virtual is part of the House.
Table,
Why are
will
we
you
now being
please
muted like
make
this?
sure that you mute everybody?
Point of order.
Sensitize me about please.
But how are we going to speak when you...
But a point of order, you're excluding the majority of the House which is on the virtual platform. How do you do that?
Honorable Papo, I want to draw your attention, Honorable Speaker.
Our hands are up.
On both Rule 92 and 70, because as we have started here, quite a number of rules have been broken. You have read to the House Rule 92. I want to refer you to Rule 92, Section 6 and 9. Your Section 6 says no point of order may be raised in response to a considered ruling which you have made not once. And 9 says members may not disrupt proceedings by raising points of orders that do not comply with this. Rule 70 attends to the fact that these members have been named. Honorable Tafeni, as well as Honorable, I forgot his,
help you, Mafanya,
have consistently repeated the same, on the same ruling that you have made. And when you speak in the middle of your ruling, they interrupt you. I urge you, Honorable Speaker, to just be firm. You are well empowered with the rules, even if it means one by one we deal with that. We are here for that.
Thank you,
Speaker.
Point of order, Speaker. That is
Honorable.
intimidation.
Oh, no, what's it name?
That is plain intimidation. Whether you say you see,
Honorable Tafeni.
intimidation. Number 2.
And Honorable Mafanya.
Yes.
May I address you?
Yes.
That is the point of order,
Honorable Tafeni and Honorable Mafanya. Rule 92 provides, amongst others, I repeat, that a member may raise a point of order at any time during the proceedings of the House. in terms of the procedure prescribed in Rule 66. A point of order is only allowed if it calls attention to a transgression of a rule or an accepted parliamentary practice. Now, I want to proceed by saying, Constitutional Court ruled that the privilege of freedom of speech can never go as far as to give members a license to disrupt the proceedings. Now, you are disrupting the procedures. Now, Honorable Tafeni and Honorable Mafanya, I did give you an opportunity to speak, and I am now ruling that your points of order are not in line with what I have just read. Thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker,
now there was
EFF members in which are muted, all of us. So those
Honorable member, Honorable Tafeni, Honorable Tafeni, I warn you. I warn you, Honorable Tafeni. Sergeant at Arms, will you please proceed to help assist?
Unmute those members that are not
assist Honorable Tafeni.
Point of order, Chair. Madam Speaker.
Honorable.
It seems you are going to remove all of us. And want to put this thing on record. Madam Speaker, I want to put this on record. The country, it is very...
On a point of order, Speaker.
Because of the actions of the ruling party.
But Speaker, she's raising a relevant point that you can mute us on the platform.
Which rule are you rising on? You have muted the majority of parliament on the virtual platform. It's out of order.
The past mistake that you did.
But you are worse than Balega now. Why are you removing somebody by taking to the members of the chair?
You have muted parliament.
How
out of order.
You don't even recognize the hands.
That is why even in your legislation,
because you believe that you are right to President Zuma. Exactly the same thing.
You want to speak amongst
on
yourselves.
A point of order, Speaker. We are on the virtual platform.
It's not about you.
Now I read
it's about South Africans.
On a point of order, Speaker.
And mute us.
On a point of order, Speaker. On a point of order, Speaker. On the virtual platform, there's a point of order.
A member is disregarding the authority.
Point of order, Speaker.
Point of order, Speaker.
There's a point of order, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker. There's a point of order on the virtual platform, Speaker. Point of order, Speaker.
I have
point of
order. I have warned you. Not once, I have warned you twice.
Point of order. What is this? We're not in your
pull out like that. You can't be throwing people out
thank you, Madam Speaker. Can you bring the bouncers to come and pick me up?
Mafanya, will you please leave the chamber?
But you speak.
Please, will you please assist him? Leave the chamber.
Speaker, on a point of order. Now cancelled from the House.
Which rule?
Speaker. Order.
You must not Rule 69. Rule 69. That's not a house. You must not go, Mafaya. It's not his house. It's not a house.
Speaker. That speaker is not helpful.
You are doing exactly what to Zuma.
Speaker.
That is your modus operandi.
When you are protecting the status quo
That's a dangerous
Speaker,
thing. You are
I'm
dangerous.
informed
You
that
are
the
you are
member
an in-house
refuses
Negro.
to leave the house.
That is the worst
Now,
position.
I have given you an opportunity to comply with the directives of the chair as assisted by the sergeant in arms. As this conduct is now directly impeding on the ability of the House to conduct its business, I now call upon the Parliamentary Protection Services in terms of Rule 732 to assist the sergeant in arms to remove the honorable member from the House.
Do that to Ramaphosa too.
A suspected thief must also go. Ramaphosa must leave.
Speaker, on a point of order.
Yes, Magatete National Chair.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Can I address you, Speaker? Honorable Speaker, can
On what the president wants to speak.
Because of the cake.
Speaker, can I make your work easy?
On what rule, Honorable Malema?
Rule 69. Rule 69.
Thank you, honorable members.
Honorable
You can't
Speaker,
even read. What is
Honorable member, order.
Honorable
Honorable
Speaker,
I have a number of hands on the virtual platform. Honorable members, I will give you an opportunity. But if I will not allow you to proceed.
Let me help you, Honorable Malema.
Yes, Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mente.
Yes, the president needs to speak. Speaker, please give it to him.
Can I help you,
Honorable Mkalipi.
Honorable Speaker, can I say something, please?
Honorable Mkalipi.
But give the president the platform. We know the protocol.
I have a list of hands before me.
Leave the list. Give the president. Before the president.
On a point of
But you are speaking to the members of the EFF who are telling you that instead of Mente speaking, allow Honorable Julius Malema to speak.
This is not the house of EFF.
This is not how you do things, Speaker. We said give it to the president. Don't be calling me. Give it to the president.
Honorable Speaker, is Honorable
Honorable Mutswadi. Honorable Honorable Malema.
If you mute
yes, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity, Speaker, to announce that we are not going to be listening to a money launderer, a murderer of marijuana, and the way you have conducted yourself. Walking out of this parliament.
Withdraw, honorable member. Honorable Malema, will you withdraw that? Withdraw.
We are walking out of this parliament. We will not listen to a money launderer.
Will you?
Repeating what you have done with Zuma.
Honorable Malema,
for protecting criminals. It's a money launderer. It's a torturer. It's a murderer. Under the mattress. We are not going to listen.
Honorable Papo.
Amba Julius, I'll
I was going to request you, Honorable Speaker.
I'm not Julius.
Why you organize the bench, Malima? President, the PFF is not finished speaking.
Honorable members, why do you do that? I just indicate to all of you that I am not taking any more hands.
Don't be a dictator.
I've been patient.
That's against the rules. You can't just
don't be a dictator here by protecting
issues you want to raise.
Who's the money laundering?
Honorable members, it's important for me to say this here and now that the president is here to present his vote of
What president? The one that
After his speech,
the
all
one
the
money
launderer.
Question of privilege.
Yes, President.
In fact, if I may proceed, the Democratic Alliance and the Economic Freedom Front have actually submitted questions for written reply to the president, and these questions are being processed by the questions office. The questions are on the matter we are raising now on allegations against the president, and that process must be allowed to run its course. Honorable members,
Speaker, can you please step under the matters?
Mandate. I will not
looting the state coffers order, Speaker. We need to speak here. Point of order.
You are behaving like Mbete.
Speaker. Yeah, we are leaving, Speaker. We are leaving.
Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, honorable members, I had already
point of order, Speaker.
Also the President.
You're not going to allow point of order, Speaker.
Point of order,
please recognize that.
Sixth administration,
Also recognize that.
as well as this parliament.
Where's the cow now?
Speaker, where is money? Where is the money?
There's not the place I'm telling him to come. Man, woman, and child.
Speaker, this which you are doing right now is out of
point of
order. You are in breach of parliamentary rules.
Greatest disservice.
And pretend like we are not speaking on the go to jail, Ramaphosa.
Table staff
pretend like we're not speaking here on the platform. Not allowed to do what you're doing. What is can we do not mute us? You have no right to mute us and pretend like we're not talking here on the platform. And the parliament
there was a long list I recognized. Express themselves. I will not recognize them.
Busy bouncers, members, will now proceed. The list you have given us, we have pretended we can told you.
No. I just want to the virtual platform.
Point of order, Speaker.
I expected later to respond to what the president is going to
Okay, on a point of order,
we have not switched the debate off. They can hear. People will raise their hand on the platform.
Please allow us to speak. We have raised hands.
We will listen to the president and allow him to finish his speech. You will have an opportunity to raise
my hand is
yes, Honorable
Please allow us to speak. Our hands are up.
Speaker, the head of the national
Can we please speak?
Honorable Tambo is asked for more than 40 million. And you are not allowed
the majority of people on a point of order.
The parliament is not speaking here.
Busy bouncers.
Thank you, Honorable Mazzoni. Honorable members, table staff, I have directed you to mute all the people who are on the platform. Only allow them to raise their hands, only, but not to speak when they are not recognized. Now, that does not affect the people who are in the chamber. The people who are in the chamber, there is no way we've muted you. It is not true, but I have pleaded with you as honorable members, as leaders of society, that you now allow for the president to present his budget vote. And if you feel very strongly about raising issues with him, you will have an opportunity this afternoon to raise those issues when you debate his speech. That's what I'm saying. That is my ruling, honorable members. So I will not allow anyone now, from now onwards until the president finishes, I will not allow anyone to raise a point of order because unfortunately the points of order are frivolous. Thank you very much, honorable members. You may proceed, the Honorable Mr. President.
I don't know about that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I was saying, the people of our country must come first in everything that we do. And the greatest disservice we can do to our people at this difficult time in the life of our nation is to become distracted from the task that is at hand. The challenges that we face as a country are many. We are still in the grip of a devastating pandemic that has caused over 100,000 reported deaths in our country. Poverty, unemployment, and underdevelopment continues to cast a heavy cloud, and these are preventing millions of our people from leading lives of dignity and better lives. In recent times, we are having to deal with another problem, which is the rising cost of living. Cost of fuel has gone up. Food, utilities like water and electricity has made it increasingly difficult for the majority of our people to get by and to pay their bills and also to feed their children and families. We continue to count the cost of last year's July unrest in parts of the country and the human and economic impact of recent floods in KwaZulu-Natal and Eastern Cape and the Northwest as well. These are the issues that we are seized with as government because they are the bread and butter issues that have always mattered the most to our people. As the great revolutionary Amilcar Cabral once reminded the liberation movements of post-independent Africa, he said, the people are not fighting for the ideas, for the things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live better, and to live in peace, to see their lives go forward, and to guarantee the future of their children, close quote. What the people of South Africa want above all is to see their quality of life improving. They do not care about the political squabbles, the competition between political parties, the intrigues, the plots, and the rivalries. They are least concerned about that. They want better basic services. They want jobs and opportunities to better themselves and to better the lives of their families. They want to live, they want to study, they want to work in environments free of crime and violence. Amidst our challenges, there is cause for some optimism that is looming on the horizon. The economy is beginning to show positive signs of recovery. These signs may not be sufficient to lift all boats. I present this presidency vote in the week that Stats SA announced that in the first quarter of 2022, our economy grew by 1.9%. And clearly, we all know that that is not sufficient. We want to see a much higher growth rate for our economy. The growth that we have, however, experienced in recent quarters has brought the economy to pre-pandemic levels, much sooner than analysts had expected. But we all know we want to see a much higher level of growth. Indeed, real GDP is slightly higher than what it was before the pandemic. This recovery is consistent across most of the major sectors of the economy, such as manufacturing, trade, utilities, finance, personal services, mining, as well as agriculture. Our trade figures show further evidence of economic recovery if we care to look at indicators like that. In 2021, we posted the largest trade surplus on record of 448 billion rand, the highest that we have posted since 1987. Last week, the latest quarterly labor force survey was released showing that the number of unemployed people in the country dropped in the first 3 months of 2022. I will, however, be pleased when I see these labor quarterly surveys indicating a much higher level of employment creation. What they showed translates to 370,000 jobs created between the last quarter of 2021 and the first quarter of this year. We all want to see a much, much bigger number of people getting into employment. Madam Speaker, I also present this budget vote in the year that the 4th South African Investment Conference raised investment pledges to the value of 332 billion rand. Now, these are pledges, and we have seen some of these pledges being realized into real investment. And we do forever have hope that a number of these pledges will indeed turn into real investments. And I have been to places where I have seen how companies that made pledges in various conferences that we have held have actually turned them into real investment. This does bring us within reach of the target we set in 2018 of attracting 1.2 trillion rand in investment over a 5-year period. The outcome of the conference shows renewed business and investor confidence in our economy and in our reform process. I would argue that many of these businesses who have come to these investment conferences would not be declaring their intention to invest further or indeed to invest in greenfield projects if they did not have confidence that we have indeed embarked on a reform process that can make their investments viable. In recent weeks, there's also been encouraging progress by law enforcement authorities in pursuing cases from state capture era. We've all read about some of these initiatives that they are making. These are the green shoots of recovery, but also of progress. These are the signs that we are indeed on the right track. Of course, many people may argue that we are not, but I can definitely say that the country is beginning to move in the right track direction. This should give us hope and confidence to forge ahead. We are not standing in one place, and we are moving forward. Honorable members, since the 6th administration took office in 2019, we've been seized with restoring state capacity and with forging whole of society partnerships with business, with labor and civil society on the actions that are needed to rebuild our economy. Building a capable state and restoring integrity and professionalism in the public service has been our foremost priority. What we have sought to do over the past 4 years is really to locate the presidency at the center of an integrated government, a government working together across all the various structures that are in our state. From this center, we've been leading the drive to reconstruct the nation's economy in a manner that is inclusive, a manner that leaves no one behind. In this year's State of the Nation address, I outlined our key priorities for the year that lies ahead. These priorities are to grow the economy and to create jobs, to fight corruption, make communities safer, build better lives for all our people, and make government work for the people of our country. We've been doing all this while working to ensure a swift recovery from COVID-19 pandemic and mitigating the impact of the recent floods that we have experienced. At the heart of our growth strategy is a bold and far-reaching economic reform agenda. These reforms are being driven by the relevant government departments as well as agencies and supported by Operation Vulindlela, which is an initiative in the Presidency and our Treasury. These reforms aim to achieve an affordable and reliable supply of electricity and efficient freight transport, amongst other things. They aim to achieve long-term water security for our country and our people, cheaper mobile data for all South Africans, and a visa regime that
Honorable
facilitates
Speaker, on a point of order.
tourism and investment.
Honorable Speaker, on a point of order.
Honorable member, you have just stepped in and I have just made a ruling that I will not allow anyone to make a point of order because we've taken an hour.
But our members in the platform are muted, Speaker.
Everybody's muted.
Can you please unmute them?
Thank you.
Because you unmuted our members.
Thank you.
They are participating, so unmute them. There's no problem. Your ruling is right, but just unmute them. They're in the platform.
Honorable member. Honorable member. Honorable member, switch off your microphone.
Unmute our members in the platform.
Will you please switch off your microphone?
Are you going to unmute them?
Switch off.
Are you going to unmute them?
Sergeant at Arms, I'm now warning you.
No, Sergeant at Arms for what?
I'm now
what? You're ruling from the air. Just from the air, no ruling like that. Unmute our members, then I will sit here. I will sit here. No Sergeant Arms to come to me. You must never come to me. Just unmute our members in the virtual platform Honorable Speaker.
Will you please?
And we are not going to be addressed by a criminal. We are not going to be addressed by a money launderer. We are not going to be addressed by a criminal.
Honorable member, will you please withdraw that?
And I'm not leaving.
Please withdraw that, honorable
What are you
member.
going to do? I'm not leaving.
Thank you very much. Sergeant in Arms, will you please remove the member from the House?
Unmute our members first. When rulers are from the air, for what? Certain arms for what? Are they members of parliament? Those are sergeant arms. No, I can't leave the chamber before they unmute our members in the platform. We are attending.
Thank you very much.
Attending here. This is our parliament, not for certain arms. This one is ours.
Thank you. I have given you a further opportunity.
There's no opportunity like this. This one is not an opportunity. Give me a real opportunity.
Assisted by the sergeant.
This one is not an opportunity that you are giving me.
As this conduct is now directly impeding the ability of the House to conduct its business,
you must first call the sergeant arms to take out the criminal first outside. The money launderer must be taken by the sergeant arms outside. Then and your criminal on my behalf. President on my behalf.
Will you please? No. Protection services, you are taking too long. Please remove the member from the House. I have read the rule under which she is being
removed. Sorry, for what? I excuse you for what?
Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. May I just address Sergeant in Arms? Sergeant in Arms, when you have reported to me that they are refusing to leave the House, once I say now you may remove them, the PSS should move, the PPS must move with speed. Because what I've observed now is that they take too long to come in and do what they are expected to do. And in the course of that, they are delaying the House. Honorable Mr. President, you may continue with your speech.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Now, these reforms aim on a long-term basis to ensure that there's water security in our country, there's cheaper mobile data for all South Africans, and that our visa regime, which has been raised repeatedly by various people, business and otherwise, facilitates tourism as well as investment. We are firmly on track to implement the reforms that we outlined in the State of the Nation address, and reforms that have been highlighted and even requested by a number of stakeholders in our economy, reforms that are necessary to inject growth in our economy. In March, the long-awaited spectrum auction was completed to expand access to the internet and to reduce the cost of data for the first time in more than a decade. This was a difficult and complex process, And we are grateful for all those who have been involved, who made this possible. It took us a decade when it should have taken us much shorter. In April, bid window 6 of the Renewable Energy Procurement Program was opened for 2,600 megawatts of solar and wind power. The first 3 risk mitigation projects have signed their power purchase agreements. These projects represent some of the largest hybrid solar and battery storage projects in the world. And they are happening here in South Africa. The Electricity Regulation Amendment Bill that provides for the establishment of a separate transmission company and a competitive market for electricity has been published for comment. And we are now working to table the final version in Parliament in the coming months. We initiated this believing that it will enhance the better generation of electricity and the transmission thereof, and we will see much better electricity availability in our country. In April, Transnet made 16 slots on its network available to private rail operators as a first step towards ensuring third-party access to some of the country's freight lines. This will enable greater efficiency and support our export industries. And this, in the end, is going to be the private sector and the public sector working together and making sure that we do have a competitive transport line system. The Department of Water and Sanitation is hard at work to clear the backlog of water use license applications by June of 2022. To date, it has finalized 897 applications and will clear the remaining 546 applications by the end of this month. Now, these applications had accumulated over a number of years, and the reform process that we have embarked upon is clearing all these backlogs and making sure that our water regulation system works much better. And through this, we will be able to unlock levers of the economy to enable growth to follow. We are on the cusp of a fundamental transformation in the electricity sector, which is undergoing the most significant reform process in our country's history. Once these changes are implemented, we will have multiple generators competing to supply electricity at the lowest cost to the consumer and selling power directly to consumers. We will unleash new public and private sector investment in generation at a massive scale. In the short term, however, we are seized with the need to get as much new generation capacity onto the grid as possible, but also as quickly as possible. The current electricity shortfall is estimated at up to 6,000 megawatts. We will soon be introducing extra measures to bring new capacity online. We will work to close the electricity gap in 6 ways. Firstly, we will improve the performance of existing power stations and ensure that additional units at Medupi, Kusile come online according to schedule. Secondly, we'll ensure that projects from existing procurement, including bid window 5, are able to reach, close, and connect to the grid as quickly as possible. Thirdly, we will accelerate private sector investment in generation under 100 megawatts. Fourthly, we will enable ESCOM to purchase surplus power from existing power producers without too many regulations that stop this from happening. Fifthly, we will support municipalities to procure power independently without much regulation standing in their way. And sixthly, we will encourage households and businesses to invest in small-scale solar power installations themselves to feed energy that they are not using to the grid as well. Now, Honorable Speaker, work is already underway in each of these areas. There is coordination with all relevant departments, with ESCOM and the private sector to accelerate embedded generation projects that are already on the way to being implemented. We have already simplified the registration process by removing the requirement of a power purchase agreement for registration. We've also shortened the time frames for environmental authorization and increased ESCOM's capacity to process grid connection applications. And all these impediments were standing in the way of enabling those who want to generate energy to move ahead with their projects. Now, the reform process has taken out all those impediments, and we are now going to move forward with greater speed and greater determination. The first two embedded generation projects under 100 megawatts were successfully registered 2 weeks ago, and a further 16 projects were registered by the regulator this very week. A total of 68 projects are now in development, and a combined capacity of over 5,000 megawatts that will begin to connect to the grid over the next few months is also what we look forward to. Now, alongside these immediate interventions, the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy will drive the process of reviewing and updating our integrated resource plan for 2019 to ensure that it remains relevant in the light of the electricity shortfall and our climate change commitments. Now, this is work that is already underway. When the sixth administration commenced its work, we said that forging social compacts across society would be critical to addressing our developmental challenges. Unless, we said, we consistently strive to achieve broad consensus in the direction in which we want to take the country, we will run the risk of our efforts becoming stalled and even becoming diverted. Since 2018, the Presidency has established a number of processes to forge consensus on the broader economic recovery, the fourth industrial revolution, the reform of our state-owned enterprises, climate change, and as well as corruption. We also sought to engage at the Presidency level with important role players in our country, such as traditional leaders, to address their specific challenges, including the issue of land. We also sought to engage with religious leaders to address the various issues that they've brought to the table. Deputy President has led this process, will report further on the work that he has been doing. Deputy President has also been engaged and has been delegated to deal with the long-standing challenges that an important community in our country has raised over and over. And these are the former liberation combatants, the people who fought for the liberation of our country, regarding the problems that they have continued to experience. and the Deputy President may well touch on this as he speaks. Now, bringing together key stakeholders with varying ranges of expertise ultimately enhances the capacity of the state. This continues to aid the policy-making process in our country. It ensures that all of society is involved in our country's development. It ensures that those who are able to make a contribution also feel part of the process of building our nation. An example of how this is being done effectively is through the Presidential Climate Change Commission, which is currently finalizing a just transition framework that will guide our transition to a low carbon, inclusive, climate resilient economy, as well as society. Now we've brought a whole range of key role players who are making a contribution on our climate change ambitions. In tandem, the Presidential Climate Finance Task Team that I established earlier this year is working at an expert level on the agreement that will take forward the Just Energy Transition Partnership, which was concluded between South Africa and governments of France, Germany, the United States, and the United Kingdom, as well as the European Union last year. Now, these are important processes that bring together, I would say, the brain power of our nation, collectively, both in government, in the private sector, and labor, and a number of other key role players. This partnership will mobilize climate finance to enable transition to a low carbon economy while supporting affected workers and communities. And the work that they are doing will finally be brought to Parliament so that we, as the important key lawmakers, will be able to examine precisely what they have been working on. Our focus will be on supporting a just transition in the electricity and automotive sectors, as well as the development of our green hydrogen sector, which in many ways is beckoning, is calling us to embrace it and to get involved in a much more proactive manner. The work of the Presidential SOE Council is also far advanced. The Council has as its members people from labor, from business, from government, from academia, and many other sectors in our community, in our country. The Council has developed criteria to determine which SOEs should be considered strategic and which are critical for the future development of our country. It has also assessed 17 SOEs and will complete the remaining assessments by July of this year. The broader context of the reform process is to improve the overall business operating environment and to improve our country's competitiveness as an investment destination. To this end, we have finalized the Bounce Back Loan Scheme, which gives additional funding to businesses to grow the economy and also to create jobs. In March, the employee tax incentive was expanded to make it easier for employers to hire more young people. You may recall that this initiative has been hugely successful in creating jobs for young people, for first-time work seekers. And many companies are now expected to participate in this in larger numbers, as it has proven to be a very efficient scheme indeed. As part of our drive to create a new generation of Black industrialists, to create jobs and to transform the economy, last year, government approved 2.5 billion in new support to about 180 Black industrialists in the form of loans as well as grants. Over the next 3 years, a further 21 billion rand has been committed to support Black industrialists, an additional 25 billion to support Black, women, youth, and worker-owned enterprises. Policy certainty in the mining sector has been bolstered by the publication of the long-awaited mining exploration strategy. Now, the Infrastructure Office continues with its work of oversight and coordination over a number of catalytic infrastructure projects and is seeking to ensure that bankable projects come to life and that we speed up the process of ensuring that infrastructure projects do actually get implemented. And these include the bridge rural building process in the rural areas. This also includes rural roads. This also includes social infrastructure, bulk water, installations, and others. To address onerous bureaucracy that often impedes businesses from growing, the red tape reduction team that I spoke about during SONA is working with other departments in government to identify priority interventions as well as to remove obstacles to growth. Now, in many ways, the bureaucracy, the red tape has been what is holding back the growth of small and medium enterprises and more broadly, our economy as well. Now, these initiatives take a collaborative and supportive approach because ultimately it is the departments and not the presidency that implement policy. Now, we are seeing more and more collaborative work in various government departments. The mentality of doing things on their own sake as departments is beginning to whittle away as departments now see that the best way to achieve success is to work collaboratively with others. One of the tasks of government is to devise innovative solutions to address joblessness, particularly in a climate where there is a shortage of employment opportunities at a time when the private sector is not creating enough jobs at scale. During the past 2 years, we have overseen an expansion of public employment that is unprecedented in speed, scale, and innovation. And granted, this started during COVID, and COVID created an opportunity for innovation and an opportunity for better coordination amongst government departments. The presidential employment stimulus has enabled the rapid expansion of public employment and provided much needed relief to mitigate the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. To date, the presidential employment stimulus has created 879,000 opportunities, and largely to young people, to women, in a variety of areas. Of the participants across both phases, 84% are youth and 62% are women. Now, these programs, which range from work such as waste collection to small-scale farming, have provided work and an income for hundreds of thousands of people in both the urban and rural areas. The program has provided livelihood support to people working in the arts and culture space as part of our commitment to support recovery in this vital sector of our economy and our society. It is a great boost for food security and agricultural reform. Around 65,000 small-scale farmers have received input vouchers to buy seeds, fertilizers, and equipment. And I'm told that This has freed many thousands of hectares from just lying fallow to being hectares of land where there is agricultural activity. The latest program to be launched through the employment stimulus is the Social Employment Fund, which has started to recruit some 50,000 participants in community safety, food and nutrition, digital inclusion, and sports and arts and recreation. A further 50,000 participants will be recruited for the revitalized National Youth Service, of which more than 7,000 have already started work. Now, though much has been achieved and done, it is clear that we do need to do more. Working together with the private sector, we should be able to do much more. With a special COVID-19 social relief of distress grant extended until the end of March of 2023, as government, we continue to explore what sustainable social protection measures can be implemented to support society's most vulnerable people. We are working in earnest to conclude our negotiations on a social compact. As stated during the State of the Nation address, the discussions that we are having with social partners are dealing with difficult issues that need to be addressed, that have wide-ranging implications for our economy. We are hoping to build a new consensus that pairs economic reform with measures to support employment and expand social protection as well. We are determined that the social compact that we are seeking to build will be substantial as well as meaningful, and that it should make a real and lasting difference in the trajectory of our economy as well. Now, honorable members, our experience with the COVID-19 pandemic has shown how much can be achieved when all of society works together to achieve a common goal. Thanks to this collaborative effort, we were able to mitigate the pandemic's worst effects on human health as well as livelihoods. We are one of those countries that were able to navigate our way through the pandemic rather well. We could have done better, but we do rank amongst those countries that did a lot better than others. To date, approximately half of all adult South Africans have received at least one COVID-19 vaccine dose, and our priority is to increase the rate of vaccination to protect our people against possible new waves in the future. There has been vaccine hesitancy across our country and indeed across our continent, but we remain hopeful that more and more of our people will be willing to get vaccinated. But I do once again want to encourage our people to vaccinate against COVID-19, to wear masks and to follow all the preventative measures. Over the past 3 years, we've been at the forefront of advocacy as a country for developing countries to manufacture their own vaccines in the interest of current and future health security. And when we talk about vaccines, we're not only talking about COVID-19 vaccines, but all types of vaccines. As we know, South Africa, alongside India, has co-sponsored a proposal to the World Trade Organization for a temporary waiver of the TRIPS agreement. We're using our position as African Union COVID-19 champion to encourage developed countries and international agencies who procure vaccines to purchase vaccines from African manufacturers. South Africa has been hard at work within the AU structures to advance the cause of greater pandemic preparedness for our continent. This includes strengthening public health institutions, expanding manufacturing of medical countermeasures on the continent, establishing a fit-for-purpose health workforce on the continent that can sustain universal health coverage, and also driving collaborative partnerships right across the continent. Even as we focus on recovery from the pandemic, we continue to work with the Department of Health and other departments towards strengthening our health systems in preparation for the national health insurance. As a nation, we are making progress in moving this transformative legislation to reduce inequality in access to quality healthcare. Now, as we move forward, we strive to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. And in this regard, there is no room for engendering corruption. We will continue to support the work of the Investigating Directorate for the National Prosecuting Authority. We already see great progress in the work that they are doing. The Special Investigating Unit and its special tribunal, the Fusion Center, and all state entities involved in the fight against corruption is gaining traction. The SIU is achieving great success in its applications to the SIU Tribunal for the cancellation of contracts and the return of funds. We will be ensuring that the recommendations contained in all SIU reports are specifically and systematically processed and sent to the respective entities to which findings have been made, and urging that they are acted upon and that stolen funds from the state and taxpayers are recovered. The minister in the presidency has been reporting on this work to this House on a continuous basis. We will further and speedily consider all requests for issuing of proclamations and appointments to the tribunal where necessary. As we have said before, the presidency will deliver to Parliament an implementation plan on the recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry into allegations of state capture 4 months after receipt of the final report. Already, work has begun on the large number of recommendations that were made in parts of the report that we have already received to date. We will only have the full measure of the work required when we receive the final report from the Chief Justice. Taking these recommendations forward requires the highest political will and commitment from all of us, the members of this House included. It also requires great courage from all of us. In recent days, we've seen those who stand to lose the most from the fight against corruption resorting to dirty tricks and intimidation in a bid to get us back down. Now, the serious threat leveled at the Director General in the presidency is deplorable and is indicative of the tricks that they want to use to discourage us from proceeding with the work that has to be done. And we condemn this. Now, it is a sign of the lengths to which these who have been responsible for state capture are prepared to go to even threaten a woman in the way that she has been threatened. But we will not be deterred by threats of any kind whatsoever. She remains courageous and resolute to continue doing her work. And we wish her well as she carries on with her work. They will have to pay for their actions. We will restore the values, yes, of integrity and credibility to our government. We will take back our country from criminals. At the same time, we are giving equal attention to safety and security in our communities as well. I want to commend the leader of the United Democratic Movement, General Bantu Holomisa, for initiating the recent meeting between the presidency and political parties represented in Parliament to discuss safety and security issues in the country. Honorable Steenhuisen, who was traveling somewhere in Africa, in Somaliland, was also able to join this meeting virtually. It was a proactive engagement in which we were able to discuss the challenges and possible solutions with leaders of political parties that are represented here. And I'd like to thank them for the various suggestions that they put on the table for us to act on. It is our expectation that as Parliament, you will continue in this collaborative vein when we soon reflect on the draft national security strategy that is being drafted at the moment. I have committed that I'll continue to meet the leaders of political parties on a regular basis to discuss issues of security and indeed a number of other issues that are of common concern to all of us. Progress has been made in building capacity within the law enforcement agencies. The appointment of a new commissioner of police has brought much needed stability in the organization. The first cohort of 12,000 new police personnel is in training at the moment, and that framework has also been developed by the SAPS for the nationwide re-establishment of community policing forums and also the establishment of specialist units that are going to deal with various areas of greater criminal activity. The SAPS has established disciplinary units to address these crimes of economic sabotage and extortion at construction sites by so-called business forums as well. Partnerships between the government and the private sector to address organized crime are beginning to bear fruit. For example, the collaboration between Transnet and the Minerals Council around illegal mining and copper theft has seen an improvement in the security situation at a number of sites. A stronger, better capacitated South African police service is key to combating crimes of violence against women and children that continue to be a real scourge in our country. In January this year, I signed into law 3 bills, as we know, that will strengthen the fight against gender-based violence and afford greater protection for the survivors. Their implementation is scheduled for the 31st of July, 2022, once the amended regulations are tabled in Parliament. The presidency continues to receive regular reports from the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, as well as other departments, on the progress that is being made in implementing the National Strategic Plan to end gender-based violence and femicide. Putting stringent laws in place and enhancing the capacity of the police and prosecutorial services to investigate and prosecute these crimes is not enough. And we need all of society's involvement in preventing gender-based violence. If we all, as communities, act together, we will be able to overcome gender-based violence. Community-based organizations are agents of change and play an important role in the efforts to eradicate GBV and other social ills as well. This includes the development and implementation of programs around gender-based violence and femicide, substance abuse, teenage pregnancies, mental health, and also the LGBTQI+ advocacy and other issues. We will soon be convening a social sector summit together with the Department of Social Development and NEDLEC to look at a number of ways of harnessing the important work of the social sector to propel our nation's development. Through the Presidential Working Group on Disability, we will also continue to advance interventions that are needed to promote the inclusion of persons living with disabilities across all sectors. The approval by Cabinet of the Constitutional 8th Amendment Bill for public comment takes us one step further to making the sign language South Africa's 12th official language. Now, this is a historic development that will give effect to our Constitution's promise of equality and human dignity for all South Africans. Honorable members, next month marks a year since the terrible unrest and violence rocked parts of our country and wiped out approximately 50 billion rand of our nation's economy. As a presidency, we are working with the respective departments to coordinate the implementation of recommendations of the expert panel chaired by Professor Sandy Africa. A new Director General was appointed to the State's Security Agency earlier this year, and a number of critical vacancies have been filled and are in the process of being filled in the SSA, Criminal Intelligence, and also the SAPS. 4,000 members have been earmarked to build capacity in the public order policing unit once they have undergone basic training and for the financial year 2022 and 2023. A further 5,000 trainees will also be recruited so that we can bolster up our public policing component. The National Security Council is receiving periodic reports from the relevant law enforcement agencies on progress with regard to implementation of the recommendations that were made by the expert panel. We will be reporting to the nation in due course on this process as we move on, so as to infuse confidence amongst our people that security is being upgraded and so that South Africans can feel safe as well. As part of realizing a capable state, we are on a drive to rebuild public service through promoting lifelong learning, through the improvement of the skills in the public service and providing the necessary orientation to entrance to public service. This is happening across government departments in every municipality, in every state-owned enterprise, and every organ of state as well. We are doing this so that we can improve the capacity of the state. We are working to ensure that the Batupili revitalization strategy is fully implemented. We have established a public administration, ethics, integrity, and disciplinary technical assistance unit to improve ethical and anti-corruption policy and discipline management within the public service. Public servants are being trained on ethical conduct through the National School of Government in partnership with the Financial Sector Conduct Authority. The National School of Government is rolling out a range of courses for the executive, accounting officers, senior managers, mayors, state entity board members, and a number of other disciplines as well, from economic governance to long range or long-term planning as well. In the State of the Nation address, I said we would finalize the national framework towards the implementation of professionalization of the public sector. The revised framework proposes fundamental reforms and changes, including a stronger emphasis on merit-based recruitment and appointments, integrity testing before any individual joins the public sector, revising the tenure of heads of departments, and curriculum development for ongoing learning of public servants. Now, this is a fundamental change to the approach that we have to professionalizing the public service. We expect this framework to be fully implemented across departments and state entities within the next year. An intrinsic part of government working for the people is making local government more responsive and more efficient. We began implementing the district development model in 2019 to better coordinate and integrate the planning and budgeting of government programs on a district-based level. We coordinated much of our response to the pandemic through the district development model, ensuring that crucial health and social services reach the people in our communities, particularly where they live. Most recently, we relied on the district champions that I appointed to drive vaccinations through the VUMA vaccination weekends. I announced during the 2022 SONA that I would embark on a program of district development model in Bezos. Now, these engagements afford communities the opportunity to raise their most pressing concerns and provides an opportunity for government to give direct updates on service delivery and to hear the complaints and the cries of our people at first hand. To date, the presidential imbizos have been held in Northwest, Free State, and in Mpumalanga, and we intend to visit all the provinces in due course. While we proceed with the imbizo program in the remaining 6 provinces, government officials will be attending to the concerns that have been made by our people, which have been properly documented. And we will be resolving the issues that our people have raised, providing feedback to communities as well. Now, these engagements have further highlighted the extent of the weaknesses of local government and the impact that this has on the provision of basic services. As national government guided by our constitutional responsibilities and powers, we will continue to support municipalities to meet their obligations to the residents of their various towns and local areas so that we are able to enable them to provide services and to help and engender the process of growing the economies at local level. In particular, we will marshal all the resources and capabilities of government departments and entities to intervene in areas such as water provision, road maintenance, waste management. We will work with provincial and local government to ensure that challenges that our people are facing, such as potholes, are fixed. Water is clean and reliable, and that cities and towns are clean and healthy to live in. We've found that many local municipalities do need the support and the assistance from national level, and we will be working to provide precisely this. Now, honorable members and fellow South Africans, when this administration took office 3 years ago, we embarked on a path of renewal to restore the promise of our democracy. And we have come a long way in trying to do precisely that. The economic recovery is beginning to gather momentum, and the GDP growth figures are beginning to speak for themselves. And of course, we want them to be much higher than what has been reported so far. And as the steady uptake of domestic and foreign investment takes place, we should begin to see the growth that we all yearn for in our economy to take place. The state is being steadily rebuilt, and credibility is also being restored in the state. The fight against corruption continues apace, and the net is closing on those who for years fed off from the money and resources meant for the benefit of the South African people. It is they who fear the renewal agenda most, and they will do anything to divert the focus from themselves. But we will not waver. We will not blink, and we will finish what has been started. And as we do so, we will not be able to allow being sidetracked from the one objective: to improve the lives of the people of South Africa. Now, the positive impact of programs and policies of this administration is being felt where it matters most. It is being felt in our classrooms, where education assistants are supporting teachers to perform their work. And these assistants are young, they are techno-savvy, they are committed to the work that they've been given, and they know their IT processes. They are assisting young people to read, and the literacy coding and childcare processes are proceeding apace. It is also being felt in the agricultural sector, where thousands of small-scale farmers are looking forward to a good harvest this year, thanks to the support of the Presidential Employment Stimulus, which has enabled them to revive land for food production and to farm their livestock. The positive impact is also being felt and will continue being felt in our cities, in our towns and villages, where participants in the Presidential Employment Stimulus are greening public spaces, collecting and recycling waste, clearing alien invasive vegetation, and conducting environmental education programs. It is also being felt in the tourism sector, where monitors, many of them young people, are helping to keep our foreign and domestic tourists safe at key sites, and SMMEs in the provinces are receiving support to promote local tourist attractions. We are a government that is hard at work to grow our economy and to create jobs. And our hard work is beginning to bear fruit. The presidency will continue to lead the work towards the vision of a better life for all, as well as an economic reconstruction and recovery that leaves no one behind. We are working, and of course, we want to do much more than what is being done, and we will continue to do so. It is therefore a pleasure, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, to hereby commend this budget vote of the presidency to the National Assembly for debate and discussion and proposals on how we can improve our work. Thank you very much.
Long live the president.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Order. Order. Honorable members, in terms of Rule 80, I instructed the mics on virtual platform to be locked while the president addressed the House. This was done as a result of the disorderly nature of interjections on the platform, disrupting proceedings. As we now move to debate the mics, to debate the speech, the mics will be on the virtual platform. They will be unlocked. However, honorable members, if there is continued disorder, they will again be locked. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President. I now proceed, Honorable Papo.
Speaker, I wanted to remind the House that there were 2 members on the virtual platform who you ordered should be removed from the sitting, and that is Member Malema and Member Shivambo. So I'm just reminding the House that if they appear on the platform again, the staff of Parliament of NA must please remove them.
Thank you, Honorable Papo. The staff is here and they've heard you. We now proceed with the debate on the president's vote. I now invite the Honorable, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Somlomo, mandithathe elithuba ndibulele kuwe nomonde othe waba nawo yalixesha besijongane nenhlombe yemfene wasikhupha.
You mean isandla semfene?
Mongameli obekekileyo, sekela mongameli, amalungu alendlu yowisono qingqo mthetho. Ndithatha lemva kwemini ndinibulisa nani mathandazwe aphaya ekhaya, kwaye kuyafuneka into yoba abachubekileyo bamane becela uxolo kuni ngale mbudede nidla ngoyibona apha. Ayisithi sonke bayabonakala bangaqeqeshekanga.
Kadinyani sanifuni.
Honorable Primrose. Honorable Primrose. I'm warning you, you will not repeat that. Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip.
Somlomo, ndivumele mongameli ndinyathela apho ubunyathele khona. Mama Winnie Mandela is prison diary entries that were captured in the book 491 days. Prisoner 132,369 painted a picture of dehumanizing nature of the apartheid system. Mama Winnie Mandela, Umangutyana, Mandimkoude. Solitary confinement was designed to kill you slowly, that you were long dead before you died. By the time you died, you were nobody. When I was told that most of my torturers were dead, I was also heartbroken. I wanted them to see the dawn of freedom. I wanted them to see how they lost their battle with all they did to us, and that we survived, close quote. Thina bazana nentshutshiso nencindezelo iziva siziphethe ngomzimba wethu. Imivambo izotyiwe kuthi. Those of us who suffered humiliation, colonialism, and white minority domination carry scars deeply hidden within our beings. That is why every act of racism that goes viral on social media and in the news, even if it is committed by one white person, evokes so much pain inside every black person. Ewe, saxolela, kodwa asinawukwazi ulibala ingakumbi xa kumane kusenzeka ezi zinto. But as Mama Winnie Mandela said in the book, racists have also felt a lot of pain because in 1994, and on the 5 more occasions, the overwhelming majority of our people voted for the African National Congress to govern and lead this country. They even trusted the ANC to build a new South Africa from the ashes of colonial and apartheid rule. Indeed, the Constitution has affirmed the principle established in the Freedom Charter of 1955, which we celebrate this month, as well as the Youth Month, belongs to all of us, this country, Mamele, belongs to all of us who live in it, black and white. The ANC has consistently provided a vision for a democratic, non-racial, non-sexist, united and prosperous country. Hence, we cannot tolerate any form of humiliation through racism or sexism. Honorable Speaker, in this project, our nation is led by the President, who is both the head of the state and the head of the national executive. The full implications of this president's office were articulated beautifully in a historic judgment of the Constitutional Court penned by former Chief Justice. The court said, only, I quote, only upon the president that the constitutional obligation to uphold, defend, and respect the Constitution as the supreme law of the Republic have been expressly imposed. The promotion of the national unity and reconciliation falls squarely on his shoulders. He is a constitutional being by design, a national pathfinder, the consequential commander-in-chief of state affairs and the personification of the nation's constitutional project, I close quote. In light of this budget vote 1, first and foremost, we affirm and provide resources to capacitate the presidency to fulfill its constitutional mission of consolidating national unity and establishing a shared national purpose. In spite of all these difficulties our nation faces, I can confidently say the president has consistently upheld and defended this constitution. Naxa kukho imicimbi enobuzaza, kodwa upresident ulikhokhele eli lizwe ukuba malithathe libheke phambili. Ndithetha ngelunda kuba umongameli uyawukhusela lo mgaqo siseko. Unoxanduva ke phezu kwamagxa wakho mongameli wokudibanisa imihlambi eyalanayo khona ukuze imbali yethu icace. The president has performed its coordinating role guided by the Constitution and the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act of 2005. The national, provincial, and local governments, on the other hand, promote and facilitate the intergovernmental relations within the multi-party system of governance. Masizinxe ngalomgaqo siseko esinawo nomgama esesiuhambile ukumanya esisizwe sakowethu. As South Africans, we must treasure the progress we have made to maintain relatively stable and cooperative democratic political system that has minimized mobilization along racial and tribal lines. We have observed the trauma suffered by millions of people in many of our sister countries in the continent and other parts of the world as a result of political party ethnic polarization. Amazwe amaninzi awakafiki kulo mgama nalo mgangatho esesizibeke kuwo singumzantsi Afrika. Mgaqo siseko kula chapter yesithathu uthetha ngento yoba makudityaniswe urhulumento oluzinzileyo kwaye usekela mongameli unikwe elo xanduva lento yoba xa kuthethwa ngorhulumente bamaphondo nabasemakhaya aze ahambe phambili ezama udibanisa khona ukuze zisengele ethungeni elinye. The presidency must be resourced sufficiently to maintain regular and meaningful dialogues with amakhosi, inkosi, abantwana begazi, within framework of the constitution. These dialogues are based on 4 pillars: land ownership and tenure rights, economic development and rural communities, social cohesion and nation building, and legislation on powers and function of traditional leaders in the issues of development. Kubalulekile ke into yoba xa sisenza loo nto amakhosi inkosi zihambe kunye nathi kuba zona ziphethe abantu phaya ekuhlaleni. Make ndinqumame ndithethe kwizityholo ezityabekwa zibekwa lo mongameli wesisizwe soMzantsi Afrika. Mandibeke ibe mhlophe, ndibeke ithi gca okwekwati emnyama ehlungwini. As ANC, we have noted allegations.
Okwekati emhlophe ehlungwini.
Order.
As the ANC, we have noted allegations that are labeled against the president. We're not shy to say that. However, this matter, like all other allegations of crime, must be investigated by the relevant law enforcement authorities without any undue political influence. At the moment, there are no changes, and we are happy that the president is committed to support the work of the law enforcement agencies. Akabaleki ungowalapha uhleli apha uzaba mamela. Akuphandwa makuphandwe. Akazange upresident athi mandingaphandwa uthi ndinguye lo xa unento bekumcimbi etafuleni ndiphande. Ayiqhelekanga ke loo nto komongameli. Kodwa be-ANC ngento ba bayayazi uba bamele isizwe kwaye thina siyi-ANC asizukonyanyaniswa nehlazo elisemntwini ngexesha elifanelekileyo. Kukhona izinto ezifanelekileyo zaze zafunyanwa. I-ANC izawuthetha njengoba sisitsho ngoku siyazimisa apha into yoba uba kukho ubungqina kwawufuneka ke umthetho uthathe indawo yawo. We also call this year, we celebrate 28 years of our democratic government. Inkonzo ezikundoqo zisiwe mongameli ebantwini kodwa azonelanga. Amanzi, imigaqo, umbane awukafiki kwiimpula zikaLjaca. Kwaye ngenxa yokuhla koqoqosho kwenyuka amaxabiso noko makangenelele umongameli ne-National Cabinet. Kukho izinto ezibizwa i-basic food. Umphokoqo lo umilimili, amasu umngqusho, isonka noko makungenelelo namafutha lawo qhoza khona ukuze abantu balale betyile. Sicela noko mongameli ngenelela regulate i-prices zingaxhumi kwi-basic food. Abantu bakowethu bahluphekile. Mongameli sicela ugxile kwinkonzo ezisiwa ebantwini. Umbani mawuzinze. Abantu bakuthi bayahlupheka. Uqoqosho linawukhula xa umbane ungucimicimi. Sonele nathi ngulo cimicimi wombane. Sifuna umbane ozawukhanyisa uqhakaze okokoko kweza ndawo zingenambane. Aba masipala okuthiwa mabafake le policy ye-indigent bayifakile kodwa bona ngokuqala ba-indigent kwabona abakwazi ukunikezela into ezi-indigent because kwabona bayaswele bayafuna ukuncediswa. Ithi ke loo nto mongameli xa beswele be-indigent abamasipala urhulumente omkhulu makangenelele phaya emakhaya. Into esetyenziswayo yirhasi neparafini. Ndithetha ngoba ndiyayazi intombi yasezilalini esitesprite macacuma yidolophu macacuma yivillage endisuka kuyo. Khulele phaya abantu bakuthi bathi xa sewukwazi ungenelela nge-indigent kwaba bantu ubanika umbane thina bangenambani makanginkisha uparafini iparafini mayingene umzi nomzi lo ungena mbane khona ukuze nathi sizibone sixhamla kulo Mzantsi Afrika. City President, you are leading the campaign on municipal services that people must pay, and therefore we support that xa inkonzo ziziswa ebantwini abantu mababhatalele inkonzo abazifumeneyo kodwa mazizinze ezo nkonzo. Sisithi ke Mongameli, we believe into yoba xa uthe wangenelela njengoko ababuthi berhafu nabaqoqi berhafu benze kakuhle siyabulela into yoba uSARS uhambe wancedisa khona ukuze abo bathwaxa linqala likakhetsekile bakwazi uncedeka ngenxa yakho Mongameli nokungenelela kwakho. ANC sima kule ndawo sixhasa into yoba mawunikwe imali eyaneleyo khona ukuze wenze umsebenzi obhalwe kumgaqo siseko ukhokhele sisizwe ngothando nangentobeko usise phambili. Abantu belilizwe, they've been very patient with us. Sababona behamba kunye nathi with resilience in the fight against COVID-19 pandemic. Our people are the greatest strength. Together, as this South Africa, we can rise. And we can rise xa sisebenza kunye siyazi ukohlulela phakathi kwezinto ezitya isizwe nezinto ezingunobelani. Silapha ke siye-ANC sinika inkxaso yethu engagunqiyo kuwe Mongameli. Sisithi amatyala xa bekhona maweze ngaphambili asiwoyiki. Enkosi kakhulu.
Siyabulela. Thank you, honorable members. Thank you. Order. Thank you. Siyabulela usosibepi wenhlangano enkulu. We will now recognize the honorable leader of the opposition.
Madam Speaker, Mr. President, honorable members, the purpose of today's vote is to vote on the budget of the presidency. But as we've become only too aware this past week, this is a ministry stuffed literally with secrets and scandals. We're asked today to say yes or no to this budget. But the reality is that none of us truly knows what happens in that office. And this makes today's vote very, very difficult. We respected your president while he was speaking, Honorable Papa. Perhaps you could return the compliment. Why is it that the presidency is the only ministry without a standing committee? We've asked this question many times before, and we're yet to receive a satisfactory answer. Why should every other ministry be subject to the parliamentary oversight of a standing committee, but not the presidency? And after this week's shocking revelations, it's very clear that the presidency cannot police itself. There are many questions we would have raised in such a standing committee, or if the president was attending the question session which should have taken place this term. But this budget is it, and this is our only opportunity, and we intend to take advantage of it. And one of those questions would be around the elephant in the room, and that is around the blurring of the lines between Mr. Ramaphosa, the head of state, and Mr. Ramaphosa, the businessman. While police budgets are slashed every year and policing resources in higher crime areas are stretched thinner and thinner, the VIP protection budget of the president and his cabinet is the only police budget that ever goes up. And now we're told that these precious police resources have been put to work serving the private business interests of the president, conducting cross-border investigations, interrogations, and cover-ups. And I'm sure you'll agree, Mr. President, and yes, you may say, Mr. Fraser, but it was your president who deposed an affidavit in court last year telling the court what a good man Mr. Fraser was and why Mr. Fraser should be appointed as head of correctional services. I'm sure you'll agree with Mr. President that the people of South Africa need to know and they have a right to know whether the VIP protection unit is being used as a private debt collection agency. Just as they have a right to know what is going on behind the closed doors of the Pala Pala farmhouse. Now, Mr. President, you've deftly avoided this topic today, but I want you to imagine for a moment what this must look like for an ordinary South African. What a hardworking, tax-paying citizen would make of a remote farmhouse somewhere where tens of millions of rands in foreign currency is being stuffed into the upholstery of lounge furniture. What such a regular citizen should think when told that more than 60 million of this was stolen and the president didn't want anybody to know about it. Where suspects were tracked, rounded up, interrogated, and paid to keep their mouths shut. Normal people, law-abiding citizens, have to save for months for things like school uniforms, for school fees, and children's birthday parties. And they cannot even imagine that kind of money. But you didn't even report it to the police. Never mind getting it back, Mr. President. You didn't want anyone to know it was gone in the first place. Just how much money must you have stashed away in homes if you can afford to turn a blind eye to $4 million? Now, you say that the money was from animals. Well, that may be the case, but I don't think there's many people who truly believe that. You say this was about dirty tricks. You say it was above board, that you've broken no laws. But stuffing millions of rands into couches, hiding the robbery from the police, paying the robbers hundreds of thousands of rands not to say a word, these are not the actions of somebody who has broken no laws. These are the things we see in mafia movies, about cartels, about syndicates and gangsters. If this was all above board and just dirty tricks, you could have ended it right away, Mr. President, by a full, frank and public disclosure. We could have avoided the scenes we had in the House today. We could have avoided the speculation, and we could have avoided us having to ask these questions. None of that would have jeopardized any investigations. An honest and innocent man who was the victim of a massive crime would have wasted no time in clearing these things up. Only somebody with a lot to hide would hide behind the smokescreen of a pending investigation 2 years after the event. So again, Mr. President, I'm asking you, for the sake of the country, for the sake of the presidency, to come clean to the people of South Africa and to this House. No more subterfuge, no more secrets. Whoever's advising you, Mr. President, not to speak out about this and set the record straight is giving you bad advice. How much money was stashed away? These are the questions we need to ask. How much was actually stolen? How did the money enter South Africa? And who brought it into the country? 2 years later, Honorable Popper, that's a new record, I think. Were the exchange controls of the South African Reserve Bank observed? How much is on the farm right now? How much is at other properties? Why did it not report it to SAPS? You've spoken today about how important it is to report crime and important the SAPS are. Why was it not reported to the SAPS? Were suspects detained? Was Major General Wally Rhoda sent to Namibia? Yes, but taxpayers' money has been used to recover it, and that is the problem. Was General Rhoda sent to Namibia to go and recover it? On whose authority did he travel there? Who paid for the cross-border investigation? And how much did it cost? Who paid for the security upgrades? We may not be the police, but we're Parliament, and that's our job, to hold the executive accountable. And finally, and arguably most importantly, Mr. President, given your unique obligation as the President to uphold the Constitution and serve the people of the Republic of the country, how do you square this obligation with this sordid detail of the case? I was doing the job that your government should have done in the Ukraine, Honorable Papa, but you're too scared to go there. That's the problem. Mr. President, every single day that these questions remain unanswered causes irreparable damage to the presidency, which has now gone from paralyzed to petrify. Even the very best case scenario, with the most generous interpretation of what has happened, how you came into possession of the money, why it was concealed in your house, and the reasons for the cover-up are damning. But we're not talking about the best case scenario here, are we, Mr. President? Because if we were, you would have surely reported this matter 2 years ago, or at the very least come absolutely clean about the matter as soon as it came to light. The fact that you've used significant powers and resources paid for by the taxpayers of the country and funded through this budget, which we debate in this House today, to conceal any evidence of this money tells me that the real story is something that the presidency will struggle to survive. Even your biggest praise singers in the media and civil society are now realizing that perhaps the emperor was naked after all. But to understand the real sense of anger and disappointment, Mr. President, that South Africans are feeling, you have to remember that we've been here before. And today's scenes in the House was like Back to the Future. Do you recall the shame of Nkandla and the arrogance of your predecessor? Do you remember the embarrassment of the fire pool video and all the shameless defending being done from the ANC benches? Do you remember the scathing rebuke our parliament received for failing to hold the president at the time, President Zuma, accountable for Nkandla, and the solemn promises that were made thereafter by many people in this House today, never again? Do you remember the words of then Chief Justice Mogoeng in the 2016 judgment when he spoke of your unique obligations, Mr. President, as a first citizen? And I'm very glad that the Honorable Majudina quoted from that same judgment, but she left out the most important part, which is at the end. And let me remind you, and I quote, "He is required to promise solemnly and sincerely to always connect with the true dictates of his conscience in the execution of his duties. This he is required to do with all of his strengths and all of his talents and to the best of his abilities. And, but for the Deputy President, only his affirmation or oath of office requires a gathering of people, presumably that they may hear and bear witness to his irrevocable commitment to serve them well and with integrity." You see, you have to be beyond reproach. You have to be open, you've got to be transparent, and you've got to serve people well and with integrity. But now there's only suspicion, secrecy, and silence. How exactly are you different, Mr. President, from the predecessor? Phala Phala is fast becoming your Nkandla, and it's forever going to be an ugly stain on this presidency. But here's the thing. The presidency is not yours. It belongs to the Republic of South Africa. And when you drag the presidency down in the gutter, you drag our country down with it. South Africans don't want this. South Africans don't deserve this. They don't want two-bit mob bosses.
Honorable Steenhuisen, will you please take your seat? There is a point of order, Honorable Danji.
I just want to check, Honorable Presiding Officer, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition
Honorable Danji
can take a question about if,
thank
this
you.
is his only thing in the
Honorable
speech.
Danji, okay. Thank you. Honorable Steenhuisen, are you ready to take a question?
I hear the good news that Barney's is open again. Perhaps we could meet afterwards for a question. Our people don't want two-bit mob bosses with houses stuffed full of dirty cash for our leaders and presidents. They want someone who's going to lead by example, who puts his personal ambitions and business interests a distant second to the needs of our country. And so maybe this whole sordid mess is actually doing South Africa a favor by opening its eyes up to the reality of the ANC. If you were indeed the best that your parties had to offer, Mr. President, then this government's days in office are numbered. And our country's number one goal has got to be to reducing this once mighty and dominant ANC to being a minority party after the next election. That's my priority, because things aren't going to change while the same people are sitting around the table making the same bad decisions and behaving exactly as their predecessors did. Once South Africa has put the ANC behind it for good, then we can start making progress and moving forward as a nation. And I look forward to that day. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you. I don't have a name of the next speaker from the EFF. If he's on the platform, please proceed.
Yes, Speaker, it's Honorable Mente, I'm here.
Thank you. Proceed, Honorable Mente.
Yes, Speaker, I need to address a few things before I get to the debate. One, the Speaker of Parliament has removed Honorable Malema wrongfully and illegal. Perhaps is the selectiveness of Parliament when it was briefing her upon taking the seat of being a Speaker of Parliament, pertaining to judgments against the same Parliament, that the statement of Mr. Ramaphosa and his state have murdered Marikana workers has been judged by the courts, and it is a statement that is allowed. So let there not be a selectiveness in the speaker and other judgments that are allowed in the House. These charlatans of the ANC, what are they talking about? Can you sit down?
No, we're not sitting down. We are not there to speak about Marikana. We are there to debate the speech that was the budget vote as presented.
Can you mute all the mics like you have done before? Just mute all the mics that are not speaking. I'm the one that is speaking now.
No, that's why I'm surprised who is speaking. Honorable members, if you touch that mic and start speaking without recognition, I'm going to call out your name. And when I do that, it's a warning. You repeat again, I'm going to instruct that you are removed from the platform. Now, Honorable Mente, I was calling your name because there is a point of order here which I want addressed. Can I just find out on what rule are you standing?
Chair, I'm standing on Rule 92. I'm raising a point of order because the honorable member is contesting the decision of the speaker. And she knows that if she wants to contest the decision of the speaker, she cannot bring it now here. She must take it into the relevant platform. Thank you very much.
No, it's...
Can I come in, Speaker? They are wasting my time.
Honorable members, we are here on an item that was clearly stated by the honorable, by the table staff on which order we are here. May I plead with anyone that we are here to debate the vote of the presidency. And if you wish to talk about the issues that you are not happy about in terms of the rulings, you know very well what should happen. And I request everybody who comes to this podium to remember that this parliament has got options for anyone who is not satisfied with a particular ruling to do so, and by writing to the rules committee to look after that, because I won't be saying anything on the rulings that another officer that was presiding has ruled upon. And I'm sorry that I won't be able to help or rule on what you have already started, Honorable Mente. If we understand each other, please, let's proceed. You still have your time.
No, Speaker, Chairperson.
Chairperson, please, yes.
I am not going to be intimidated, and neither being shut out by members of parliament who did not avest themselves with the rules of parliament and the judgments thereof that are before this parliament. This parliament has received judgments. And we cannot use this platform and then say retrospectively, we are going to deal with matters at a later stage. This platform is a platform of members of parliament to air their views. We cannot therefore be removed from this same platform by using judgments by our courts to say this parliament cannot tell us that a statement that Ramaphosa and the state have killed people in Marikana, that's a fact. It was ruled by the Cape Town High Court. And that is not wrong to be said here in this same parliament. We took it to court because this same parliament chucked people out. We were thrown out by this same parliament, by Speaker Baleka, by saying that. And therefore, we're not going to be told by members of the ANC how to say what we want to say and how to debate in this house. And then the second thing is, you are not going to use whatever judgment to take us out of this parliament because today's matter or item on the order paper is a debate of Mr. Ramaphosa. We can use whatever else we want to use. We don't have monies under our own mattresses, and therefore we don't have money to throw around and be talking to every lawyer out there to defend us. But we will come here and call the matters as they are. The second thing is, you can sit here with your parliament, you can sit here, nizigqokise ngobunyoronyoro nobuqhophololo nobusela buka Ramaphosa. Ukuhlala nemali engeyo yase South Africa, buyisela ukuhlala nemali ebuyiweyo. The only way that a person can sit endlini nemali angayiripota emapoliseni xa ibuwe sisigebenga. We are not going to sit here and listen to it trans that has settled money in his house.
I'm talking to go into honorable member, please.
There
is a point of order. Order, honorable members. Please order. Honorable member, before I allow the point of order in the house to being raised, I just want to say that there is nowhere where we have a court order that says on President Ramaphosa killed the people in Marikana.
We've got it. You must go and read it.
I want you to please bring it as a
now when it suits you, that is his dictate. When it suits you, Ramaphosa is the president of South Africa. When we enjoy the benefits of South Africa, and enjoy them and brag about them. You send an email about the concomitant entry. We're not going to stand here and say we do not do that. There must be a concomitant action against those people.
Honorable
Send an email that said people will take a concomitant action against the workers. If Ramaphosa would do that, and therefore we are going to sit here with my Sandra.
But you can't mute the honorable mentor. You must mute this Regina.
Why do you mute my mic?
I'm going to ask.
She's on the platform.
Honorable member.
It's my time. Why do you mute my mic?
No. Honorable mentor, you should be muted. I've been calling for a long time and you kept on insulting. And I'm now saying that you should
but my
be
hand is
removed.
up as well.
Mute Honorable Mautwe, please, and mute Honorable Mente.
House Chair, my hand is up.
Please mute them. Honorable members, let me hear, what are you rising on, Honorable Mkalipi?
Yes, House Chair 1, we are so biased.
No.
I'm rising on a point of order. I'm not
rising on.
Hear me out.
The first question.
Hear me out.
Which rule are you rising on?
92, Rule 92, Chair. Do you think that we don't know the rules?
I'm
Yes.
going to explain.
Explain
Let
what?
me
I'm raising a
explain
point
this
of
because I
order
don't
here.
want to
We
go-
have not even heard my point of order. What are you
Yes,
going to
I
explain?
want to explain
Listen,
that rule
listen,
92.
Chair.
That is why, please
order, Chair.
mute Honorable Pambo. I want to explain that rule 92 because I understand it very well.
Just listen to her.
Please remove Honorable Pambo. I'm not that listener. I work according to the
Listen, listen.
Please remove him. Honorable
On a point of order,
you
Chair.
have been warned. You are removed.
On a point of order, Chair.
We can't
Chair,
be
on a point of
intimidated
order.
by
Honorable
point of
members,
order.
I'm going to read the names. And
But
I'm going to
still on
read
the
the
platform,
rules.
Chair. You recognize me and then you ask me
Honorable
what
Mkalipi,
rule?
there was nothing wrong. I was still going to explain to you why I am asking why you are rising. I recognized you. I asked on what rule you say 92. Now, because I realized that we are abusing 92, I want to clarify
How can I
before
abuse
go-
Rule 92 when
No,
I'm
no,
speaking
no.
for the first
Listen
time?
to me. You see
But
now.
you have not heard
You
what
are
you
not
said. You don't have-
listening.
Why?
Please.
How I'm abusing Rule 92 while I'm speaking for the first time?
explaining why I'm saying that. It's not only you. I'm doing it for all members of this house. I'm doing it for everyone in
But
this
then
house.
which rule is that that you
Before
must
I
also
allow
trap
you,
us
because
together?
I am a presiding officer, I
No,
must
but there
guide
is
you.
no rule that says we must deal with us
Honorable
as a member. That's what
Honorable
the rule is
member,
saying.
let me say this. The rule 92 allows every member to stand up. But rule 92 has got subsections. That is what I want, because I realize that everyone can stand up and say a point of order, but not talk to the subsections as prescribed by the rules. That is what I want to say to you, Honorable
Let me just help you out there. I'm raising on Rule 92, subsection 1. Yeah, subsection
what
1.
is
Let
it?
me
Why
read
did
it
you
for
not say that when it was ANC on the platform?
Chairperson, I'm rising on Rule 92, subsection 1, which reads as follows. A member may raise a point of order at any time during the proceedings of the House in terms of the procedure prescribed in the Rule 66 by stating that he or she is rising on a point of order. It's simple as that. Maybe you forgot your rule book, Chair.
Please read number 2 also.
No, but you can't tell me which rule must I put.
I will read number 2 to you because I think you want to be lectured, and this is
But
not
this
the
is
time.
out of order, Chair. I mean, you're managing our members.
Because I'm telling you which rule I'm rising on is 92 subsection
Point
1.
of order on you,
So
Chair.
why do you
You're
want to
directing
put me
us.
on my mouth? Which subsection must I rise on? We are biased. That's why I'm saying to you, Chair. The
Okay.
reason why I'm
Honorable
rising.
member, you
No,
are
no,
now
I'm still on
going
the-
to
No,
be
I'm still on the
muted.
platform, Chairperson. I'm saying that while the national chairperson was speaking here, there are 2 members who kept on interrupting her, which is member Punani Makubela and the Deputy Minister of Basic Education. But we have never ruled, you never said to them they must leave the
Yes, thank
platform.
you very much.
But whenever there's a member of
Honorable
FF, they are
Makubela,
very quick to
you
take us
were not-
out.
you
So,
were not
Chairperson, I'm
listening.
saying to you, please don't be biased. We are equal members here. We're not just stepchildren in this parliament. Stop treating
Thank
us
you.
as stepchildren here.
Thank you.
So we have a
You-
right to be here voted by poor people on the ground.
Honorable
So
member, that's
whether we
not a
say
point
things
of
that you
order
don't
now.
like or we say things that you like,
Honorable
you
member-
don't have a chance. We are not co-opted by the ANC here, Chair.
How
So
do we mute?
allow our national chair because it's our slot.
Honorable members,
Chair,
let me respond to the order. Honorable Mautwe, I am now going to ask that they mute you. I have already, you Honorable Mkalipi, you are talking about Honorable Makubela, and Honorable Makubela has been, we have asked IC2 to mute her. Now, anyone whose name I have called, I'm no longer muting you, we are removing you. And I raised those names, all the names. Unfortunately, Honorable, the one that you just talked about, Honorable
Regina
Regina.
Mhaule.
Yes, Regina Mhaule. I did not hear. All the people that spoke, I asked that they be muted. Please don't say I am biased. Honorable members,
check with
please
your
don't speak. Don't speak.
No, I'm speaking on my point. It's my.
You are finished, honorable member, and I've ruled on that. Thank you. I'm not
biased. Now, that's how we are biased.
Now,
point of order, Chair.
Who's that? Honorable Pamba is supposed to be muted.
No, this is Honorable Tambo.
Honorable Tambo, I'm not allowing you. You're supposed to be muted.
But Tambo, you kicked him out already.
Honorable Tambo, you are supposed to be muted. That's the instruction I gave.
There's an Honorable Pambo.
Tambo, I'm saying you are supposed to be
You muted Pambo, not Tambo. These are two different members.
I might
have
said it wrong. I agree, but you are muted now.
There's a Pambo, there's a Tambo.
But what did he do to be muted?
Honorable members, we proceed, and I'm
Point
going
of
to
order,
ask
Chair.
ICT to mute
Point of order, Chair.
everybody now on the
Point of order,
virtual
Chair.
platform.
I'm on the platform.
How do you confuse two members?
I am on the platform. You can't just kick me out like that.
As we proceed,
Point of order, Chair.
I'm not taking any point of orders. I'm going to ask that everyone be muted. Thank you very much.
Can you please allow me?
Everyone must be muted. I'm not proceeding until everyone is muted on the virtual platform. Honorable members, I said they must mute everybody on the platform, but the person who was given the opportunity to speak, which is Honorable Mente, has actually said things that are unparliamentary. Honorable Mente said that the president is a murderer and that the president is a thief. Now, I'm going to allow you, ICT, to open and let Honorable Mente withdraw. That's the only person who will speak. Honorable Mente, will you please withdraw?
No. She must continue.
Yes, I am back here. She's not going to be told by you. You think Honorable Mente is your child? Honorable Mente.
Honorable Mente.
I'm here.
No, but
please withdraw.
I am not going to withdraw anything. Withdraw. EFF izawuhamba asizohlala apha sihlalele into yokubana siqwebane izikolo kunye namasela.
Honorable Mente from the platform. Honorable Kalipi, you also responded in an unparliamentary way. Are you going to withdraw? If
withdraw what, Chair? Ukuthi Honorable Mente is not your child.
You disregard the
giving you
when
you apply for your stomach. You apply for your stomach. You are protecting your stomach. We're not going to tolerate it.
Kalipi must be removed. Remove him from the platform. We want to proceed. Thank you. Okay, Honorable Member, what are you rising on?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm rising on Rule 69.
Yes.
Gross disorderly conduct.
Yes.
Subsection C and D. We have had the persistent undermining of the authority of the chair. I think that that rule does not allow that. Number two, a lot of insults have been held since 2 o'clock this afternoon. when you look at D, it says that persisting making serious allegations against a member without adequate substantiation. And then we've had that for the entire afternoon.
Thank
Can
you.
please that when anyone goes to that matter, it must be dealt with. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. That is why I don't want to take it as a general thing. That is why I'm calling member by member. And all the members that I have asked to withdraw and that have been doing this particular thing of flouting this rule must be removed from the platform. Thank you very much. We proceed and now invite the Honorable, the Deputy President of the Republic.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic, Honorable Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of the National Assembly. This budget vote takes place at a time of many intersecting challenges facing our country and facing the world. From health pandemics, sluggish economic growth, and the rising cost of necessities. The fractures and discords in our social fabric call for new compacts of peace, compassion, inclusivity, and social solidarity so that we face one direction as we tackle all the challenges that are facing our nation. Together, we have the strength to chart a better future for this nation. Domestic socio-economic exclusion, largely caused by the rising unemployment, poverty, and inequality, has the potential to undermine social cohesion and inclusive growth. Together, we must address the contradictions of extreme poverty and wealth and strive to reduce, if not eliminate, social inequalities. Once these inequalities are deep, they can result in severe disunity and social instability. We dare not risk destroying the foundations of our democracy by allowing extreme wealth disparities, poverty, and unemployment to continue unabated. As we face all these challenges, it is our responsibility as elected officials to work together to address them. South Africans are disinterested in our political disputes, in our political divisions and slogans. We are at a crossroad of difficult socio-economic challenges that can only be resolved through our collective commitment, shared national interests, and purposeful cohesion. Now is the time for leadership to rise above petty political differences and schisms in order to pave the way for national progress and inclusive development. Ordinary South Africans want and deserve a government whose chief interests
is the development and prosperity of its own people. Society craves for a government service that comprehends its developmental responsibility. The nation has lost patience with government officials that are out of touch with the plight and expectations of the quality of service that they deserve. As part of our moral regeneration agenda, we as government must lead the charge against corruption and inefficiency in our society, whether it be in the public sector or in business. We cannot grow the capabilities of our people and generate decent jobs without a cadre of disciplined, committed professionals and ethical public officials who are really driven by the moral imperative of transformation. Equally, it will be impossible to build an economy that will be conducive for job creation without the provision of dependable electricity supply and generation capacity as an important factors to achieving our developmental goals. That is why all of us in the Presidency are fully behind the efforts of reviving the economy by, among other things, improving the ease of doing business and supporting the investment drive by the President. As government, we're all aware of the detrimental effect of load shedding that has on the economy, as well as the inconveniences and hardship it causes for the country, the citizens, and business. Under the stewardship of the ESCOM political task team, we have begun implementing solutions to ensure energy security and long-term viability of ESCOM as announced by the President. Government will continue to support ESCOM's implementation of a credible and transparent national maintenance program, which will ensure power generation plants operate at optimal levels to reduce the negative impact of electricity supply interruptions. Alternative energy generation measures are also being explored and implemented within the framework of the 2019 Integrated Resource Plan and augment electricity supply and improve grid stability as alluded by the President. The primary objective is to enhance the nation's capacity to provide uninterrupted electricity for economic growth and development. Honorable Chairperson, linked to the provision of energy supply is the creation of a predictable environment for investment by ensuring that land reform is accelerated to unlock economic development prospects. This will be accomplished through the redistribution of land for agricultural productions to ensure food security for the country, for human settlement, provision, and industrial development. These efforts are also about resolving historical challenges to achieve spatial justice towards the realization of this right for all our people. The implementation of our land reform program continues along a constitutionally defined path. Hence, the unfolding parliamentary processes of addressing land inequality, displacement, and dispossession. As government will continue to respond to the imperatives of restorative justice, economic inclusion, and social cohesion. We can report that considerable progress is being made in the implementation of the recommendation that were made by the advisory panel on land reform and agriculture to address land injustices. We have seen enacted a number of policy interventions, including but not only limited to land allocation and beneficiary selection policy, comprehensive producer support policy, land donation policy, upgrading of tenure rights amendment bill, and the expropriation bill. We have traveled the length and breadth of our nation to promote the program of accelerating restitution and redistribution, and this year we'll see the introduction of numerous similar activities. Government will release land parcel in the hands of state-owned companies and municipalities for integrated human settlements and socio-economic development. This work also entails the incorporation of rural areas into the global value chains, thereby ensuring that our people contributes to driving economic growth that we seek to achieve. A prosperous nation can only be realized through the full and active participation of its people. That is why our successful productive capacity requires a healthy population. In this regard, the Office of the Deputy President continues to spearhead national measures to enhance our country's health outcomes. Working with the South African National AIDS Council, we continue to strengthen efforts and campaigns to reduce the negative effects and burden of HIV and TB. To this end, efforts are underway to finalize the drafting of the new strategic plan on HIV and AIDS, TB, and STIs, which will further direct the nation's response to ending these epidemics as public health threats by 2030. In the interim, Honorable Chairperson, catch-up plans have been refined to expedite service delivery and achievement of national and global targets of 90-90-90, where the 90% of all people living with HIV will know their status. 90% of all these people that have been diagnosed will be introduced to treatment, and 90% of all the people receiving treatment will have their viral load suppressed. The strategy serves as a framework for a national effort to mitigate the impact of HIV, TB, and STIs. Our national response to these epidemics requires that we coordinate better, we collaborate better and faster. While it is indisputable that the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic brought misery, brought frustrations, and loss of livelihood to many of our people, it has bestowed on us a unique opportunity to do things better, to do things differently with much less. We seize the opportunity to leverage SANAC as a platform for consensus building and strengthening social compacts. This is why we interact with and try to rally communities as active partners in the national response to epidemics, non-communicable diseases, and social ills, including gender-based violence and femicide. Through this intervention, Honorable Chair, services are brought directly to the people, thereby improving the access to services and empowering people to be active agents of change. Part of this work includes engagement with various social partners, such as traditional and cohesion leaders, interfaith leaders, and traditional health practitioners to mobilize them to partner with government in this fight. These social partners have committed themselves to sustainable strategic partnerships with government by signing commitment pledges. This campaign on the partnership strategy, which was successfully launched in December 2020, is progressing very well. In the forthcoming year, the SANAC Private Sector Forum will primarily focus on setting up provincial structures to support the work of provincial and district AIDS councils. Everyone has a vital role to play in combating HIV and TB co-infections so that we have a productive population capable of building an inclusive economy for the benefit of all, especially our youth, women, and people living with disabilities. Our country, Honorable Chairperson, remains a shining example of how a divided past can inspire a people to forge a new collective identity. Even in the context of a history marked by intense conflict and fighting, our nation owes sincere gratitude to tens of thousands of military veterans who submitted themselves to political leadership when we made the decision to resolve our differences through negotiations. Similarly, the peace we enjoy today is as a result of the maturity of our veterans, who are the pillar of our nation. As former soldiers, they place themselves in the service of our country. In the same spirit of trying to maximize the contribution of the people to our democratic system, the Presidential Task Team on Military Veterans has overseen the finalization of the pension policy for military veterans. To fully implement this policy, a process is currently underway to conclude the beneficiary verification, allowing for a quicker turnaround time and aiding the department in managing records of military veterans. We've been interacting with various provincial governments and observed that the lack of profiling of military veterans hinders the implementation of programs that are designed to improve the living conditions of our military veterans. To this end, we'll work together with provincial governments to expedite the profiling of ex-combatants in order to ensure the improvement of their welfare in accordance with the law. We appreciate the veterans' willingness to collaborate with governments in addressing these issues so as to contribute to social cohesion and stability in our country. Honorable Chairperson, our progress in building a stable and cohesive communities requires the existence of a strong, efficient, and effective local government system with requisite capabilities to lead development and service delivery. Our municipalities must be able to perform in line with their legislative mandates and ensure that communities have uninterrupted access to basic services such as water and sanitation, waste removal, electricity, and roads. We are concerned that some of our municipalities are struggling to maintain existing key infrastructure for water and sanitation, resulting in sewer spillages and interrupted water supply to communities. In some cases, some of our municipalities have limited capacity to develop new infrastructure and expand access to service to cater for growing human settlements and demand for services. As part of enhancing the capacity of local government, the Presidency will continue to work closely with the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, National Treasury, to provide the targeted support to municipalities to build the necessary capacities, among others, to support. The support includes the strengthening of their governance system, improving their audit outcomes, development and maintenance of key infrastructure for water and sanitation, and supporting local economic development initiatives. Within the district development model, the Presidency will continue to lead and support the better coordination and integration of government programs to maximize delivery impact on the ground. Where challenges have been identified, we'll continue to lead coordinated intervention to respond to issues raised by communities. Notwithstanding objectives, weaknesses, and gaps in infrastructure delivery, we're also concerned about acts of criminality targeting strategic economic and social infrastructure in our communities. Theft and vandalism of our core network infrastructure threatens to roll back whatever progress the country has made over the last few years. It cannot be allowed to continue. We call upon our communities to work with government and the police to guard and protect economic and public infrastructure from theft and destruction. As we address development and service delivery challenges, we are cognizant of the critical role of traditional leaders in our local government system. Our governance framework makes provision for the meaningful participation of traditional leaders in advancing socio-economic development in traditional communities. Our partnership with the Institution of Traditional Leadership creates an effective platform for a joined-up effort to advance the goals of rural development to benefit traditional communities under the jurisdiction of traditional leaders. The President has appointed an interministerial task team to address all issues raised by traditional leaders. Already, this task team has managed to convene a communal land tenure summit where all the resolutions that were taken in that summit will be able to be taken forward so that finally we resolve the challenge of communal land in communal communities. Targeted infrastructure investment in rural areas should be geared towards unlocking economic development and employment opportunities, while ensuring that access to schools, hospitals, and basic services is significantly enhanced. As the Presidency, we remain committed to the direction that the President has given on reviving the economy. This includes the implementation of commitments that emanates from this year's State of the Nation address. We commit We recommit to these priorities as they are key to creating a better South Africa for all our people. Collectively, we'll seize the opportunity to fight for and safeguard our cherished vision of a united, non-racial, non-sexist, just, and prosperous South Africa. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Sithokoze mhlonishwa Sekela Mongameli. Sirakela phambili sibiza manje from the IFP umhlonishwa umntwana kaButhelezi.
Mhlonishwa Sihlalo, Your Excellency, our President, Your Excellency, our Deputy President, Honorable Speaker, our Honorable Ministers, our Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of the Assembly. Before I speak, Madam Chair, to this budget, I will ask His Excellency the President to tell me whether he understands me. Am I speaking clearly enough, Your Excellency? Or is my speech an impediment causing difficulties? I ask because, Madam Chair, your Premier, Your Excellency in KwaZulu-Natal, the Honorable Mr. C. Zigalala, has publicly ridiculed me, telling the Children's Parliament in KZN that the traditional Prime Minister to the Zulu monarchic nation, myself, is incomprehensible because he stammers. He even did a lively impersonation of me to the amusement of the audience, encouraging even the children of the Zulu kingdom to mock me as the king's prime minister. And he did this in the presence of my eldest daughter. I ask Your Excellency, what kind of leader is that? A leader who gets into a drunken brawl in public, embarrassing his party, embarrassing our province, his office in our country. I can assure him that I'm not an intellectual midget in any sense, nor by physique. So I cannot be pulled down by any midget of any shape and kind to the level of midgets. It pains me, Your Excellency, personally, that the oldest liberation movement in our continent is discredited by leaders of the Premier Zigalala's ilk. And I take it personally, Madam Chair, because when His Excellency President Kaunda, on behalf of the frontline leaders, asked me to found a membership-based organization in 1974, our leader, Mr. Oliver Tambo, immediately approved. Thus, from the start, I stated that Inkatha was rooted in the ideals of the African National Congress as laid down by its founding fathers in 1912. Now, the credibility of the ANC and of the government is continually being compromised as leaders are implicated in scandals, in corruption, abuses of power, and behavior that tears apart the moral fabric of South Africa. When leaders show no respect and act like hooligans, how can we be surprised when anarchy, such as we saw in July last year, erupts? Today, the IFP is called upon to debate the budget of the presidency, a budget that, yet again, has undergone no scrutiny of any kind by Parliament, no oversight process, and no interrogation by the people who are charged with protecting our country from abuse of power and abuse of state funds. So for the sake of enabling the president to perform its work, the IFP has always, every year, supported this budget because none of our questions being answered. We have done this, Your Excellency, on the assumption that the highest office in our land, the presidency, would not act contrary to what is just and right. We assume. But I ask the question, is that assumption still fair? Are we fulfilling our duty, in fact, if we rubber stamp an unexamined budget in the face of abundant evidence that the road of wasteful expenditure and mismanagement and corruption is actually pervasive throughout government. Your Excellency, in presenting the President's budget last year, you said that 10 years had passed since the National Planning Commission had identified the key cause of government's failure, which was the lack of coordination. You then declared that now, a decade later, we have a capable state which is, and I quote, Your Excellency, you said, well-run and well-managed with clear lines of responsibility and accountability, unquote. And that was June 2021. And then after that, July 2021 happened. In the aftermath of the worst civil unrest since the dawn of democracy, the investigative report of the expert panel described a government entirely lacking coordination, which is duplicated reporting lines, overlapping roles, and a plethora of structures that fail to communicate. It seems essential then that this budget should provide the audited performance history of programs of the presidency. Yet the budget before us simply says that no historical data is available. Targets for future performance are happily given, but performance is omitted. For instance, our Deputy President has just mentioned that there is a task force looking at the role of traditional leadership, which although recognized in the Constitution, has no role in any legislative framework. Despite concern being expressed, compensation of employees still consumes close to 62% of the president's entire budget. 1.1 billion is spent on staff salaries alone, and estimated future expenditure on administration has increased yet again. We appreciate the president and the deputy president having forfeited a salary increase last year. We appreciate with many South Africans who lost their income entirely. Consequence.
Siyathokoza. Volgens van die FF Plus is afbarrelid Groenewald.
Geachte voorzitter, through you to the Honorable President. Honorable President, in common law, there is a crime which I call compounding. Now, if the people see what is in newspapers about the whole incident about your money, it has all the elements of compounding. Therefore, you cannot blame the people of South Africa if they have certain questions. Now, Honorable President, when you started here, you said the people of South Africa comes first, and I agree with you. Now, what the people of South Africa does not understand is you declare that you are willing to appear in front of the ethics committee of the ANC. But you don't tell the people of South Africa what the real facts are. And I want to appeal to you. If you say you put the people of South Africa first, tell them the truth, because truth will always win in the end of the day. Honorable Chairperson, I also want to say that the honorable speech of the Honorable President is actually a picture of South Africa in this house, which is totally different from the picture of South Africa outside of this house. Let me give you one example. You referred, for instance, to the Special Investigating Unit, but earlier in this week, and you said you will vigorously implement the recommendations from the SIU. In this week, in front of the SCOPA committee, SIU declared that 463 cases, the recommendations had not been implemented. Disciplinary steps against civil servants. So it doesn't make sense what you say. If we look at crime in South Africa, Honorable President, the murder rate in South Africa is more than 6,000 for the first 3 months of this year. 157,907 victims of violent crime. Now, if we say violent crime, you must understand that they are traumatized after that crime. So we have more than 52,000 people per month who are traumatized in South Africa because of crime. And the leading causative reason or factor for that is, of course, arguments, misunderstandings, which refers to a social problem. But, Honorable President, the second leading causative factor is mob justice. And that is worrying. Because if you look at mob justice, it says that the community, the people, don't have trust in the police. They don't have trust in our criminal justice system. You will remember about 3 or 4 years ago, we had a meeting with US President and leaders, and I specifically referred to our criminal justice system. And what is the statistics actually revealing? The increase in murder rate of women, 17.5%. Of children, a disturbing 37.2% increase in murders for the 3 months 2022. Honorable President, in an internal survey by the police itself, it revealed that 53% of the members of the police are actually said that the police service is dishonest. Police members are dishonest. Now, I urge you, there should be a priority number 1 on the criminal justice system. Honorable Chairperson, I want to ask the Honorable President, do you have a problem with Afrikaans? Afrikaans is an official language acknowledged in the Constitution of South Africa. But your Minister for Arts and Culture now wants to take the word Afrikaans out of the Afrikaanse Taal Monument. There's no other way to think that he's got it against Afrikaans. But, Honorable President, if there is ever a monument in South Africa who is inclusive, that reflects the Nguni languages, the Khoi and the San, it is that Taal Monument. And I want to ask you, you didn't say anything on that. En ek wil vir die agbare president vra. Agbare president, as dit moontlik is, kom ek en u begin besoek daardie monument, dat u die simboliek daar kan verstaan. En ook wil graag vir u vra, u wys my is reg, dan gaan ons hom besoek. Dankie. En ek wil ook vir u vra, sê vir die mense van Suid-Afrika, waar staan u met Afrikaans? Lastly, Honorable President, and I don't have time, you refer to the economic measures you've taken. The fact of the matter is as follows. Are you aware of the fact that in Matikwa, north of Durban, there's a report that children eat sand? You hear me? They eat sand to fill their stomach. Now, with great respect, Honorable President, you can say many words, yeah, but 199 children below 5 years died the last 2 months because of malnutrition. That is the reality of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Sebuledi se se latelang go tswa go ACDP ke Motlhomphegi Moruti Mešwa. Honorable members, as we always say, this room is too small. Once a person speaks from that side or that side, we can't hear the one on the podium, please. Honorable Mešwa, le ka tswela pele rre.
House Chairperson, Honorable President and members, On the 25th of May 2019, President Ramaphosa delivered a speech that reverberated for months throughout the country. He said, and I quote, "I am humbled by the trust you have bestowed upon me, aware of the challenges our country faces, but also alive to the fact that our people are filled with hope for a better tomorrow." Indeed, Chairperson, the majority of South Africans trusted the president and were filled with hope for a better tomorrow. But alas, that hope was short-lived. The allegations of corruption, money laundering, racketeering, defeating the ends of justice against the president have left many devastated and deeply disappointed. Rather than taking responsibility for breaking the law of this country, the president maintains that his hands are clean and his integrity is intact. Chairperson, the president cannot continue evading critical questions that have resulted from what happened at this Phala game farm. These questions that demand answers include the following. Firstly, why did the president keep foreign currency to the value of $4 million at his farm while knowing that it is illegal to do so? Secondly, who brought the foreign currency on the farm and was it cleared with customs when it was brought onto the farm? And thirdly, why was the break-in and theft of that foreign currency that was found hidden in the furniture not reported to the police? Fourthly, if that money came from sales of animals of the farm, as some have alleged, has tax been paid on those sales? And fifthly, is it true, Mr. President, that a domestic worker who worked there was bribed, allegedly tortured even, to ensure that she does not talk about what has happened on the farm? We want to know. While I know that justice must take its course and a full independent inquiry has to investigate these serious allegations, much will have to be done to restore the nation's trust and confidence in the president. I urge Mr. President, to be transparent and not to try and make excuses or hide any truth. To the president, I directly want to say, sir, please do not allow this Phala incident to be part of your legacy. Where there is fault, you need to repent and make right, not only as head of state, but also because you are responsible before God. I want to remind you further, Mr. President, that King Solomon once said, "Whoever conceals his transgressions will not prosper, but whoever confesses and forsakes them will obtain mercy." I wish you do that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
House Chair, on
Thank
a point
you
of order,
very
House Chair.
much.
House Chair, on a point of order.
Where is
It's Honorable Tring, House Chair.
Oh, Honorable Thring, yes.
House Chair, when we...
Can you please state what rule you are standing on, Honorable Thring?
The rule that I'm standing on is the rule that when a speaker is at the podium, all of the negative comments that come through unnecessarily.
That's
the ACDP respected the president.
Honorable member.
We expect that they do the same when our president speaks. Thank
Honorable member, I want to read to you Rule 92, subsection 3. A member raising the point of order must commence by quoting the exact rule or a standing order, or at least the principle of the subject matter upon which the point of order is based. Please, let's do that. It will help us a lot as we proceed. Thank you. Because we really can't have a debate within a debate.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, if that applies to every single member on
Yes,
this
it
side
will.
and that side of the House, then that's fine. We accept it. Thank you.
House Chair, House Chair, House Chair.
Yes, Honorable Swart.
Rise on Rule 66.
Yes.
House Chair, when the leader of the ACDP was speaking, it was incredibly difficult to hear him because of the members that were interrupting him by interjections. So I'd urge you, you made mention of the fact that this is a small chamber, and therefore when there are interjections that it is very difficult. In this case, Rule 66 indicates that a member is not directed. And I noticed that our leader occasionally stopped because of the loud interjections. And I'd ask you to rule in that regard. Thank you so much.
Honorable, thank you very much. My ruling is that, honorable members, I will repeat what I said. This room is small and heckling is allowed, but heckling cannot be shouting. That's what I will say. Honorable Nkwanka, why are you rising?
Since we couldn't hear Ndate Muruti, can he go back to the podium and deliver his speech again? Please, House Chair. We couldn't hear Ndate Muruti's speech. Can he go back to the podium
Honorable
again?
member, Honorable Nkwanka, that is out of order. You don't give any instructions in this sitting. And honorable members, that could, you know, the rule 92 tells us that you must raise the point of order immediately when there is that occurrence. And you should have raised your hand. It would have assisted me. Thank you very much. We proceed and now recognize the Honorable, the Minister in the Presidency, Ntate Gungubele.
Madam Speaker, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, Deputy President of the Republic, Honorable David Mabuza, honorable members of the House, members of the media, fellow South African, I greet you all. I think the challenge, Mr. President, is that you've been very much unfair in this parliament today. First, you dislodged the opposition, turned them into fans in the grandstand, because you called them to a field of play. They opted to sit in the grandstand. So that left you alone in the field of play. I'm still going to speak about that part. And secondly, unfortunately, Mr. President, you also imposed reorganization of my speech. But because of the meticulous presentation you've just put across. We present this presidency budget vote halfway through this sixth administration of government, which was ushered in after 2019 national and provincial elections, where the governing party, the African National Congress, pledged to grow South Africa together. Working with the people of South Africa, we pledged a new chapter of hope in the fight to eradicate unemployment, poverty, and inequality. A chapter to pursue the dream of our forebears of a non-racial, non-sexist, united, democratic, and prosperous South Africa. With all the above articulated by the president, as government, we recognize that we have only 2 years left of the sixth administration. We've therefore identified the priorities for remaining period to deal with all the aspects of the triple challenges as articulated. The presidents will continue to play a leading role, as the president said, that we should build a nation that eradicates unemployment, poverty, and inequality. A nation that fights corruption, malfeasance, which steals from the poor. A nation where injustices of the past are redressed and where socio-economic transformation is a priority for our efforts. A nation where all can live in safety and security without the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. The presidency has thus developed and drives the strategic imperatives expressed in the National Strategic Annual Plan, which was adopted by Cabinet Lekgotla last year,
which identifies the following top 10 acceleration interventions to deliver results towards tangible outcomes in 2022-23. Amongst others, is job creation in the public and private sector. The president has actually given a progress report on that. Ease of doing business to stimulate private sector investment and grow productive sectors of the economy as part of recovery and addressing the jobs crisis in South Africa. Using preferential procurement to utilize public procurement to empower enterprises owned by Black people, women, and persons with disability, as well as SMMEs and cooperatives. Modernization and digitalization of the public service and the economy in general will contribute to the economic recovery. 5, interventions to immediately address household foods insecurity and hunger. 6, the full rollout of the vaccination program as critical intervention to save lives, stabilize public health, and enable stabilization, recovery, and rebuilding of the economy. Addressing water and sanitation backlogs in schools and communities. 8, addressing the title deeds backlog is a long-standing commitment with general poor performance up to this point. Interventions to reduce violent crimes, including GBV. Lastly, while important progress has been made in combating corruption and bringing perpetrators to book, more visible progress needs to be made with regard to prosecution for corruption and related offenses. At this point in time, in March 2022, the cabinet approved the country investment strategy, which is currently out for public commentary and consultation. South Africa's inaugural country investment strategy aims to position South Africa as a key preferred African investment destination by attracting and facilitating quality foreign and domestic direct investment into the country. Mr. President, as we move to address this issue of investment strategy, we want to also give some progress report in the area of security. Based on the high-level panel by Professor Sidney Mufamadi, we accept the progress here is slow, but there's some progress to brief the nation about. For instance, legislative impediment. In other words, General Intelligence Law Amendment Bill, which is ready for further processing by Cabinet and then Parliament. That is one is in process. Regulation for National Intelligence Coordination Committee have been drafted and are on consultation stage between coordinator and the drafters. Process will be finished by September. Split of 2 services is on track, domestic and foreign, under the stewardship of Ambassador Majola, the DG. A roadmap is being implemented. Legal advisory services is hard at work with forensic investigation to uncover the extent of malfeasance and refer cases to ID and the Hawks. The matter of doctrinal shift from state security to national security is being addressed. Soon we will be consulting the public on the national security strategy. Madam Chair, the matter of vacancy rate is continuously being addressed in tandem with achievement of stability at the management level. There are some of the critical matters on implementation of high-level panel matters in this regard. In fighting crime and corruption, building an ethical and capable developmental state, the President has established a system for coordinating the implementation of all SIU recommendations across the multiple departments, spheres, and agencies responsible for implementation. This will overcome gaps in accountability and allow us to monitor and detect where there's inadequate progress in implementation. Honorable members, as we promised in February, this week we tabled the SIU reports implementation plan to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, while various investigations by law authorities on SIU recommendations are ensuing on a daily basis. As true testament to our commitment to running a transparent government, all volumes of the Zondo Commission report on the state inquiry have been released to the public within the time frames we had committed. We have, through the Office of the Director General in the Presidency, established a team to work through recommendations before the deadline to Parliament, which is the 15th of October. We can promise the country that we will be as transparent as we have been throughout this process of implementing the recommendations of the report. As the Minister of Finance said during the budget speech, resources have been allocated for the quick implementation of this report. As we have previously stated, law enforcement agencies are already working to ensure that those who are found to have been implicated in the state capture are brought to book. We have in this regard seen examples of serious arrests being made in the recent weeks. That is the progress so far, Chair. Now, if one is to go quickly on what the DPMA is going to do regarding this matter. Honorable President, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, thank you again. As we know, we are at a very critical point in our term of office, with less than 2 years before the country goes to the polls. The work that we do now and in the period to April 2024 will determine whether we're able to regain lost grounds and reverse the setbacks caused by multiple shocks, including the pandemic, the July unrest and the April and May flood disasters, all of which compounded poor growth levels, unemployment, poverty, and hunger have worsened. We are behind. We are behind in our 2030 and MTSF targets regarding growth, employment, gross fixed capital formation, inequality, and poverty. While there are signs of economic recovery for many South Africans, sustained and growing economic inequality has reduced the meaning and the value. Again, these are not new, but need to be reinvigorated. These are our priorities, that issues we're focusing on. Prioritization and focus. Prioritization is universally accepted as a principle of evidence-based decision-making. This is the principle of evidence-based decision-making. It's a tall ask we are constantly facing. Apparent crisis to which we must respond and compete with competing demands. Listed in highlight, a people-centered approach is our focus, an interventionist problem-solving approach, accelerated delivery, collaborative approach. Those are areas we are actually dealing with. In institutionalization, what we're institutionalizing is integrated planning and alignment, effective monitoring and evaluation system, performance management system, digitization of the PME system, and all these are issues that as DPMA we are focusing on. But I know, Honorable Speaker, I would have dismally failed if I did not deal with some nice issues. Mr. President, as I said, you've been allowed to play in the field alone. The message sent by Parliament today is that ANC is alone in the field of play. Therefore, the failure and the success of this game depends on us. Honorable John Stesen came here, said nothing about you, said nothing, Stian Hayes said nothing about vote one, but contradicted himself by saying there's a need for investigations, and yet he had findings in his speech. And then also cast aspersions on the law enforcement institution by saying it's a pending smoke screen investigation. But what we don't understand also, honorable members, the president has not been charged. Before there's a charge in the judiciary system, the prosecutors must analyze information. And after that, reach a determination whether there's a basis for charging or not. As we speak here now, what has occurred in Palapala, key institutions are analyzing that, and they are going to reach a determination. And the president has said unequivocally, he is going to cooperate with that. One of the most scary thing, Honorable Speaker, is there's not a single one, very few people in this narrative who are worried about the access in the precinct or the residence of the president, which threatened his security. Not a single one is speaking about that. And there's an access which still has to be investigated. And secondly, he is robbed. And then thirdly, he must be the one who is put in the in the adjudication spot. Now, none of you have said that.
Honorable Minister, and Yakolisa. Ixesha liphelile. Sithokoze malunga ahloniphekileko. Amalunga ahloniphekileko. Order. Okay. Ngiyabona ukuthi nifuna ukuhlala la tot kusasa. Ngoba nisafuni nokungipha ichance ukuthi ngikhulume. Honorable members, nangabe kuyangami bengizathi hlalani ngoba kade nithola ama-break. Kodwa umuntu ofanele aphendule kusasa ngumongameli, fanele alalele wonke umuntu. Manje ke asinipheni le 15 minutes ke niphume niza kubuya. Sithokoze.
Recording stopped.
budget vote. As I now recognize from the ANC, the Honorable Mahlaule.
Honorable President, Deputy President, honorable members. Chairperson, the presidency has made enormous progress since 2019. That makes the democratic South Africa appear like the beginning of time rather than the end of history. And without a shadow of doubt, further progress is possible. The progress and success of the presidency have been vigorously debated within both the parliament and the public broadly. In the midst of the presidency budget vote today, however, a new discursive practice seems to be emerging, that of conflating a public realm and the private realm when reflecting on the performance of the presidency. And let me be clear about what I'm talking about. It is worth pointing out that the subject in today's debate is President Ramaphosa as public representative and not President Ramaphosa as a shrewd businessman. What President Ramaphosa does in his private life as a businessman is something that the parliament has no authority over, and therefore it should not be the place for free thought and the exercise of reason. Chairperson, the reason I'm raising this is obviously that the opposition parties tend to use President Ramaphosa's business interests to drive narratives that pit the president against citizens. As such, narratives are not only hegemonic, but also set up interpretative frameworks that repress anything that is articulated and envisioned outside of those frameworks. For instance, the EFF speculates that President Ramaphosa concealed the crime at his farm for fear that such revelations might expose the president's involvement in what is supposedly racketeering, which implies that President Ramaphosa's commitment to fighting corruption is predictable, meaning is talking left so as to more rapidly walking right. President Ramaphosa, that is the EFF's views. It goes like he must step aside to allow the rule of law to take precedence without interference. Although it is hard to tell at the moment how much impact this view will have, it is nonetheless extremely popular in the public discourse because the EFF is competing with the media to engage our attention with these dramatic narratives. But I'm inclined to urge South African citizens to consume this view factfully and to subsequently realize that this view is not truly helpful or for evaluating the performance of the president. Chairperson, it is important to underscore that the view of the EFF is nothing short of throwing stones in a glass house. To be more specific, the ANC has never spread any distorting narrative when it was revealed that the EFF and its president for life received donations from donors alleged to be involved in illicit tobacco trade and tax invasions. Moreover, the ANC has never conveyed a dramatic representative picture of the DA when one of its provincial executives in the Western Cape province was at the center of a serious allegation of sexual assault. And yet these opposition parties have the audacity to dictate to the ANC how it should handle the alleged crime against President Ramaphosa as the party's deployee in government. The DA and the EFF must allow the internal disciplinary and integrity processes of the ANC to unfold without attempting to spread divisions where it is smooth unity, misunderstanding where there is convergence, and factions where there is agreement.
Honorable Mahlaule, Honorable Watfield, please. You and Honorable Faber, please, that is too much. I don't want to disturb the speaker on the podium. I try to be, please proceed, honorable member.
Chairperson, South Africa is facing a triple challenge of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. And we should not pretend that these challenges do not exist. But this does not suggest that we must look away from the progress that has been made so far. Just to illustrate, the current thinking about vertical and horizontal inequalities often ignores wider dimensions of inequality, such as between rural and urban workers and between men and women that may retard inclusive economic development as outlined in the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. Furthermore, the approach to tackling vertical and horizontal inequalities seldom places gentrification, which harms residential neighborhoods, at the center of concern. For instance, gentrification is evident in the city of Cape Town, whereby the DA-led government allows market forces to keep property inflation rates too high to undermine access to affordable housing for the working class, as well as the poor who happen to be Black. This process is implemented under the guise of development, but its intention is to cater for the sophisticated lifestyles practiced by the emerging middle class and capitalist classes consisting mainly of white people. Through the impressive work of the Investment and Infrastructure Office in the Presidency, the Mooikloof Mega Residential City Project, which is estimated to create approximately 50,000 apartments and almost 41,000 direct jobs, is designed to tackle this gentrification as well as vertical and horizontal inequalities so that the city of Tshwane does not become a mirror image of the city of Cape Town. The project is designed to fast-track the key priority interventions of accelerating an infrastructure-led economic recovery as outlined in the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. In addition, providing access to lifestyle services which have been denied individuals in lower income groups, partly because of the conservative nature of the banking system in South Africa that is overcautious when financing housing development for lower income groups. Chairperson, the presidential employment stimulus since its inception in 2020, as a response to the devastating effects of COVID-19 pandemic on employment, has transitioned to the second phase in line with the ANC-led government quest to create more job opportunities for unemployment for South Africans. To avoid misjudging the progress of the presidential employment stimulus, more than 500,000 unemployed South Africans in sectors with direct social impacts such as education, food security, public infrastructure maintenance, and environmental protection benefited from this employment scheme during its phase. Of course, the EFF, as a self-proclaimed party that cares about the workers, is likely to argue that these jobs or these job opportunities pay workers unacceptably low wages and make them work in inhumane conditions. What the EFF struggles to grapple with is that there is no objective way of understanding inhumane conditions and low wages. Given South Africa's status as one of the most unequal countries in the world, it is plausible that what the EFF consider a low wage is a decent wage in the eyes of most South Africans at the receiving end of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Chairperson, opposition parties, particularly the DA and the EFF, tend to depict President Ramaphosa as a leviathan that always gets what it wants, as it is assumed that he has centralized power in the presidency through consultative advisory councils such as the Climate Change Commission and the Presidential Climate Finance Task Team. And that in turn creates what is known as a state within a state. What the DA and the EFF are unaware of is that cabinet is not a chessboard with predetermined moves. You just move this one to that one, but rather a flexible institution that can be altered according to the need at the moment. Actually, centralization is not an issue that the EFF is equipped to rule on, since its commander-in-chief is all executive, legislature, judiciary at the same time. Notwithstanding the view of the opposition parties regarding centralization, the Climate Change Commission has done so much well to support the just energy transition. Among others, it has managed to raise more than 131 billion from Western countries to help the country to achieve energy mix and energy security as outlined in the Integrated Resource Plan 2019. This investment will be helpful in procuring a further 9,213 megawatts during 2022 and early 2023, comprising of bid windows in renewable energy storage, gas, and coal. In conclusion, Chairperson, the presidency budget must pass because President Ramaphosa has performed exceptionally well in the middle of COVID-19 pandemic, which has halted so many social and economic development plans. With the easing of local lockdown restrictions, we have more reasons to believe that economic reconstruction and recovery will be accelerated at a faster pace. You must listen. Thank you.
The next speaker, honorable members, Honorable Cuthbert, your voice is so strong, you know. So please just try to slow it down, lower, please. You are Cuthbert. Honorable members, the next speaker is the Honorable Member General Holomisa.
Chairperson, Mr. President, and honorable members. Mr. President, you have made various promises during your State of the Nation addresses. For instance, the project of Mzimvubu Dam, the N2 project doing along the Wild Coast, and many other projects, as well as the mega cities. I would suggest that there be an audit of your promises and a checkup of what progress have been made and the reasons for any failures. Regarding the much talked about break-in at your farm, many opinions have been given by all political parties in the House, and the onus rests on you to consider the suggested courses of action for the sake of your family, the country, and yourself. Last Friday, the public protector was asked by one of the political parties in Parliament, ATM, and asked you to clarify the break-in at your house, in your farm. But today, Mr. President, you suspended her, that is the public protector. Who will investigate you, sir? Your police who bungled you this investigation, I doubt if they qualify. Furthermore, Mr. President, we have also been alerted that the judgment for the public protector,
honorable members, I can't hear.
Proceed. The judgment for the challenge which was mounted by some of us, where we said you don't have the leg on to suspend the public protector. That judgment is due to be delivered tomorrow. Why would you do this on the eve of the judgment? What kind of message are you sending? Perhaps has somebody whispered from the judiciary in the same manner as we witnessed under Abamji? Furthermore, Mr. President, we have heard via the Zondo Commission how the ruling party and some of its leaders have benefited from state resources. Even your own words have echoed this sentiment.
Siyaxolisa, the Honorable Holomisa, ixesha lakho libukile.
Nivile message tamasela la.
Okay. Honorable members, the way you are making noise is not right, because somebody will say something and you will come and say, this is the point of order when I have heard nothing. So please, let's respect this house. We know you can heckle, but limit your voices. Don't over-drown the speakers. We now proceed and call from the ANC, the Honorable, the Minister of Social Development, Mamzul.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. This might be sounding very funny coming from me, but this is fact and this is truth. We are in a situation where, as South Africans and parliamentarians, need to take a moment and think very seriously about what happens in this house. And from the bottom of my heart, I'm genuinely saying that there is a time when we can make all the noises, insult each other, and do everything that we want to do, but there is a time when we need to stop. And I personally believe, Honorable Chair, having been in this house, having been one of those that also makes those noises, having been one of those that heckles beyond imagination, I'm now saying, Chair, the people of South Africa are calling upon us now to re-look and rethink and think very hard about what comes out of this house. And this Honorable Chair, President, Deputy President, I say it genuinely as a representative of the South African people, who, many of whom fought to be here and never got a chance to be here. It is my time, Mr. President, Deputy President, to say to the honorable members here, it is the time now for us to pull back. It is a time for us now to really do a complete overhaul in the manner in which we conduct ourselves in this house. And I want to say today, I'm going to be number one in that. Your Excellency, Mr. President, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I do want to say to those who do not believe, abafuna ukukhola njengoThomas, ngizocela ukuthi bangibheke from now on, bangitshene ukuthi bayangithemba noma bangithembi. Ngime la, Mr. President, ngicela ukubonga ukuthi wena as the President of the Republic of South Africa, you are leading us as the executive, and you expect certain things from us as the executive. And you, Deputy President, I'm sure you expect the same. Ngoba ke sikhuluma nabantu abasekhaya, ngiyacela Honorable Chair, ngicela and honorable members to say ngicela uqaphuna amagama anokushiwo omunye usisi omkhulu kahle engimthanda kakhulu woKhozi FM, Lady D, onokuthi mayeqeda iprogram yakhe athi ngithanda nonke emakhaya. Ngicela ukusho ke ukuthi thina sehama member we-African National Congress, ngiyethemba nabo laba bangapha bazovuma mangithi sinthanda nonke emakhaya. I am here, Mr. President and Deputy President, being very thankful also of the fact that, Mr. President, you referred to a very challenging situation which we have been in as a nation with regard to the military veterans. Mr. President, Deputy President, members of this House, any nation that does not respect that forgets about the people who sacrificed for their freedom and takes them for granted does not deserve a future, because every nation all over the world, they always remember the future. They remember their heroes and heroines who made it possible. I wish to thank you, Mr. President and Deputy President, that you have taken this issue very seriously, because it has been going on for too long. I do want to say to yourselves in this House and to the nation, those military veterans deserve a better life. Those military veterans and their children and their grandchildren deserve better, and it is possible for us to give them that better that they deserve. Mr. President, while we're continuing to provide solid leadership to all of government in the service of society and all our people, Your Excellency, your office, your Deputy President, and all the ministers and everyone who works in your office. And I thank you also for raising the issue of the DG in your office. Nothing is as painful, and especially being a woman, to find yourself being threatened in the manner in which she is being threatened. I'm hoping, Mr. President, that those thugs, those angazi ukuthi ngibabizeni, ngicela ukuthi bamiyeke aqhubeke enze umsebenzi wakhe. Mr. President, you are steering the ship that you are steering and commandeering, for one, to effectively carry out executive oversight on coherent policy and integrated program implementation pursuant of an inclusive, transformed, and prosperous South Africa. Mr. President, we talk of prosperity. Prosperity cannot be only for us who are in this House. Prosperity has to be for all citizens of this country. Number two, provide responsive technical competencies by which accountability is necessarily engendered in the quest to realize government strategic agenda. Number three, continuously improve governance, state capacity, and program implementation with a view to qualitatively better the state of our people. Yes, your constituencies, honorable members. When I talk about the state of the people, I'm not only just talking about the members of the African National Congress, I'm talking about your own constituencies too. And through social and economic reconstruction and recovery, we have to get South Africa working. We just came back from a very serious strategic planning meeting where the president told us in no uncertain terms that we must fill the potholes. He told us in no uncertain terms that everything that is a challenge that depends on us, we must be able to deal with it. So within the three programs that I have just spoken to of the presidency's budget vote one for the 2022-23 financial year, the presidency will continue to lead and coordinate process that formulate and implement comprehensive, sustainable solutions relative to the legacy of poverty, unemployment, as well as the novelty of climate change. And Mr. President, when we talk about climate change, we want to say to our people, the issue of climate change is not just a government issue. When we were crisscrossing KwaZulu-Natal, Mr. President, we're telling them that when they wake up in the morning and they watch the news and they see the weather, they must not think about what am I going to wear. They must think about what's going to happen. Is it gonna rain? Is it gonna be heavy rain? Is it gonna be light rain? Will I still find my house when I come back or not? And so, Mr. President, all the areas that yourself, together with the Deputy President, as well as the Minister Gungubele spoke to, are the issues of great importance to us as a Department of Social Development. But of course, Mr. President, we are not just about the Department of Social Development. We are about the overall performance of our government, where government creates a conducive environment for our people. Our social protection framework constitutes part of our comprehensive approach to inequalities, unemployment, and poverty. Not only do we provide targeted social assistance to cover 18 million South Africans who cannot provide for themselves and their families every month, excluding over 10 million who are receiving the SRD 350. And I know that there are those who are going to say, yeah, they're still waiting for that 350. Yes, Mr. President, they will get that 350. But fact is, in order for us to be able to pay that 350, we've got to make sure that we've got proper systems that make sure that the money is paid to the right people, number one. Number two, we spend a lot of money also, Mr. President, honorable members, in paying that money. So we have to negotiate with banks. Unfortunately for us, we have to negotiate with the banks. Maybe one day SASSA might be able to do its own payment so that it doesn't have to go through the pain that we are going through. And so, Mr. President, that 350 will be played. And now turning into international area, Mr. President, South Africa is part and parcel of the greater world. And therefore, it is important for us as a country and as a nation to continue calling for peace across the world. We call for peace in North Africa, in the Sahel, in the Horn of Africa, in the Middle East, in Asia, and of course, we call for peace even in Europe. So the issue of the conflict or the war between Russia and Ukraine is of importance to us, and we want to make sure that our efforts, which we have been putting as a nation, as a country, from the time that we started in 1994 as a nation, we have been respected, Mr. President and Deputy President, by the world for being able to participate in peacekeeping missions. We have been able to participate in bringing peace through negotiations. I stand here, Mr. President, at the time when we were trying to bring peace in the DRC. I crisscrossed the country together with Minister Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. At that time, I can tell you every step of what is happening in the DRC. Nothing pains me, Mr. President, than to see African people throughout this time, women and children running away with their miserable possessions, carrying on their heads, running away from mortars, from all kinds of weapons. And I ask myself the question, who is selling those weapons? May those who sell the weapons stop. Just like we have seen the ones who are selling and buying weapons from the West, now sending them to the Ukraine, and very soon they'll be trying to find out how do we remove these weapons, and yet they know. In fact, Mr. President, I think some of them are making money because their industries are going while our industries are not going. And so we want to also thank the African continent for receiving us and also for enabling President Cyril Ramaphosa and Minister Naledi Pandor to work under very difficult conditions in the African continent, as well as the world. But also we would like to thank Africa for its African Continental Free Trade Area, which has been ratified by 42 countries. And we are hoping, Mr. President, that economic peace, stability, and development will come to the continent. And we must not exclude ourselves from the African continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I will now invite, thank you, order, honorable members. Honorable Mahau of the ATM, this is your opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. On the 3rd of June 2021, whilst delivering a budget speech, President Ramaphosa made a lot of good sounding utterances, but failed dismally on each one of them. Because of time allocation, I will deal with just 3 of his statements. 1, he said, I quote, "We commend the hard work that has been underway in the National Assembly and through public hearings across the country on amendments for Section 25 of the Constitution to enable the expropriation of land without compensation." This statement was a pure lie because the term expropriation without compensation does not even appear on the draft bill to amend Section 25 of the Constitution. What appears is expropriation with nil compensation. The two are not the same. and are not even interchangeable. The difference is very fundamental. Although to an unsuspecting eye, they may sound the same. It is semantic, it's not. Why are the people of South Africa being lied to? Two, he said, I quote, if our economy is to thrive, if our people are to be empowered, if poverty is to be defeated, we need to tackle corruption, fraud, and mismanagement in every area of public life. When his statement was made, President Ramaphosa already knew about the robbery in his Phala Phala farm, where contrary to our foreign exchange laws, millions of US dollars were stashed under the mattresses. But he failed to take this house into confidence and explain the circumstances around this robbery. Section 96 prohibits members of cabinet from engaging in other paid work, yet the president told a handful of conference delegates and media in Lombombo that apart from earning his salary as a president, he is also a farmer that trades in buying and selling game and livestock. How then should the nation have confidence in a president that boasts about flouting the constitution? Three, he said, I quote, we are steadily and progressing, turning the tide, strengthening our laws enforcement agencies, identifying wrongdoing and ensuring that action is taken against those responsible. President Ramaphosa has confirmed that the robbery in his farm was not reported to the police official as specified by the law PRICA, section 34, subsection 1. The PPU member that the president reported the matter to is not the DPCI officer for crime as contemplated in the law. Hence, as we speak, there is no case number. So basically, the wrongdoing went unreported, and that's not captured on the stats. That alone undermined and sabotaged by the whole head of state. It is unacceptable. How can we win the war against corruption and criminality? Honorable Speaker, Section 83B of the Constitution of South Africa demands that President should uphold respect and defend the state. We are saying at 8 a.m.
Honorable Mahau, your time is up. You have 3 minutes. We proceed and call on the GA and invite Honorable McLuhan.
House Chairperson, South Africans face the first ever remix performed live by President Ramaphosa. This remix is not made in the studio. Beneath all these classic hits are the echoes of an entire political structure who is in total tatters. The emperor finally is without clothes. Mr. President, it is time to read between the lines. The recent developments is no doubt a consequence of your inability to act against counter-revolutionary forces within your own party. You cannot claim to be shocked again. The fact is, in a bid to pretend that there is unity within your own ANC, you appointed a bunch of alleged corrupt ANC cadres to your cabinet. Instead of confronting you directly, some of those ministers are making use of a faction to try and get rid of you. So much for unity in the ANC. Mr. President, not a single person outside of this morally and ethically corrupt ANC believes that the state of our country will improve under this poverty cabinet you have appointed. Our country has become a laughing stock. Human dignity should be everyone's pride. House Chairperson, the laugh of sporadic game, the bidding of a massive 18 million rand buffalo amid a sea of poverty, the time spent satisfying the RET and Ramaphosa faction. And as I go on, Speaker, I recall the inspired lyrics of Tuma Mina and Kauzela. Little did we know it was a plight of Bega Mina Yedo, an actual plight to send you, Mr. President, to Phala Phala. The recent pressure from Mr. Fraser, the DA have requested the Hawks to investigate charges against him, but hell no, Mr. Nice Guy Cyril Ramaphosa redeployed him to correctional service. Eat your cake Mr. President. Our country is in the edge of becoming a total failed state. There's no denying that the ANC cadres in government over the last 2 decades have turned its back on the people of South Africa in favor of lining their own pockets through corruption, fraud, theft, and money laundering and racketeering. Unlike you, Mr. Ramaphosa, we are not shocked that the tentacles of the ANC corruption is so deeply entrenched within the government. We are not shocked that the integrity of the state has been compromised by the ANC government. We are not shocked that 62.1 million has been hid under a mattress. We are not shocked that the economic recovery package is not showing any real growth. We are not shocked that 15 million people is without work. We are not shocked, Mr. President, you are dealing with a dilemma. We are not shocked that you prefer to speak to the Integrity Committee instead to this country. We are not shocked that we have learned that someone won the first prize being the Mampara of the week. Wena uwetsang wena mtate president. We are not shocked because for at least the last 20 years, it was the DA who won the ANC. Our state of decay and misery and despair today has been forewarned. Speaker, it feels like forever. We are therefore entitled to ask questions. Where was the president when the Guptas took control of the important SOEs such as Transnet, Eskom, and the NEL? Waar was jy, meneer die president? I know the president itself was deployed by the ANC to make these appointments. So we are putting the blame at your doorstep, Mr. President. Mr. President, the worst is to come. Please allow me to rewind a little bit and dwell on the counter-revolutionaries and those who once being your praise singers. Let me remind you that the deputy president is a paid-up member of the Premier League. It has once been said that the leopard cannot change its spots. Tigers don't cry, Minister Mantasha, and buffaloes have a smooth tongue. One wonders if the deputy is worth the deputy of a deputy because he is always absent without leave. All the time coming to Parliament, the same old story and same old answers to members of this House. The Minister of Police, he wears a hat, House Chairperson, hot-headed, always in a hat, always with a hat, but he is currently kept under a hat for a big surprise. Ayanda Dlodo claims she was warned about the riots in KZN, yet we face a parliament up in flames. Former Health Minister Willem Kize, who was his name surfaced in the SIU investigation, probing on how KZN provincial tender ballooned from 3.5 million to 114 million. Who will forget the 10 million glorified wheelbarrow scooters bought to serve as an ambulance? Then there is the digital bribes with COVID-19 corruption that hits the 5 billion. But this ANC government is quiet. To date, not a single word by the president on DECO's whereabouts when asked. She swindled the public purse with PPE contracts. She was found guilty, failing to disclose her interest and only received a written warning. She seems to be the untouchable and is nowhere to be found. Paul Mashatela's attempt to amend the step-aside resolution should be an eye-opener to you, Mr. President. Former Defense Minister, very confused at the lack of police in KZN. Some food for thought, Mr. President. Mr. President, hasn't my good friend, Minister Patricia de Lille, told you that they wash your dirty linen in public? Wake up and smell the coffee. Your washing is all over the show from Cape to Cairo and from Cairo to Bay Bridge. Mr. President, it is the end of your washing line. Finally, Mr. President, allow me to put my hands over your eyes. It is a surprise, Mr. President, a big surprise. Your palace is falling apart. Happy New Year, Mr. President.
Thank you, honorable members. We proceed and invite from the ANC, the Honorable Chabalal.
Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable President, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party and the Deputy Chief Whip, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, Members of Parliament, and viewers at home. I greet you in the name of a man that sleeps tirelessly, a man that spends all his lives worrying about the nation, a man that gives free basic education, a man that gives NSFAS for free so that the kids can study. I greet you in the name of a man that ensures there is free housing, a man that gives water, electricity to the indigent. I greet you all in the name of a man that ensures that the children go to school, they're never hungry. They find feeding scheme. I greet you in the name of a man that ensures there is uniform. I greet you in the name of a man that ensures no child ever sleeps hungry. I greet you in the name of a man that ensures that there is child support grant, there is old age grant, there is indigent grant, there is 350 grant. I greet you all in the name and I introduce you to that man. In the name of the man, Ufi, Dibumatamera, Fondo, Njiba, Loatamera, Nababurai, Ndiri, Muraro, Obenavatu, Narazabatu, Ner Ahe, Umatamera. Honorable President, as I've greeted the nation, Ngvumele amaskahlela my inkosi Zwelivelile Mandela letindukhahlelile tata. I greet you also in the name of the former mayor of Johannesburg, Jeff Makubo, Jolly D. Matongo, Umpumerana. I say may the soul rest in peace and rise in glory. Now, Honorable House Chair, as we prepare ourselves to accelerate or rather celebrate the commemoration of the student uprising of 1976 on the 16th of June, I'm inclined to quote Tata Mdala Reginald Tambo when he earmarked and said, and I quote, "The children of any nation are its future. A country and a movement that does not value young people, that does not value its youth and children does not deserve its future." I close quote. Tactically, in genuinely leadership role as a freedom fighter, Bani Mulukwane, Hector Peterson, Tieti Mashilini, Denny Muntiti, Collins Chabane, to name the few, Mama Winifred Madikizela Mandela, that has ensured that they've laid their life as a great resource that can assist us to appreciate the democracy we enjoy today and equip us with the hope that the current young generation will, as the old generation of 1976, to overcome race conditions and continue the long-term trend towards the full emancipation of people of South Africa towards a program that is called non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, united country. I do not wish to deny that there are many challenges, Mr. President, that make our young people feel hopeless, especially on the issue of unemployment. However, Mr. President, the Presidential Employment Stimulus PES and the expanded public works program in the Department of Public Works have created more than 1 million job opportunities since the emergence of COVID-19 emergence. And most of these job opportunities were directed towards young people. Mr. President, your work is commendable, and we would like to urge you that such initiatives should be the day-to-day function of the government and not be visible only during the state of disaster. Mr. President, there is a greater potential to create job opportunities for young people through state-owned enterprises. For instance, SAFCOL has an enterprise development program which seeks to develop young people and women-owned businesses for the forestry industry. Moreover, there are opportunities for greater including of small, medium, macro enterprises within Alexco mining agriculture value chains. But such programs and opportunities are hard to realize because SAFCOL and Alexco operate in communities where there are outstanding land claim Mr. President. We implore you, Mr. President, to attend to these issues as a matter of urgency, and we are confident that the budget vote will assist our government in its effort to accelerate the collaboration between Commission on Restitution of Land Rights, Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, and the Department of Public Enterprises. Now, let me mention the opportunities that we would have noted under this budget vote as we support this budget vote as the ANC. There is a total learner pipeline of 2.715 trainees currently in the system, registered in various programs across SOCs. Of these, 1,621 are artisan trainees, 235 of which are funded through the National Skills Fund as part of the SOC program of optimizing their training facilities. 623 are engineering trainees. A total of 387 students have been supported with bursaries in the 2021-22 financial year. Over and above this, a total of 334 completion were recorded for the financial year under review, with 107 placement into permanent positions. Now, Mr. President, I want to quickly go to the issue of Denel. We're saying that is another strategic owned company, a state-owned company. We can contribute virtually to the government key imperatives, including the creation of much needed job opportunities and be extremely profitable. What we are saying, Mr. President, can you ensure that you resolve issues of salaries, that people have not been paid salaries as a matter of urgency, because we really need Denel, and Denel is very important for the sovereignty of this country. Mr. President and Honorable House Chair, we often hear the opposition parties arguing over margins that the President has centralized power through consultative advisory councils such as the Presidential SOE Council and the interministerial team, which supersedes the mandates of the recognized government departments, aside from the fact that the mandate performance agreement speaks for itself. The interministerial task team, under the auspices of the capable Deputy President Mabuza, have developed the ESCOM active partnership model to reduce the indebtedness of municipalities to ESCOM while ensuring that the lives of municipal residents are kept on. The model has proven to be successful, as Maludi Apoform municipality, for example, has paid 54 million of its ESCOM debt in March 2022, and this was the first time as ever while that the account was serviced. Now, under this DA administration in the city of Johannesburg, that switches off the lights of indigent communities, even if there is the policy like the chief whip would have said of the majority party. They don't really care about the poor. What they have done, they ensure they are switching off electricity without even engaging community. Honorable President, one has spent sleepless night last night because there was an incident in Soweto and Tladi Muletsani, where within 9 months, even in Orange Farm in Johannesburg and Gauteng, that 9 months people have been without electricity. ESCOM went ahead and switched off at night and said they're going to put prepaid meters without engaging with the community, not even going through the ward councillors. And as a result, communities go to ward councillors' houses and they threaten their lives. They want to burn their homes. I think it's high time that the Minister of Police, there should be something that must be done to protect the life of the councillors. They don't work for ESCOM. ESCOM is important for them. They must engage the localities until such program, when they implement them, Deputy President, it becomes something that we have agreed on and community is happy to do so. Not that our people don't want to pay, our people would want to really want your ear so that they pay what they can afford. I would implore you to look into that. Thank you so much. As I move on, Honorable House Chair, the Presidential SOE Council must be applauded for assisting with stabilizing ESCOM. Since the easing of lockdown, ESCOM has recovered its sales volume, which in turn enhanced and improved its operating cash flows. This is primarily the reason why ESCOM debt has declined from 484 billion to 401 billion. More importantly, ESCOM has invested 2.9 billion in social infrastructure in Lipalale since the inception of Medupi project, and more than 20,000 people benefited in job opportunities as well as training, entrepreneurship development, financial literacy, modular employment skills skills courses, just to name but a few. In addition, Eskom spent 106 million on education and healthcare infrastructure in the same area through its corporate social initiatives, and at least 80,000 people benefited. This empirical evidence suggests two things: that Eskom remains a critical SOE with a headcount of more than 42,000 that it employs, and that inclusive growth and development can be built on the foundation of enterprises that have the government as their ultimate shareholder. So you want to tell me the president is not doing anything? Come on. Mr. President, load shedding remains an important national challenge, not to be ignored or denied, and the South African citizens are unhappy about its detrimental effect on the healthcare, literacy, food security, farm productivity, and so on. This is the reason why, President, please resolve the load shedding. We support the budget vote. Long live the president.
Long live!
Long live.
From good. Honorable Harold. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair.
Mr. Cuthbert, thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Aaron.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, a week ago when we were considering our approach to the presidency's budget, we really wanted to be addressing the issues that worry South Africans deeply and to ask our president to be leading our country to prosperity that we all desire and deserve. We would have liked to challenge the president to lead a reprioritization of our country's spending so that we could address the crises that we can no longer ignore. We would have implored the president to accelerate the implementation of a basic income grant and restructure our fuel price, because millions of South Africans are struggling for their basic survival or swimming or drowning in debt. But then we learned about the breach in the security of the president's farm in 2020, the loss of vast sums of cash, and the questionable steps allegedly taken by the head of the president's security to manage the incident. The questions that arise in the absence of adequate answers and speedy investigations have enormous destructive power. We repeat our call that we made 2 days ago for the president to urgently take South Africans into his confidence with respect to the cash that was stolen from the farm. By offering a credible explanation for these events, the president would not only defend his own integrity, but that of the country. At the same time, a credible explanation would contribute to breaking the very toxic South African cycle of allegations of criminality being weaponized by politicians instead of being swiftly investigated by the police and prosecutors so that they could be dealt with in our constitutional democracy's framework. By choosing to effectively invoke the so-called sub judice rule, the president unfortunately fuels the narrative that there's something to hide. Investigators and prosecutors must do their work, for it is they who have the power to prevent our country spiraling from one round of endless allegations and accusations and manipulations at the expense of the welfare of the majority of the people of this country. It is disappointing that our debate was unavoidably diverted from the business of the people. We have a long list of crises, from poverty to crime, unemployment, inflation, natural disasters such as we recently saw, climate change, and of course, Eskom. We really don't need another one. We need to be debating how we achieve a just, prosperous South Africa based on spatial, social, economic, and environmental justice. And we implore the authorities to act swiftly. South Africa deserves our undivided attention. We must, as a House, also distinguish between a reported crime or a reported allegation and a criminal charge. We're doing a great disservice to the people of South Africa by referring to criminal charges. There are no criminal charges. charges are brought by the National Prosecuting Authority, and we must be absolutely clear that any one of us can walk into a police station and make an allegation. That is not a criminal charge. Thank you.
NFP, the Honorable Sheikh Imam, you're the next speaker.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. Allow me to start off by saying what we hear today is not the reality on the ground. 70% of the youth in this country are unemployed, and yet we say the children are the future of this country. 35% of the people in this country are unemployed. In fact, the true figure is around 42%. 7 million people in this country go hungry to bed every day, so it can't be business as usual. Millions more are homeless. Many more are landless, including the Khoi and the Sand. Nelson Mandela Bay is about to be waterless. 46% of people in this country get some form of social assistance, and we're now talking about a basic income grant. Is this sustainable? No. Your debt to GDP is going to go up to 5.5 trillion in the medium term. And we say it's all okay. 350 women are murdered in this or raped in this country every day. And we say it's okay. 30 women are murdered daily in this country, and we say it's okay. 12 children are murdered daily in this country, and we say it's okay. 75 people are murdered daily in this country, and we say it's okay.
Order, honorable member.
What are we doing about it? There's a budget cut for the police, but there's a budget increase for VIP, protection services. Where is the logic behind it? Where is it? I've said time and time again in this house, the police cannot solve the problems of the crime in this country. It is the socio-economic conditions under which our people live. Now, I notice many of the members in the ANC are trying to defend what happened in the farm of the president. The president has not defended or denied that. He did not deny that money has been taken. He did not deny that some bribe might have been paid to a housekeeper or maid. He did not deny that there might have been interference. There is a process that is unfolding. Let us not defend that. Allow the process and the president to do what he has to do to respond to that. Because as the leader of this country, the president ought to do that, to give back confidence to the people in this country. That's what we must do. Mr. President, 1 in 2 children start school and don't finish school in this country, Mr. President. 60% drop out in the first year of tertiary institution in the Tibet colleges. That's how bad it is. The education system does not produce the skills we need in this country. More of your billionaires today are living abroad, not in the country. That is the problem we're sitting. Mr. President, I don't believe you're serious about corruption, and let me tell you why. Corruption at the local level, Mr. President, is rife day in and day out. That is where the corruption is. I plead with you to deal with corruption at all levels, starting at local government, and more importantly, the dysfunctional states of municipalities at loggerheads to overthrow each other and take control of the municipalities instead of delivering services to the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The Honorable the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, who are invited to the podium.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, Deputy President, Honorable Ministers, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party and the Deputy, Malibongwe to all Maswaratipa Kabagalin. We are here today to say we are being led and re tshwanetse re laolege, re bušege. Maswarathipa ka bogaleng basadi ba Afrika Borwa ba se ke ba fela matla. Le se ke la ya le ditaola badimong. Šalelang rutang bana ba lena mekgwa e mebotse. Bana ba rena a ba godishiwe in a society that says boys and girls are important. Bana ba godishwa ke mma le papa. I got a shock of my life when my kids agreed that I must go do my master's in international relations after 20 years. I will not forget the tutor who was taking me along, who said, you know, Maite, you are the first generation of parents post-apartheid who grew up in the townships, in the villages, who had a father and mother waking up and sleeping with the children because they would be working somewhere far away and only come back at Christmas. It was such a wake-up call for me that it is just so true that 28 years is not a very long period in a life of a nation that went through so much pain like we did. So, Mr. President and Deputy President, you are leading a nation that is needing to be rebuilt so that 28 years in a lifetime of a nation doesn't mean that we could have solved all the problems. But if we come here and debate irrelevant, I say irrelevant because indeed, that which we had focused today is not that which is central. What is central is, Minister of Police had said, after every 3 hours, a girl child or a woman is killed. This afternoon at lunchtime, the President, I saw young girls smoking. I saw the smoke that was more than the face I saw. Something called vapor, whatever. These are the children we are raising, and we're not talking about those things here. If this house comes here, DA, ANC, all of us, to remember that we don't come here to serve ourselves, but to focus on building this young and fractious nation. The country in which the richest and the poorest and the gap thereof, we are number one. Every 3 hours, a woman and a child, girl child dies from, they're not killed by strangers, many of them, by people who are supposed to love and protect them. Yesterday, we were answering questions as to where is the GBF Council? The Gender-Based Violence Council is still being discussed with METLEC because that's the process we have to take. Before it comes to Parliament, it's coming to Parliament and it will come soon. If we head our way, it should come before the end of this month. We are getting a lot of support from CEDAW, from EU, from AU, from all other countries that they believe in what South Africa says. SADC would not get together and not say, what is South Africa's opinion about these matters? As we discuss what happens post the Gender-Based Violence Council launch, and making sure that we thank the president in action on the 3 laws that we've signed in action. We should be saying, what do we do? Beyond that, we go back and build families, real families, not the ones that after 12 months. We have an opportunity now to build the real families that are South African, that we'll be very proud of. We reduce the poverty gap between the richest and the poorest, because poverty always bears the feminine face. It was not a mistake, Mr. President. It was your thoughtfulness to say all the vulnerable people or groups should be centered. Women, young people, and people with disability, so that we do not go all over the place. We focus our attention to one place, but we need to remember that South Africa, I would be ashamed if I would come here and just focus on the farm of the president and not focus on what do I do as an honorable member to rebuild this country that needs me. You didn't come here to discuss politics. We came here to rebuild the country, and we need all of us, all our thoughts together to rebuild a South Africa that Me Charlotte Manye Makrege, that Madiba fought for and said to Masoro Tipeka, it always seems impossible until it is done. We are busy as the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities with multi-sectoral support response teams supported by civil society organizations. We are working on the district development model so that every municipality has response teams that works with the district, with the local municipalities, with the provinces to stop teenage pregnancies. You don't want to know how many children between the age of 9 and 14 fall pregnant from grandfathers and everybody. So you people from on my left, if we stop calling each other names, we could build a beautiful nation together and make sure that indeed district development model responds to the nation we want to be proud of. Last night or 2 nights ago when I landed here with a man from DRC. I won't tell you his name. I said, where do you come from? He said, DRC. I said, where? I saw his eyes going because I wanted to tell him I was born in a village. I spent 20 years of my life going around the world, and I know there's no place like home. This South Africa is going to be a beautiful country years to come if we all work together and stop calling each other names outsiders. So there's no one who can stand up here and say to me and Minister Lindy Wezulu and Minister Pando, there's somewhere where it's beautiful. Because I asked this man, oh, you come from Kinshasa, do you know Kivu? He said, no. I said, oh, what a beautiful place. One day when you go back to DRC, go to Kivu and see how beautiful as you fly. Is there a flight? Yes. Fly in and see how beautiful it is, but you don't know. The support we're getting to respond to the NSP of the gender-based violence, which we are using in the DDM models. We are using data, technical monitors and data capturers as a pilot in the 3 provinces of KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, Gauteng, And we hope through the NSP, before we go into the next summit, we will have had an opportunity to have seen how this works. Many people ask, how do we get to this? President, thank you so much for the IMC that you had formed, which I have the honor to chair. We have Minister of Police and the officials. We have Minister of Social Development. We have Minister of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities. We have public service in that. We have all the 5 critical ministries working together and working through our officials to reach out to our districts, to our communities. Please join in and let's build a new South Africa that we said we want, so that when NETLEC is done with the consultation, we come back here and come to Parliament and say, this is what we want to achieve. We are also working, we've reached out to the taxi industry. We're working with Santaco to train their drivers to respect women. Can women not only be the problem of the Ministry of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities and Police? Be a problem, feel safe and walk safe day and night, because they are raised in societies that care, you and me. Let's go raise those kids the way we want them to be, not the other way around, where we will come here bringing newspaper clippings. We don't live on newspaper clippings. We live on reality of building a new South Africa that says it's never done until it's done. One day we will arrive. We are not a department that should be looking at only on how women should not be killed after every 3 hours and girl children, but also we want to thank you, Mr. President and Deputy President, on Wekona. The participation of women in business. We are inviting the private sector that they were not necessarily all there when we had the first round of Wekona, October 2021. The next Wekona, where we are saying, let's bring women, let's engage them. Let's make them part of the rebuilding, the renewal. Let's not leave anyone behind. Come October 2022, they should all be there and we should all be working together. We must move from policy documents to action. We must all dirty our hands. There are too many summits, there's too little work. So let's get our hands dirty and build our own country that people visit and say, wow, what a country. And they actually hear from us. They actually tell us, we hear from you how bad South Africa is. But when we arrive here, we don't see this bad South Africa. You and I have a responsibility to make South Africa look good, because 20 years ago, I would come back home and feel, I want to kiss the ground, I'm back home. This is South Africa. It's not like any other country. This budget votes speech, President, that we have presented this morning, and the Deputy President, through SAMAC and all, is to be supported, because we want that when we go to the next summit of the gender-based violence and femicide, we should have implemented, we should have engaged all the sectors of our societies to come together and work with us. and make sure that we build, leaving no one behind. Resilience in the June month is what we are working for. Our youth need to be going to look for jobs and create jobs for themselves because we will work with them. I thank you.
Thank you. Pronisha Chapter from the AIC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, this budget vote has been the most testing budget to respond to. The budget itself must be understood against the pretext of the obligations imposed on the head of the state, of government, and of national executive. The president is the Lord Star of service delivery. He must check his cabinet. He has the duty to ensure that the NDP and other governmental plans are implemented. That means the buck stops with him. Honorable Chair, we note in this regard that the investment summit, the YES project, the social compact touted by the president, the implementation of the district development plan, the capacitation of the NPA and SARS, and a host of other achievements conjures up the leadership strides of the president. We'll also wish to touch on the thorny issue doing around in the public domain about allegations of indiscretion against the president. What we know, Honorable Chair, is that the president, upon returning home from a visit abroad, was advised of the matter. The route that the president preferred in not reporting the crime may or may not have been informed by concerns of the national security and the state intelligence. We also know that what could have led the matter not being reported to the police is the fact that the president was to address the nation just after the incident. Had this matter been brought up to the public or reported to the police service before or even after the president had delivered SONA, there could have been fear of potential risk to the president's security and or his surroundings. We don't know, Honorable Chair, we can't speculate. What we know is that the relevant legislation alleged to have been violated by the president in him not reporting the alleged crime does not prescribe the time frame according to which a crime may be reported. Now that the horse has bolted, the president must open a case of theft as his security is already compromised and the matter is in any event in the public domain. Until this matter has been processed by the relevant authorities and the president is found to be on the wrong side of the law, we will not unoppose this budget. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. From the ANC, Honorable Hermans.
Mr. President, Mr. President, Deputy President, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, everyone in the House, fellow South Africans, good evening. South Africa remains one of the most unequal countries in the world by race, class, and gender. Centuries of colonialism and decades of apartheid bequeathed to generations of South Africans inequality that manifests itself in shockingly stark differences in household incomes, unequal asset ownership, including both concentrated business ownership and household resources, inequitable access to quality education, which still largely is reflected by family wealth and race, and unequal quality of municipal infrastructure. The roots and problematic systemic features of our productive economy that continue to reproduce the crisis levels of unemployment, poverty, and inequality have its basis in industrial capitalism, which was externally imposed process by the imperialist West. In 1994, South Africa was a highly concentrated economy. At the time, the largest 5 conglomerates controlled entities accounting for 84% of the capitalization of the stock exchange. Although shifts have been registered since then, our economy remains highly concentrated. These are systemic features that are rooted in our legacy of what the ANC has characterized as colonialism of a special type. They are mutually reinforcing and have locked our society in a persisting and problematic path because they are systemic. Any attempt to transform the high levels of concentration without simultaneously addressing the others is likely to end up in frustration and failure. The structural transformation of the economy is therefore essential to change the systemic features that reproduce the persistent challenges. In order for us to achieve this, the ANC government is determined to reindustrialize our economy so that we move up the global productive value chain. This in turn needs to be supported by massive infrastructure development and the transformation of the education and training system, amongst others, to align with and support our development and productive economic objectives. The work of the ANC government on spearheading transformations seeks to create opportunity for all South Africans. This involves deconcentrating our economy and opening up exclusive product and service markets to participation by all. It is about our enduring commitment to support the Black industrialists and workers who were previously denied access to opportunities for economic ownership and participation. Furthermore, it is about ensuring that the spatial strategy that informs how we build and support the new model of special economic zones and industrial parks in secondary towns and in rural areas is informed by the principle of expanding industrial activity beyond its concentration in the urban metropolitan areas. Transformation is about building an economy that works where our people live, bringing development to rural provinces and districts. The revised approach to spatial industrial policy, informed by the district development model, will see government supporting projects that create jobs, infrastructure, and innovation in districts across the country. The Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, first announced by the President in October 2020, identifies aggressive infrastructure and industrialization as being at the center of our inclusive growth and transformation agenda. To achieve this, the ANC-led government has completed and signed master plans with partners in strategic sectors of our economy that will ensure that we achieve the necessary structural transformation for our economy, with agro-processing, localization, and state procurement being the key points that will leverage the drive for local manufacturing jobs. The retail, clothing, textile, footwear, leather master plan, for instance, projects to grow employment to 330,000 jobs and increase local retail sales to about 250 million rand, expand local procurement from 45% to 65%, while improving skills, technology, and competitiveness in the process by 2030. We believe that higher levels of local procurement can boost jobs and production. As the ANC, we commend the work of the DTIC in engaging retailers to raise the level of local purchasing and to speed up the reaching of localization targets as set out in the master plans. This includes engaging international retailers on establishing local sourcing. This is already being done in the Volkswagen plant in Kariga in the Eastern Cape, which is producing the 1 millionth Polo vehicle to export. A new food factory in Kerry Ingredients in KZN has been launched. Caro Brick opened its production facility, and a new black industrial export network was launched. The IDC will also be launching the pilot township economy program to improve access to finance and to de-risk SMMEs through business support measures. Later in the year, the Tshwane SEZ aims to complete 11 automotive component plants in support of Ford's 16 billion rand investment, employing about 2,000 workers in the new zone. SA Steel Mills aims to complete its production plant announced at the investment conference. The sustained growth of South Africa is interlinked to the growth of the African continent. The AfCFTA presents an opportunity to expand inter-Africa trade and industrialize the continent, which will ease trade and investment flows and shift the composition and direction of foreign direct investment flows throughout the African continent. Moreover, it will increase market efficiency and reducing the cost of doing business by offering opportunities of economies of scale. The support for SMMEs in a developing economy like ours cannot be overemphasized. And it is concerning that about 40% of our SMMEs do not make it past the first year of existence. We need to create a conducive environment for SMMEs to be sustainable. It is therefore imperative that the Department of Small Business Development forges ahead with the implementations of the SMMEs and cooperatives funding policy, which will ensure the improvement of access to affordable finance for SMMEs and cooperatives. Further, it must accelerate the implementation of township and rural entrepreneurship program, which is dedicated to provide financial and non-financial support to township and rural enterprises. The interventions of the ANC government are putting our economy on a new growth trajectory through the support provided to SMMEs in an effort to reindustrialize our economy. This is essential for economic transformation, and we believe the government is on the right path with this. We call on progressive organizations and individuals to support the efforts of the government to transform our economy and society for the betterment of the lives of all South Africans. I thank you.
The Honorable the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, the Honorable Kiakana. The Honorable the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, the Honorable Kiakana.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, His Excellency President Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, Deputy President David Mabuza, honorable ministers and deputy ministers, honorable members of this House and fellow South Africans. My honorable Chief Whip, thank you for reminding me. South Africa reimagined as a prosperous, happy, and equality-centric nation is the goal for the three spheres of government and its entities. This requires a resolute focus on ensuring a capable, ethical, and developmental state. We implement the electoral mandate on the National Development Plan Vision 2030 through the country's blueprint for inclusive economic recovery, the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, ERRP, and the Medium-Term Strategic Framework, the MTSF. Honorable members, we are single-minded in unraveling the deeply entrenched and heavily embedded aspects of corruption and mismanagement that plague the state. It will not happen overnight, unfortunately, but it is happening. And if there is doubt, just this week's events serve to clarify our intentions. The presidency is not making promises for the sake of. We are here to account on what has already been achieved. And I want to emphasize our resolute focus South Africans and this House can expect more of in the immediate future. In aligning today's debate, we are drawing on the 7 priorities of the MTSF and the 2 critical cross-cutting focus areas, namely the women, youth, and persons with disabilities, and the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. We are aggressively implementing the MTSF towards the 2024 deadline because in its last review, the National Planning Commission advised the implementation of the NDP will need the country to drastically change course in the remaining period if we are to meet the 2030 goals. Honorable members, I'm sure you'll agree that our first not negotiable in unraveling the embeddedness of corruption and mismanagement is for the presidency through DPME to publicly share progress on its monitoring and evaluation findings. In addition, all implementation of government's agenda is done transparently through the biannual reporting system, which is presented to Cabinet. And these building blocks have already rendered some big wins. And let me give you one example to illustrate this impact. In a tight monitoring and evaluation process, it was discovered that a national policy on homelessness does not exist, nor is there a department responsible for it. Yet, homelessness is a critical focal point since COVID-19. So, homelessness is now a performance measure in the biannual reporting system, and its policy implementation will be transparently tracked and monitored biannually. We're inviting you to ask us for progress report in a few months, because no matter how difficult it is to reduce homelessness through a complex integration by all spheres of government, because it is now measured, it is managed. Institutionalizing planning, monitoring, and evaluation relies heavily on citizenry responsiveness, especially with regard to challenges. Our integrated system approach is outcome-based and uses lessons and gaps to strengthen policy and implementation interface. Of course, we're not afraid of getting negative feedback, and neither are we afraid of tackling difficult issues. In that, let us unpack the presidency through DPME's work on some of our country's most critical but stagnant issues. Let's start with basic education. The DPM is statistically researching the total impact of COVID-19 on education through qualitative interactions with schools and TVET colleges. Reasons for schools vandalism emerged as an unexpected outcome and being addressed by the Department of Basic Education as we speak. Another learning that is being tabulated and will be providing DBE with a framework is for community partnership in protecting education as an investment. You'll be very happy, honorable members, to know that we are tracking and performance managing the progress of replacing inappropriate sanitation in schools under the Sanitation Appropriation for Education initiative. It was a non-mover, but we have partnered with some offices of the premiers to intervene speedily on the ground where challenges exist, and institutionalizing monitoring and evaluation in partnerships with offices of the premiers has created the necessary shift on this program. As we approach the National Health Insurance, we are critically monitoring healthcare delivery in the country. As an example, the Presidency through DPME's assessment of primary healthcare facilities in the Northwest Province revealed inadequate availability of medicine, which originally resulted from insufficient budgeting for the purchase of drugs and pharmaceutical products. And in collaboration with the Northwest Department of Health, the National Department of Health and National Treasury, this challenge is resolved. The President announced in the SONA 2022 that much progress is being made in preparing for the introduction of NHI. In delivering on this SONA commitment, the Presidency through DPME is conducting monitoring visits to assess the delivery of healthcare services nationally, and we have already completed assessment for 5 provinces since SONA 2022, a mere 118 days ago. Another critical but stagnant issue that we are tackling is agriculture and land reform. We assess 2 farmers' production support units per province in all 9 provinces, evaluating operational and governance efficiencies. And it emerged that some are not optimally efficient in both governance and operations. We also worked with Limpopo and KZN provinces to address long outstanding land reform projects, including Mbakoni, Kwamkwanazi, and Inanda communities, to name a few. Our integrated approach strategy continued in joint frontline monitoring visits with other deputy ministers in the Free State, Limpopo, Northwest provinces so far on government's performance in the health, education, and justice sectors, with a special focus on South Africa's shadow pandemic, gender-based violence, and femicide. We assessed the following: access and provision of services to gender-based violence survivors and key departments' response, such as SAPS, NPA, justice, health, and social development spheres. Implementation and rollout of the national vaccination program, and also evaluating the reopening of schools after COVID-19. Government works within the communities and account to our people using district development model. And this approach removes silos and reveals service delivery challenges immediately, but also ensures coordinated outcomes and required improvements. The monitoring and evaluation of bus rapid transport system took a long time to complete because we needed to ensure that the results were indisputable. And to this end, we are concerned about the lack of progress in the BRT in Rustenburg, where there are no buses on the road after an expenditure of 3.3 billion. The Presidency's DGs are working with the National Department of Transport and the municipality
Thank you very much.
to ensure that we get those buses on the road now.
Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Matisha, the next speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. What happened in this House when the sitting began was extremely unfortunate. It, however, must be understood that it is a consequence of many government failures over the past 28 years. All the purported successes you have cited in your presentation, Mr. President, are in actual fact not true. You said the economy is showing positive signs of improvement. You said it is your priority to improve the lives of all South Africans. You said people must come first. You promised better basic services. All these are what you presented over the past 5 years of your presidency. But in actual fact, I must emphasize the opposite really has been the case. That is why today, as we stand here, 7 out of every 10 people are not employed. Here we talk of millions of people. Poverty, absence of water, food, toilets keep on growing daily. Theft and corruption by those who are called deployees, ANC deployees, is true and growing, sir. In respect of the latter, permit me to repeat what I have raised with you many times, actually 5 times, in a parliament here as we spoke. This I repeat because instead of seeing any improvement from yourself, the opposite is the case. I have requested that you should, Mr. President, reduce a crowd of ministers and deputy ministers because they just fill up the stadium, take home millions of money, get given many expensive cars and houses, tens and tens of bodyguards. That is the money they get, and that money should create jobs and improve the lives of South Africans. There are, of course, conscientious ministers, and there are few, I must say. And this, I want to believe that you know, Mr. President. Now, on the Zondo Commission and your house, COPE says people who must investigate and implement the results must be independent. The Zondo Commission, although we are still waiting for the 4th report, cites many leaders of your party as the main persons who stole and even killed other human beings. On the matter of money that disappeared on your farm, again, Mr. President, ensure that independent persons are given space to do the investigations. Not SAPS, not intelligence department, because there can't be any true and or empirical evidence. Therefore, what needs to be done, Mr. President, is you to find proper people, because you are the commander-in-chief, and the commander-in-chief, these people from SAPS, the people from intelligence will simply listen to you, and your name shall never be cleared. Thank you very much.
Yes. I remember the Deputy Speaker saying something to Mr. Matisha. I was just saying, I remember the Deputy Speaker saying something to Mr. Matisha, wanting to find out the state. But thank you very much, Mr. Matisha. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. You have exceeded your time by 40 seconds. Yes. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I thought maybe Honorable Matisha must be too lonely to think that we have been here for 5 years. He's alone. He needs to be assisted.
Thank you, Honorable Kumubela. That's not a point of order. The Honorable, the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, Honorable Correa.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable Madam Speaker, in this case, it's yourself, the House Chair, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, His Excellency, the Deputy President, David Mabuza, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of the House, members of the media, fellow South Africans. Just so we start, we support this budget vote. Budget vote 1. Before I can go into the content, you know what becomes worrying is when all of us know that ants in their own nature, they're very resilient. It becomes worrying when you find ants which use the same tactic to want to reach a particular goal. If you have got ants in your house, if you want to deal with them, it's not easy, it will take you some time. Now, when you come to this house and you find ants, and it becomes easy to address them, you start to ask yourself, what caliber of ants are these ones? And we only hope that our electorates are watching. Maybe the ants that we have in this house have run out of plans, or they don't know what to do, or they do not want to work, and they opt to always create an excuse to walk away, while the electorate is expecting them to come and do what they voted on for them to do. We truly hope South Africans will not buy their scam. That as it may be, we are going to continue and to do what our people who have placed us here expect us to do. And that for you, President, must not deter you. You must continue to do your work. You have the support of this House, and South Africans are behind you. What we are happy about is that you have not said you do not want to come and explain yourself. Our history has taught us that since time immemorial, young people have always risen in the most difficult periods and fostered solutions to keep the vision for a non-sexist, non-racial, and a prosperous South Africa. This they have done so that it can be alive. The generation of Anton Limbede, Nelson Mandela, and Oliver Tambo injected the much needed energy and dynamism in the struggle for liberation. This month, we honor the youth of 1976 for gallantly confronting the previous regime and demand the abolition of Afrikaans as a medium of instruction and provision of quality education for the marginalized. In recent times, young people sought to address the challenges faced by students as they pursue higher education and pushed for free education. In various sectors of our society, we are seeing a number of capable young people rising as trailblazers. We are inspired by these young people, their energy, and we want to see it replicate in corners of our country. Young people cannot afford to rest and lose hope. The youth must seize the moment to immerse themselves in stabilizing our country amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. They should design innovative ideas that will help drive the much needed economic growth and must participate in the overall developmental objective to reduce poverty, unemployment, and inequality. COVID-19 has dealt a severe blow in our economy. Many people's lives and livelihoods have been affected. The flood, and in some instances drought, have worsened the situation. The full participation of women in the economy continues to be compromised by the escalating levels of gender-based violence and femicide. Some of our youth are deprived of the opportunity to participate in the economic activities of the country because of substance abuse and alcohol. This Youth Month must serve as a period of awakening for young people in our country. The hour of the youth, the hour of youth activism and participation in addressing these challenges is now. Government remains determined to change the trajectory and provide hope for all South Africans, especially to the youth who are hardest hit by these challenges. Speaker, today the President has once again thoroughly and clearly outlined government's trajectory towards the recovery and reconstruction progress. We can see the many efforts that are being implemented in government and the private sector to give impetus to our quest for economic growth and job creation, to overcome the COVID-19 pandemic, to deal with gender-based violence and femicide, and to confront corruption in all its manifestations. The signs of stabilization and recovery are beginning to show. Our country registered a slight drop in unemployment from 35.3% in the fourth quarter of 2021 to 34.5% in the first quarter of 2022. It is also encouraging that for the second quarter in a row, the expanded unemployment rate has declined. Data from Statistics South Africa shows that an estimated 370,000 jobs were gained between the fourth quarter of 2021 and the first quarter of 2022. The biggest job gains were recorded in community and social services and also manufacturing and trade. The Presidential Employment Stimulus Program continues to play a crucial role in supporting the implementation of the country's economic reconstruction and recovery plan. Since its launch in October 2020, the first two phases of the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program has supported over 850,000 opportunities. Over 300,000 of these opportunities come from placing young people as artisans in schools, as assistants, in schools across the country through the Basic Education Employment Initiative. The employment stimulus.
We'll get 22876.
All right. The employment stimulus. It's fine. The employment stimulus is supporting the implementation of the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, which aims to provide support and expand opportunities for young people who are unemployed. While only moderate, these gains show that our economy remains robust and that interventions such as the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan and Operation Vulindlela are working. We encourage young people to heed the call by Brand South Africa to play a part in the development of the country and promotion of the national brand. Brand South Africa has initiated a number of programs to market the country and contribute in attracting investment for our economic growth. Speaker, I'm sorry about that. You will also notice that through the MDDA, we have been able in the previous financial year to fund a number of various projects. And we are continuing to commit to this House that in this current financial year, we are going to be funding more than 30 community projects across the province. This has showed us that indeed, when we empower our community media sector, we're building a conscious citizenship, a responsible citizen. We're empowering and building communities which will have information at their hand so that they can work towards building themselves. We should do this with the highest speed which we have. As we conclude, we want to encourage young people to use these opportunities to participate in the economy, use new innovative ideas, assist government in the edge of empowering themselves so that they can respond the call to assist in building the much needed jobs so that we can have a better South Africa. Go.
Thank you very much. Next time you call me chairperson, I'll increase your time. Thank you very much. Hlonishwa Nyonso from the PAC.
Chairperson, Mr. President, Usobukwe uthi true leadership demands complete subjugation of self, honesty, integrity, uprightness of character, courage, and fearlessness, and above all, a consuming love for one's people. Ubabe ndishumayela ke President, benza mahlale kulanda with the consuming love for our people. While we are discussing imali ezisematrasini nasemiqamelweni, our people are dying of hunger. Our people are landless. Our people are still in jail. Our people do not have shelter on top of their heads. Our veterans are dying. Comrade Deputy President, every weekend we bury a veteran, and all of them, we bury them as paupers. Even the coming weekend, we'll be burying a veteran in Gala. And the veterans are denied. And it is very difficult for Major General Mashwale to confirm PAC veterans because he was never a PAC, and he's denying them all. And above all, Mama Mayosi, a PAC cadre who even gave birth in prison, has just been denied. Tata Feni, a PAC cadre who spent 12 years on Robben Island, has just been denied. I'm just giving you two examples, Comrade Deputy President, but the list is endless. Our roads are a shame. U-MEC wase-Eastern Cape ugrumbe indlela phakathi kwe-Butterworth and Cendane. Yaqala ubona ithi convertwa into gravel road. And now imoto ziyatshayisana because uyilimile and the contractor has since left the scene. It is a shame into enzeke Eastern Cape. And Mr. President, sisengxakini because the service delivery ayizi kwindawo esihlala kuzo thina ezilalini. Where is the consuming love for our people? Azania deserves better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable members. Al Jama, the Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, I agree with Minister Lamola that to serve as President and Deputy President, one must not be a pensioner. So to support him, Al Jama has organized 6 June the 16 events to bring real freedom for the youth, and that is to become a President and Deputy President without having to be pensioners. The first one, we threw our weight behind in the Ugu district for 200 learners. The next one is in Paul. Does the Freedom Party plus hate the PAC because Afrikaans-style museums is nothing about Pogo of Paul? We don't hate Afrikaans. Afrikaans is a Malay language captured by whites. Our third youth program is in Gradville to honor Chief Albert Lutuli. Youth are being taught to manufacture peanut butter. Peanut butter grow on the banks of the Umvubi River, and the Lutuli family has given extra land. Albert Lutuli's butter is going to hit the market. We're also having sports tournament in Bushbuck Ridge and Matubatuba. We're marking the Netball World Cup in July, but so far no support from the Minister of Sport. I'm glad the Deputy President informed us that the Presidency is monitoring municipalities. Is the Presidency aware that a corrupt ANC cabal has gone against the ANC mayor who wants to get rid of the municipal manager in Harding? That's in KZN because of his corruption. Harding is also in the Ugu district. Al-Jamaah Deputy Mayor Said supported this progressive mayor, a leader in the ANC revival movement. And guess what? They removed our deputy mayor and the DA speaker in spite of not having the numbers. The DA must be surprised to hear that Al-Jamaah acknowledges clean governments by their speaker. The Al-Jamaah deputy mayor was removed in spite of earlier guidance by an envoy of the NEC of the ANC and the Premier of KZN. In Harding, ANC rogue units are fighting the ANC revival movement with the complicity of the KZN MEC. Deputy President, don't tell us you're monitoring municipalities and this happens. If you can't be on top of municipalities, how can you be on top of matters in the whole country? It looks like you don't support the revival taking place in the ANC. Otherwise, you would not have allowed your own revival mayor to be undermined by corrupt ANC councillors in Harding. Al-Jamaah looks forward to a presidential imbuser on the Cape Flats so that His Excellency can understand the oppression, poverty, inequality residents suffer, often worse than they suffered during the harshest day of apartheid. All government departments must unleash government programs so that the Cape Flats can taste freedom. Also, President, please take an interest in the kidnapping of Serene Esop and the firing of Principal Wesley Newman of Heathful High School, who the learners say is the best principal they can wish for. President, can you sleep at night when women are held in captivity? We need a presidential order that the defense force must also have.
Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair.
The Honorable the Deputy Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation.
Hello. House Chairperson, Honorable President, Deputy President. I come to bury Caesar and not to praise him. And these are the words that we had throughout the day, held from the tongues that came to spit vice on the side of the opposition. These words were not borrowed with the same intention that bellowed from the chest of Shakespeare's Mark Antony, whose friend's motionless body was lying in front of the Capitol. They were uttered with malice, as the real debate this House was supposed to have about the real concerns and worries of our people took a backbench. Budget 1 vote as ostensibly, Honorable President, become a trial of yourself and reminded me of the words of American playwright Shelley Lubin's prosaic prophecy. This is the week, the primetime hearings of insurrection and sedition, our last chance to make known and believe the ugly truth of our last president, the nefarious doings of his courts, the insanity we all witnessed and went through, the coup we just barely avoided. It's now or never. The jury is out. The jury of public opinion, the jury is us. The jury is sitting this side of the House. Yes, it was Arthur Fraser, Mr. Honorable President, who went to the police to report various complaints against yourself. But in a normal course and sequence of jurisprudence, the police are supposed to investigate the case and satisfy themselves that a prosecution is possible and the letter of the law be followed. But this afternoon, we've witnessed members of this legislature sworn to protect and uphold the constitution of the country, tear it apart and assume the role of police, prosecutor, and judge, all but to satisfy their lust for power, higher office, and vengeance. All that we've had this afternoon are some opposition parties hell-bent to completely ignore what this budget vote debate is about, how this presidency will use the allocated resources to ensure that we meet the needs, interests, and aspirations of the people. Doubt has been created through the court of public opinion that irrespective of every right inked and guaranteed by our constitution and this parliament, it is members of this very House who are willing to woo the people and pay for the blood of the president. The court of public opinion, Honorable President, has been mobilized to hammer the untruth that your intention is all but evasiveness. That your mission is to poison the chalice of truth with fabrications that will help you zigzag your way out of jail, even when you have committed yourself to cooperate with law enforcement authorities and laid bare your affairs for the public to scrutinize. The events of today, Honorable House Chair, reminded me of the words of Euripides, who warned against men with honeyed tongues and evil minds, whose intentions is not to advance the will of the people, but to undermine it and in that way bring to the knees its very foundation, which is, in this case, our constitutional democracy. We should never ever be bullied by these noises that we've heard in this house. We should never succumb. We should never succumb to those who have robbed our public judicial system of its role of administering justice. We've had many here shout that the president should step down because of the allegations that have been leveled against him. And I'm here to hear, even from the EFF or any of the other political parties, any of their members who's had allegations against them being asked to step aside. But there is the real reason why the opposition wants to use every opportunity here in Parliament as a platform of a motion of no confidence in the president. They don't want us to tell South Africans that this presidency and this government were lauded internationally as having handled, for instance, the COVID-19 pandemic much better than many others amongst its peers. Not only have we witnessed the vaccination of many adults, 40% in the overall, but we have also built capabilities to produce our own vaccine beyond dealing with COVID-19. We've seen through your leadership and in the presidency, the creation of the Solidarity Fund, which mobilized 3.4 billion rand from 300,000 South Africans and close to 3,000 companies, with 400 people being committed to volunteer with the Solidarity Fund, and the Solidarity Fund having supported our national health response with the vaccination of the first of the national healthcare workers, and also the provision of personal protection equipment. These are facts, these are numbers that are there. This shows that there is action that is being taken, but also the trust between the people and its government under COVID-19 lockdown drastically increased, because at every step of the way, the people were taken along, lives were saved, and as far as practically possible, livelihoods and incomes were spared. Health institutions were responsive and public awareness was strengthened. The World Organization, together with many other continental and global institutions, lauded ours as a model to be followed. The gradual nature within which academic institutions, factories, government services, and other social institutions were reopened helped us to mitigate against a potentially astronomical loss of lives, as we have seen elsewhere in the world. Now, the debate which we had this morning, this afternoon at the opening of this session, was equally important for the opposition, because they do not want us to tell South Africans about the expanding student funding, which has been part of a project that this sixth administration has been spearheading. 49 billion rand has now gone to fund students, which is 70% of the total population of students in universities and in TVET colleges. There's been challenges around funding of postgraduate students, and resources from the National Skills Fund has been allocated to this extent, which includes 886 billion rand. And CETAs have also mobilized resources in support of the so-called missing middle. And a ministerial task team, by your instruction, President, is concluding its work, and they will be announcing a comprehensive student funding model, which will see the end of the so-called missing middle, but also the funding of the so-called, postgraduate students. These are the things that the opposition do not want us to hear and to speak about. Honorable Madisha spoke about how you misled this House when you spoke about us making progress in terms of the economy. We've seen in the last quarter the unemployment, the number in terms of employment increasing by 0.8%. Yes, to those who sleep with warm bellies, Honorable Madisha Arwala, I am betting Kampachiri Fishago, Anali roof on top of his head. This may not be important, but for the millions of South Africans who've had no jobs, for them, this is huge progress that needs to be registered. All of this did not merely happen because a magic wand was waved to make the economy work, but because the foundation of a democratic and capable state is grinding towards progress. Through this budget vote, President, we're ensuring that the presidency can make true of its undertakings made through the economic recovery plan. We've already seen some progress with the gross domestic production figures showing growth of 1.9%, and even better as it relates to manufacturing, which is close to 5%. And some of the honorable members have spoken about some of the projects which were led by the president, including in Tebecha, in Tekwini, in the auto industry, and a whole range of special economic zones whose intention are to reinforce the commitments you've made in terms of the economic recovery plan. These are not slogans. These are not mere promises. These are actions inspired by the vision and the work of a presidency that is committed to make this country thrive. By hammering on their bloodthirst, the opposition parties are trying to dupe the people to ignore the launch, for instance, as I said, of some of the projects in Toyota and Isuzu, President, which you have led. And if we're trapped in this narrative of the president, that of using this House as a continuation of their trial of the president through a court of public opinion, then we will also ignore the fact that the president has been on the ground in the floods that we experienced in the Eastern Cape and in KZN, where more lives could have been lost, where more property could have been destroyed, had it not been of the decisive action and also a vision in averting all of those things. And also by placing the president on trial, the opposition parties want us to skirt around the truth that our post-school education and training system is expanding with two new universities in the pipeline and more than 1 million students going to university, 500,000 going to our TVET colleges, and more attending our community colleges and CETA training program. This administration has become the frontline government of the people, placing their interests first, affirming its commitment towards fighting corruption, mobilizing the people as the heart and soul of their own liberation, placing service delivery at the doorstep of citizens, and have defied all odds that predicted that by now we would have experienced doom and gloom. No citizen should occupy the highest office if they are found guilty of any particular crime. But I think the worst crime of them all is to assume that anybody whom a complaint is laid against should therefore be found guilty just because someone can shout the loudest more than anybody else, just because someone can tweet more than anybody else, as we've already seen some of them mobilizing on Twitter and everywhere else that they want to see the president gone. Members from this side of the bench may have woken up this morning, Honorable President, from their houses, tying their fancy ties, buttoning their fancy overalls, thinking that their nefarious mission here today would be to march you from the union buildings to the nearest correctional service. But the people who have elected this government will have none of it, because they know that this constitution that you have been part of its driving should be defended, whether one is accused of any particular crime or not. And I think that that is the fundamental principle that we're here to emphasize. Those who were hoping to end this day by seeing some of us from this side of the House walking in shame and having isolated the president, you have come to the wrong party. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Z.N. Bella. Order, honorable members.
Ngiyabonga, Salonga Phambili. This debate is taking place exactly 1 week before the commemoration of Youth Day.
Order, honorable
But
members.
instead of finding ourselves as a country in a situation where we should be celebrating the dreams of our young people coming true, we are tragically faced with a despairing presence and a gloomy future that far too many young people are confronting. It is the majority of our youth who are suffering. It is the majority of our youth who are excluded. And it is they who need a voice in this debate, with their issues, their needs and concerns sitting front and center. Because the reality that they and their families are facing is that of stagnant economic growth, job creation in reverse gear, and shrinking opportunities, shrinking wallets, and shrinking stomachs. As the youth would say, kutense, kutriki, kuwau. Mr. President, during the COVID lockdown period, it became common lingo to refer to your live evening addresses as family meetings, implying that you are the father of the nation, briefing us on the plans and state of affairs in the home. Well, if you are indeed the father of the nation, then in the bigger scheme, regrettably, the phrase that comes to mind is deadbeat dad. Because the children of the family are hungry, the children of the family are malnourished, and the children of the family are not getting the quality education they need to build a brighter future. As the youth would say, kushushu, kushubile, bird. Chairperson, one of the most curious phenomena I've observed in my 8 years in Parliament is what I can only call the political schizophrenia of the ANC, which we also saw on display today from every single majority party speaker. Now, schizophrenia is defined as a breakdown between thoughts, emotion, and behavior, leading to faulty perception, inappropriate actions and feelings, and withdrawal from reality into fantasy and delusion. The manner in which this political schizophrenia of the ANC manifests is twofold. Firstly, in their collective mind, it separates our economic, social, and governance challenges from the fact that the ANC, as the governing party, usually over several terms since 1994, in all three spheres of government in most of this country, has the agency, the power, and the means to address those challenges. Be it poverty, unemployment, or corruption, the ANC will speak about these issues as existing somewhere out there. And, my Bible, gosh darn it, how we do lament these things. But what are you gonna do, It's simply not good enough.
Order, honorable members, please don't round the speaker.
The second manifestation of the schizophrenia is that it confuses intention for action, optimism and enthusiasm for good policy and political will.
Honorable Mpele, can you take your seat? That's a point of order, honorable member.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, House Chair. I don't know if the honorable member is willing to take a question.
Honorable Mpele, honorable members, Honorable Maglua, I still have something like 20 minutes as chairperson. Can you just hold on? Honorable Mpela, uyawuthatha umbuzo baba.
Honorable Chairperson, no thank you. I'm on a very good roll. And the schizophrenia seems to truly believe that through the declaration of sentiments, the pronouncement of plans, and just sheer determination and force of will, government performance will magically improve and results will be achieved through the spontaneous alignments of the stars.
House Chairperson, I'd like to now stand on a point of order. And the point of order speaks to unparliamentary language on the basis of referring to the ANC as having political schizophrenic behavior. House Chairperson?
Honorable member, I don't think that's a point of, that's unparliamentary. Continue, Honorable. Honorable Bele, you continue because that is not unparliamentary. It's not directed to a person, but to a party. Honorable Mazzoni.
Sorry, House Chair, I just had to find a microphone that worked. House Chairperson, I agree with your ruling completely, and I understand that the honourable member can't help but want to talk to the Honourable Mbele because he
that still does not make it a point of
but
order.
they can have that conversation outside later if she's that
Honourable
desperate to
Mazzoni,
talk to.
that still does not make it a point of order.
Now, on the score, Chairperson, I must give props to the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, the Honourable Majodina, who treated us to her standard fulsome expression, which always says, "Ngizomemeza kwenzeke." Now, we've noted, Mr. President, that you've moved away from making promises. Anyone remember the grand promise of the smart new city? Or that load shedding would be a thing of the past by 2017? And so you've moved from that and shifted rather to giving what might be called, and in fact, a previous ANC speaker said so as well, status update progress reports. But just because you say something is happening, that doesn't mean it actually is happening. For example, the building of a capable state. It's the intention. You wish for it to happen. You say it's happening, but the reality out there says opposite. And this is so because, as I've said in previous debates, the problem is that the ANC governs like someone driving a car with the accelerator pressed down flat, but the handbrake pulled up, and all the while trying to change gears without using the clutch. And so to quote you, Mr. President, yes, the people want better services. They want jobs and they want safety and security. But all that has been happening and is happening is we're revving the engine, we're spinning wheels in one spot and grinding and burning the gearbox. Kodwa asiyindawo. Mr. Deputy President, we would love to rise above political differences as you called for us to do, and to come together and solve our problems. But it doesn't help such a cause if we are accused by the ANC at every turn of political point scoring when we propose alternative solutions, or when our private members' bills are shot down before they can leave the starting blocks without grounds or merits. Now, clearly the Honorable Mathaule wasn't listening properly to the Honorable Steenhuisen's speech, which clearly explained why this cash in couches debacle has direct implications on his public office bearing position as state president. from questions on compliance with financial laws to the alleged involvements of the Presidential VIP Protection Services. But I'll be happy to forward him a copy of the speech afterwards, and he can review it and get clear on what the leader of the opposition was saying.
Honorable members.
Mr. President,
Chairperson, I rise on a point of order.
I have not yet recognized you, Chief Whip. I did not recognize you.
I apologize.
That's your point of order.
Chair, I rise on point 64, order 64. The member is being drowned out to the point that he can't be heard on the virtual platform or inside the house.
I have already ordered them to be quieter.
So they're not listening to you. So if you'd be so kind as to order it again.
I have already ordered them to be quiet.
And I will listen to you too.
We can hear him, Honorable House Chair. We must not be accused.
Mr. President, you said a lot of things in your speech about what's being done, what's in the pipeline, what's almost in the bag, and. But unfortunately, most of it is nothing new. And the issues and solutions you touched on are the very ones that my colleagues and I have been speaking about, and the solutions the DA has been calling for and putting on the table for over 20 plus years. You know, I always say that the first few years as an MP are very exciting and stimulating as you find your feet and you come to grips with the learning curve of parliamentary routine. But after a few cycles on the track, it all starts to feel a bit like that movie Groundhog Day. And what we heard from the presidents and the ANC speakers today was the same old routine of rhetorical lather, rinse, and repeat. We've seen this movie before, and it's like going to an audition and you know it's supposed to be a different production, but the script given to rehearse with just seems very, very familiar. The truth is, this presidency is shackled and hamstrung in its effectiveness because the ANC in governments is run on cadre deployments, and its animating lifeblood is patronage and political horse trading. Under such conditions, there is no fitness for purpose, no accountability, and no drive for achievements, let alone excellence. Instead, there is loyalty for reward, impunity for failure, and bumbling mediocrity at best, or catastrophic incompetence at worst. On the one hand, we bankroll one of the largest cabinets in the world, which amounts to a cumbersome basket of patronage for accommodating and balancing ANC factions and party power players. On the other hand, we are seeing this inflation of a super presidency that runs parallel to and duplicates functions and initiatives that should run through cabinets and the ministers appointed to it. For example, the team appointed in the presidency to cut red tape across governments, when this is a cross-cutting concern impacting on almost all ministers and departments. Mr. President, unfortunately, the time and the clock is ticking down on the ANC. The country knows it, we know it, and I think on some level, you know it. And so, as the kids say, as the youth say, maguzovuta, maguvute once, kuvute be.
Mutoki mangu maru.
Thank you, honorable members. Take your seats, please. Honorable the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable Mbele from the DA, We have forgotten to add that schizophrenia also includes someone who wishful shut their eyes not to see the truth before them. The reality that the president has delivered here today, the things that are happening in our country, all that is in facts and it's reality. It is not something imagined, nor is it a perception. It's real. Indeed, hypocrites get offended by the truth. Mr. President, you were correct when you said in the State of the Nation address, none of our efforts to revive our economy will succeed if we do not tackle the scourge of corruption once and for all. This is a defining moment for our democracy. It's a defining moment for our renewal project. Our success to revive the economy is dependent on our success in the fight against corruption. Close quote. The theatrics we have seen today of narrow party politics is not what the country needs right now. The country is in distress due to the high level of unemployment, the high cost of living, and the high petrol price due to the war in Ukraine. A sitting like this should be a festival of ideas amongst political parties on how to put the country on an economic growth trajectory, create employment, and deal with the high level of crime. This is precisely why South Africans have voted for us to be in this house, to solve societal challenges. Sadly, opposition parties are not focused on the nation's strategic goals, on their inputs, but on their obsession to remove the ANC from power, as Honorable Bella has just said. The elections will come in 2024, and you will campaign. A fair process will be allowed for everyone to contest the elections. The president has already called for a social compact amongst all partners in our country to achieve economic growth and to create employment. As a country, we must focus on the strategic national objectives, which is the realization of the political and the socio-economic ideals enshrined in the Constitution. Across the globe, governments involved in reform face resistance and sometimes outright rebellion by those who do not want the wrong things of the past to be corrected. They want to continue to act with impunity. What we are dealing with as a collective leadership of government was long observed by Deng Xiaoping in China when he started to crack down on corruption. He observed it as modern day adventurism. He said the following about this phenomenon: what we are dealing with as a collective leadership of the party is a new form of adventurism, where party members and leaders believe that they can try to overthrow the state or steal from the state with absolute impunity. They don't want to face consequences for their wrongdoing. When they are caught, they try to discredit the state institutions and even try to turn the party against the state. Close quote. The work of the sixth administration, as led by President Ramaphosa, has led us to this phenomenon. Joel Netshitenzhe famously said, the beneficiaries of state capture will not go down without a fight. I dare say they will not succeed. Our institutions have proven over time that they are resilient. The sixth administration, as led by the president, has allowed the law enforcement agencies to do their work without any fear, favor, or prejudice. They are attending to the matters irrespective of any political affiliation. The facts and the law guide them. The SIU is throwing back on malfeasance and maladministration. The Hawks and the ID are at work. The era of impunity is gone. The rule of law is reigning supreme. This debate should have been about this administration delivering on the pronouncement made by the president on the State of the Nation address and the vote 1 of the presidency. During the State of the Nation address, the president was criticized for vacancies in the security cluster. These positions have been filled and the goalpost has now been shifted. The president is focused on building a capable state and capable institution. He has appointed the head of the ID, the head of the South African Police Service, the head of the Defense Force, and the head of the state security. In the 6 administrations, prosecutions on matters which relate to the theft of tampering with essential infrastructure, like copper cables, have been prioritized. 172 cases were prosecuted and 251 accused were convicted. These are issues that should occupy public discourse as they affect well-functioning of rail, electricity, and the telecommunication infrastructure. We must not lose sight of the fact that we are not dealing with a situation where money was stolen from the fiscus. This money was stolen from the farm of the president as a victim of a crime. The president has committed to the nation that he will cooperate with the investigation. He is not evading nor interfering with the work of law enforcement agencies. He has no history of such interference. The president also has a right to be treated fairly by the system. His side of the story must be heard. The basic principle of all the alpertem partem must also be applicable to him. When the Constitution says everyone is equal before the law, it also means a president must be treated fairly like any other South African citizen. We must allow the due process of the law to take its course. True to the hypocrisy, people who are charged are currently attending trials in courts of the Republic are lecturing us about stepping aside. They cannot explain what is the position of their party when a member is criminally charged and called upon to present a plea in court. The very same individual who stand accused in court of law for reckless firing a firearm publicly want to tell us that this president is a danger to society. The country should be careful of people who live by double standards. Other than mastering the art of cheering and clapping hands for their supreme leader, the ground forces of the EFF are sticking to their role of being true ground forces. They must also learn to internalize democracy and hold one of their own accountable. In the final analysis, South Africans are not interested in spectacle. Rather, they are interested in state institutions that work, from law enforcement agencies, municipalities, to state-owned enterprises. People want to see value for their taxes. That is what we collectively owe society as this house. The investigative directorate has brought similar corruption cases within a period of 3 months before the courts. We welcome the arrest of the two Gupta brothers by the authorities in the UAE. As the South African government, we will continue to cooperate with our UAE counterparts to ensure that fugitives from justice are brought to book. They will account in our courts. We know that extradition by its nature can be protracted legal process, but we want to assure South Africans that the Guptas will definitely return to our shores to face trial. Same goes with Mr. Shipiliro Gama, well known by the surname and the name of Shipad Bushiri, whose matter will soon be heard in the courts of Malawi. Unlike our friends on the extreme left and right, the EFF and the DA, the president has not shied away from accountability, even in his own party, the ANC. The president has volunteered to present himself before the Integrity Committee of the ANC. In the ANC, stepping aside is an outcome of a due process. If you do not have a plausible explanation, if you are charged, you must step aside voluntarily or you get suspended. Despite several allegations against the supreme leader of the EFF in the public domain, the supreme leader has never presented himself to any structure of the EFF, as he is the alpha and omega of the cult. On the allegations of their involvement in the VBS haste, they claimed the allegations were fabricated, intended to destroy the party. No one in their party stepped aside. Today, when President Ramaphosa says he will cooperate with the investigation of the police, he is called to step aside. The police are prescribed by law to be the institution competent to investigate any crime. The president understands that given his position, he should be beyond reproach. Hence, he has made his commitment and has taken the nation into his confidence on the matter. When the DA was confronted with mass resignations of his councillors as a result of allegations of racism at the city of Cape Town, this is what Honorable Mazone said. The timing of the resignations seems to have been an attempt to distract from the allegations contained in the Bowman-Gilliefman reports, which implicate DeLille in covering up alleged corruption. To date, no one has been held accountable for racism in the Democratic Alliance, nor for corruption. This ANC takes action, it works, and even in the country, we ensure that the constitution of the country is implemented. There is no dark hand or black hand that interferes with processes. Again, why will the DA not want to afford the same rights to the president to allow due process when it allows the same to their own members? Whatever our political affiliations or ideological orientation, we dare not lose sight of the strategic objectives as a country to achieve the political and socio-economic objectives as enshrined in the Constitution. Today, as I stand before the nation, I say we dare not fail. And what the president has said about the state in the economy and what Honorable Manamela has also said, it is not rhetoric, Honorable Bell, it's a reality. We are back to the pre-COVID-19 pandemic state of our economy. It is not rhetoric to speak about the free education in our education. Its reality is there. You can go to any university, you will see it. And the work to deal with the challenges of the missing middle is also not rhetoric. It's a reality that the ANC government continues to put the people of this country first. It is also not rhetoric that in the last quarter, the performance in terms of employment has improved. It is a Stats SA report. It is not rhetoric, it's factual, it's real. It is also not rhetoric that this government is committed to fight crime. As I've said, there are a number of people that have been found guilty in our courts of law for committing various natures of crime. It is also not rhetoric that the ANC government remains committed to fight and ensure that this country, everyone can find and live a better life. It is a collective responsibility of all of us as South Africans to come to the party. The president has called for a social compact, has called for all South Africans to put their hands together, leave narrow political party rhetoric, come to the party, let's resolve the social challenges and the socio-economic challenges of our people. But I know that the Democratic Alliance will not come to the party because their lifetime president still yearns for the past. She usually and always reminds them of how it was nice under apartheid and how it has always been good. Hence, they will not want to come to the party to march forward with the president when he is giving them a carpet to work with him. When the president calls all the opposition parties to come to the party to work with us to build this country. When the president calls for civil society and all stakeholders in our country, they welcome it with an open hand because they have the interest of South Africans. They have got no underhand tactic with an aim that one day they are going to rule this country. As Honorable Bele was saying now, that the time is ticking. The time is ticking for the DA. You are now being unmasked for who you are. The departure of Honorable Maimana, the departure of Honorable Hemen Mashaba, and all, even the youngsters like Ntuli, shows that there is no future for the DA. The future of this country remains with that of the ANC, but it remains in all of us working together. It is a responsibility that we all have to take. It's a responsibility that all of us, we need to rise beyond narrow political party, but put the Constitution of South Africa first. It's a responsibility that we all have. We owe to the electorate to build a South Africa united, a South Africa that will benefit all South Africans. It is the responsibility of all of us to ensure that the future is better than today. We must never dare want to dream of the past. We must never want to return to where we come from, but we must build this society for the benefit of all South Africans. Thank you very much, House Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. Can I have your attention, please? Can I have your attention, please? That concludes the speaker's list on the budget vote debate and the business for the day. The Honorable the President will reply tomorrow, and the House is now adjourned.
Long live the President! Long live the Chair!